boat it hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the timing is done, take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whalesman's greed. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the timing is done, take our leave and go. Da 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 da. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack and tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only four, still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the timing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The stars are afraid, the fight's still on, the line's not caught and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call, turn chorus, captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the timing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da.
Top 8 of U.S. Nationals. It is time for the highest level of the game to be played. Pankaj, this is why I get up in the morning. This is why I do this, crowning the next U.S. National Champion here today.
This is what takes Brian away from the blackjack tables out here at Vegas. He wants to see the U.S. National Champion be crowned here in Las Vegas.
Look, a lot of our fellow compatriots here in the hall, as well as many of our top 8 competitors, were at those same blackjack tables last night. So I will not be shamed, Pankaj. I'm one of many.
Oh, no judgment, Brian. I'm saying it took you away from those tables. I know how much you love them.
Yeah, well, I love Flesh and Blood even more, and I'm so happy to spend my day with you here today, bringing you the best Flesh and Blood action possible. There's so many intriguing stories, intriguing matchups to play out today. Let's set the stage and remind you one more time exactly why we're here and what we are playing for. Of course, there are those dollars on the line. 10K gonna go home with the winner here today. But it's all about that national pride, baby. Calling yourself the U.S. National Champion. It's something that really can't be paralleled by any other accolade short of maybe World Champion. I think there's just a ring to it that resonates throughout everyone, whether they're a Flesh and Blood player, whether they're any kind of gamer. You tell them you're the U.S. National Champion, that's going to raise an eyebrow.
You mentioned the national pride, Brian, and I have to say, the pride stretches on further than that, at least within the Flesh and Blood community as well. You know the national champions from around the world as well. No matter which country they won it in, you know, oh, that's a Finnish national champion. Oh, you know, that's a Hong Kong national champion. It echoes throughout the community.
Couldn't agree with you more. Also echoing down the ladder here is the money, all the way down to 32nd place payout. So a lot of folks already have their USD in their pocket. Gold foil legendary at stake. New high seas gold foil legendaries entering the fray as well. Can't wait to see what our players go ahead and crack there. And you get to go ahead and head to the World Championship as well. Of course, World Championships back in the U.S. We'll head to Philadelphia in just a few short months. It's creeping up on us, Pankaj. Can't wait to see our World Champion crowned next. There you see it. It is the trophy that will be headed home with our winning player today, as well as 16 World Tour points.
These World Tour points, of course, going to be contributing to the Player of the Year leaderboard. Let's take a look and check in with how the Player of the Race is going, Brian.
Yeah, it is so fascinating to watch this unfold as we move across our 120 destinations all around the world and spread out that $1.5 million. It's a lot of money. We spread it out amongst our players as well as spreading out those World Tour points. And we're starting to see a little bit of separation happen at the top of this chart. But let's just remind you that Player of the Year, it's not just a one-time payout. It's not just one champion we're going to crown. We're going to crown champions from all the regions. And indeed, the prizes even trickle down a little bit, Pankaj. And I've seen so many folks inspired to get out there and travel the world in pursuit of this Player of the Year title. Folks like Jacob Clements comes to mind, Alex Kitsu. Alex is here this weekend. They've just been everywhere. They're all over the world trying to track down those points.
And this is a global game, folks. So I love that this system encourages people to get out there, travel, see the world, play the game, see the world, and accumulate these Pro Tour points. And even some of the bigger names, like Michael Hamilton comes to mind for me, where previously he would mostly just play events within the US and only travel out for Tier 4 events. But now we see him travel to Sao Paulo, for example, for the calling. And I just love that this encouragement is going on because of the system.
Yeah, it's such a great benefit to places like Sao Paulo to have these champions come down and compete. And Jacob Clements in the finals of that event. So it's just good evidence that we're making all the regions of the world stronger. But we are going to crown those regional champions alongside the overall Player of the Year and prizing going all the way down to third place in each region. Remind you again where these points are up for grabs. They are at the World Championships, Pro Tours, and calling, of course, but national championships as well, meaning these points are available here this weekend. And of course, there is a calling and battle hardened going on too. We'll try and get you some updates from those events as they proceed. If we have any interesting developments, particularly if they affect this Player of the Year race. And there you see at the top, it is Brody Spurlock, the world traveler.
There.
Yeah, I mean, not only is Brody at the vast majority of events, incredible flesh and blood player, absolutely top tier. Thus far this weekend, though, I would say a pretty rough go of it for our leaders. I will point out Sean Dollywall, Jimmy Nero Demirs, both in good position, I believe, in the calling right now to maybe pick up some points. Michael Yaskar, I think, was also doing quite well in the calling. So lots of real competitors there. Cody Williams, I think, sitting at 6-2 as well when I check those stats. So plenty of really good finishes still up for grabs for this top of the leaderboard.
Let's go ahead and check in with the Europe leaderboard as well. You mentioned Jacob Clements earlier, Brian. He's right here leading the pack in the Europe side of things.
Yeah, Jacob Trossing as well, Swedish national champion, will be looking to defend that crown. Very much in the thick of things. And then, of course, who could forget our two-time Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor. I know Pablo's going to be energized after that victory, certainly looking to become the Spanish national champion, but I expect he's got his eyes on a bunch more World Tour points as the season proceeds.
Also want to shout out Simon Nielsen there in 8th place on this leaderboard. Recently made a bit more of a commitment to Flesh and Blood, and we saw that take fruition at PT London, where their team, the team that he made, the team that he started, did birth the Pro Tour winner.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Simon Nielsen. Bringing along Andrea Mengucci as well, good friends from other card games, starting to make their presence felt here on this Europe leaderboard. Then we get to APAC, and you see Nick Butcher with the thinnest of margins of a lead right now, just edging out Pudding Tam. Both those folks were out in Taipei. No big finishes there, so points been a little bit static. Gave some other folks room to go ahead and close the gap. But this is still anyone's race, Pankaj. Any big finish can really set someone up for a win at that Asia-Pacific title.
Definitely going to shout out my Singaporeans here, Gordon Ko, Chu Heng, and Ivan Teo as well, making the presence felt on this leaderboard, and I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I think Ivan was in a good position to maybe get a good finish in Taipei. Ultimately couldn't get over the line. So we'll have a close eye on these players throughout the rest of this year. And there you see it one more time. It is the overall leaderboard. I'm so excited to see this, how this develops down the stretch. As I mentioned, just one big finish, one Pro Tour win for somebody who's down in that, 10th through 15th range, puts them in the thick of things again. We saw Pablo Pintor shoot up the ranks here with his Pro Tour victory. And once Pablo Pintor is in the conversation, things get way more challenging for everyone else. So I can't wait to track this as we head down the stretch and ultimately wrap up the race at our World Championships.
And the fact that these points are available at the Battle Hardens and Callings, of which there are more and more every year and coming on in all these different destinations, has just made this a little bit more accessible, Brian. And that's what I love about this system the most.
All right, Pankaj, it's time to focus on today's action. We've set up what we have going on across the World Tour, but of course, it's all about our bracket. One of the most compelling brackets I think we've ever presented for one of these big tournaments. beautiful spread of heroes. 2 repeat appearances here in Florian and Verdance. The Earth heroes looking very, very strong. 50% of this top 8 comprised of Earth heroes. But then there's 4 wild cards mixed in, and they couldn't be more diverse in their approach, Pankaj.
Total of 6 different heroes represented here in our top 8, folks. And that is absolutely amazing. It's not something you see very often in card games. It's not something you see very often, sometimes even in Flesh and Blood. But the fact that we have 8 different heroes on release weekend of High Seas just speaks to how wide open this meta is.
We are going to kick things off today at the top of the bracket. It's going to be our first seed, Lucas Oswald on Verdance, taking on newcomer Jacob Lantz on Azalea. I think this matchup is one that is leaning Verdance at this point. But Jacob Lantz is on this kind of strange magical run. You know, Jacob said didn't really come into the weekend with any expectations, and I wouldn't say he's at all overwhelmed by the moment. He seems very cool, very calm, very collected, but is certainly taking it all in and is kind of reveling in this experience that he didn't see himself having at this stage in his career. That's kind of the way Flesh and Blood works. All of a sudden you spike this one event, and you can become a fixture overnight, and especially for a beloved hero like Azalea. If Jacob Lantz wins this tournament, he pushes Azalea over the threshold and will living legend that hero. For a hero with the level of just importance to the lore of the game, the history that Azalea has, the Azalea cult, one of the most infamous collections of players in the history of our game, surely being the person to ascend that hero has to just cement your legacy in this game.
That would be such an amazing story to tell, Brian. As the journey of Azalea ends, the journey of Jacob Lantz starts in the Flesh and Blood community as a premier competitive player. But of course, he will be sitting across Lucas Oswald, a known veteran at this point, and will need to get over that hump in his first quarterfinals match at the US Nationals.
Yeah, Lucas is hungry to become US National Champion, has been in these top 8s before, and is looking to convert this weekend. Across the rest of the bracket, we'll talk more about specific matchups as we get into it, but just a broad narrative point here. I think Florian's inclusion in this top 8 is so fascinating. We were within range of having no Florians in this top 8. Both Adrian, Gebhart, and Randy Davis had to win a final match to go ahead and cement their position here in this top 8. But you go and check the stats. Florian did not have a good day 2. Had a fine day 1. In day 2, Florian was kind of farmed. And you talk to these players, they all feel like they set up their deck for Florian. That was the known menace coming into this tournament. The Verdances say all they want to do is play Florian. Something like Gravy Bones, really strong into Florian. You and I talked, Pankaj, we believe Azalea has gained a bunch of points against Florian in recent times with the shift to Florian's legal card pool. So I kind of have to ask the question, what is Florian's role in all of this? Is it here just to get farmed, or does it have the potential to play spoiler?
I think it beats a lot of the tier 2 decks in a sense. This meta, as we've been talking about a lot, is very wide, and we're sort of focusing on the top few percentages of the meta, but those are just, 10%-ish, 10, and then different heroes maybe on the 8%-ish. Majority of the field is still something that just loses to the raw value that Florian brings to the table.
I'm so fascinated to see how Florian performs today, if it can rewrite the narrative, what it means for the rest of national season. Remember, this is just the start of national season. 50 national championships going on around the world. And what's happening at this U.S. Nationals is setting the stage for each and every one of them, sure to have wide-reaching implications as we move through the next few weeks.
Especially on the deck list. I know for a fact a lot of people will definitely be looking into the Gravy Bones deck list to see what the sauce is. How did this make top 8 on release weekend at World Tour Las Vegas?
I want to hear from our players, Pankaj. I'm sure all of you are sick of hearing us talk about this tournament. You want to know what our potential champions are feeling right now. Why don't we go ahead and hear from Jacob himself and see how he feels about this upcoming matchup into Lucas Oswald.
All right, y'all. I am here with first-time top 8 competitor at the U.S. National Championships, Jacob Lantz. Jacob, congratulations, dude. How are you feeling?
Great. Tired, but great.
Yeah. So, first big top 8. Taking Azalea. Talk to me about your tournament. Talk to me how the deck is feeling as we look ahead to the top 8.
Okay, yeah. So, before coming to the event, I was doing a bunch of testing with Azalea on some new cards. I was trying Calling the Big Guns. I did a lot of testing on a very aggro build. I was doing like Calling the Big Guns, Falcon Wing, Swift Shot plays with Ring Razors. And I was talking a lot with Taylor Crawford about Azalea. He was going to play the deck and then switch to Gravy Bones like last minute. But the list he was on, I played a very similar list in the PQ season last, and I liked it a lot. He was on one Dreadbore in the sideboard for the Florian matchup, but I liked Death Dealer there still, so I switched that to one Battering Bolt, and liked that a lot. Draft was crazy. I think I drafted like 4 times before coming to the event, and I threw out both pods. And Azalea, I've been playing for like a year and a half now, so I kind of just did things that came naturally, and ended up here.
And it worked out very, very nicely. So Azalea, right? You have a New Horizon in the list. That's for the Calling the Big Gun type things, to be able to put cards face up. Were you always on New Horizons? Did you ever have the Skullbone Cross Wrap?
So yeah, I've been playing Azalea for about, I want to say shortly after the Pro Tour in LA last year, I think it was. I played in that. I played Victor. Did not do very well. Before that, I played Lexi. Before even Outsiders came out, up until she LL'd. And then after LA, I started Azalea on Crosswrap for about a year. Did okay with that. And then switched to New Horizons. I want to say the RTN season that got me the invite for this. So it was funny because my friend Ben, he was trying to get me to play a Stanskar Great build of New Horizons in the RTN season. And I played a few games of that. And I'm just like, why don't I play Death Dealer with this headpiece? Because I really like the play patterns of how it offered. And I threw a list together and was just crushing the RTNs. And I'm like, this is great. So I've just been keeping with that. I've been in the Purple Discord talking about it. I've gotten other people on the New Horizons build as well.
Nice.
And it's just been working great for me. So I'm liking it a lot.
Incredible. Well, a little bit, just tell me how it feels to be in your first big top 8 and any big shout outs you want to make.
It feels great, very unexpected. I just want to shout out Taylor for my deck list. It's been running well. Ben Whitefield, my fellow Azalea compatriot. And I guess all my friends in Raleigh, North Carolina, who cheered me on, and all my friends in New Jersey who cheered me on. So thank you very much.
Incredible, dude. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy for you. Good luck in the match. We'll let you get out to the feature match area. We'll see you back in the booth.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You see it, Pankaj. That's a man who looks cool, calm, and collected. He is certainly acknowledging the fact that this is his first big moment, but it's not overwhelming him at all. And that makes him a real threat in this top 8. Let's learn a little bit more about our competitors in this particular matchup. Here is Mr. Lucas Oswald, a veteran of the national championship scene. You see 9-0 on Verdance, unblemished in the CC rounds. Also a perfect draft on Gravy. We watched Lucas's Puffin draft. Lucas drafted so well. He drafted so well in that draft. Only ended up with a 1-2, was just a little bit short of the tools he needed, but I thought played his seat beautifully and showed how much he has focused on honing his limited game. Of course, a former calling winner in the limited format, taking down that Rosetta World Premiere event. Top 4 at Calling Chicago, fell to Michael Hamilton there, and then a top 4 at US Nationals in 23. An impressive resume put together by this young gun of Flesh and Blood. Of course, representing Team Runaways, content creator with them, plays out of Yeti Gaming for his LGS.
Definitely has been flexing his chops in both CC and Limited for as long as he's been on the Flesh and Blood scene. Honestly, Lucas doesn't need too much of an introduction, but let's go ahead and glaze him even more anyway, because he deserves it. He's made top 8 at 2025 US Nationals. Unblemished CC run, and his draft, I just have to echo what you said, Brian, that his drafting fundamentals are just absolutely stellar, and we saw that in his draft. I definitely agree with you, he drafted really well. I had a chat with him afterwards about how the draft games went, and he did say some things kind of just didn't line up for him, which obviously can happen. We spoke about how a few too many blues in a deck potentially, if they don't line up properly, especially a nimblism-based deck, that can happen, but the rest of his record looks absolutely perfect, and that's why he's top seed here.
Let's talk deck list, Pankaj, because I know this is something you're excited to get into. You love Verdance. You've worked a lot on this deck. Walk me through what's going on here.
So the first thing I want to call out is a very interesting choice for only having 2 Command and Conquers. I got to speak with Lucas about this beforehand, and he said that they found that CNC, after all, with what everything else Verdance is doing just doesn't super fit into the game plan. They want to do more of the 3-for-7s or 2-card 7s like E-Strikes, 2-card Fellings. They were almost going to cut Plow under as well, which is really funny to think about. So the 2 of CNCs, especially in this matchup, I do wonder whether maybe he's going to, you know, miss the third copy a little bit. Because something else I want to call attention to, Brian, is there are a lot of 2-ofs in this deck list. And something that I've learned spectating Flesh and Blood, talking to players about a deck list, is that when a player has a whole bunch of 2-ofs, that means they have done a lot of testing into a wide variety of heroes and have just brought in just enough tech to make sure they have game into everything.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of 2-ofs in Flesh and Blood, Pankaj. I think it is actually an underutilized tool.
I'm a fan too. A lot of my decks have 2-ofs as well. Just want to call out, so not relevant to this matchup, but like 2-off Arcane Compliance, for example, and only having 2-off Scour, for example. But for this matchup, what I do want to call out, 3 of Warmonger's Diplomacy. We saw how backbreaking this was in the Azalea feature match yesterday. Jacob is going to need to deal with 3 of that card.
Yeah, Jacob Lantz overcame Warmongers yesterday. He'll have to do it one more time. Let's learn a little bit more about Jacob. We saw him in an interview, ready to play, and there you see the Ranger devotee went 6-3 on Azalea, and then 6-0 in draft on Marlin. I guess those 4 drafts really paid off, Pankaj.
I love that the team says none yet,
Yeah.
because now that he's on feature, top 8 of U.S. Nationals, you know some teams will gonna want to pick him up.
Put yourself out there, Jacob. This is your moment. Go ahead and get some press for yourself. Find yourself a good team to work with. Unquestionably, a deserving competitor deserves a slot working with a team in the future, particularly if you're looking for some Ranger tech, because this person has proven himself to be an absolute master.
I mean, also Gilded Raven Games, sponsor of the Runaways, the team that Lucas is on. Who knows?
Yeah, I will say that Jacob credits Gilded Raven and their scene just for shaping him as a player. He said the competition there is so intense, and he's gotten better very, very quickly playing at Gilded Raven. And there you see the top finishers. It's just this event, but Jacob surely looking to add to that after this event. Let's look at his deck list, because it's a strange one, Pankaj. It took me a while to figure out exactly what was going on here. We're going 6 codexes deep in this Azalea list.
Yeah, and you don't know what any of them do, Brian. What I want to call out here to begin with, New Horizon, the choice of headpiece for this Azalea list. It's a little bit more of an aggressive stance, but lets you set up those 6-card hands, which is typically what you need to get over the defenses of an Earth deck, especially something like Florian, which, as we spoke about, has been a bit of a boogeyman coming into this format. But for this matchup, it poses a big question, Brian. Looking at his list, and I'm not sure what his AB loadout is going to be. Because you might think he wants to run Bullseye Braces for that AB1. However, when the opponent has 3 Warmonger's Diplomacies, the Long Draw Half Glove is looking pretty tempting as well.
Yeah, it's a hard question. Is it possibly the Long Draw Half Glove just there for non-arcane matchups that play Warmongers? If I were in Jacob's seat, I would at least consider going no AB in this matchup. That sounds wild, but maybe just rely on that Enchanted Quiver to buy you a little time and understand you just have to go. You have to be aggressive as Azalea. Sure, you will get burned out eventually. You're not trying to play that kind of game, though, Pankaj. You just need to go ahead and get the game closed. So we will see what Jacob wants to do. It sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area, and we are ready to bring you the first game of the top 8 of U.S. Nationals as we begin our quest to crown the next U.S. National Champion. Will it be Lucas Oswald? Will it be Jacob Lantz? Both players surely with their eyes on the trophy at this moment.
And Lucas Oswald, of course, the highest seed, has chosen to go first, as Verdance is one to do, starting the game already with one of the 3 pieces of tech cards we covered in the deck list. Warmonger's Diplomacy has hit the table on turn 0.
Not wasting any time is Lucas Oswald, and we do now get our answer on the equipment side. It is going to be Bullseye Bracers here for Jacob Lantz. So once the AB not willing to take the gamble on the Long Draw Half Glove, we'll see how this first turn plays out under Warmonger's Diplomacy. Has at least a nice big arrow here to fire off. It is the Heat Seeker kicking things off.
So War, obviously the mode that was chosen, hence he was able to activate the weapon and also attack with an arrow. No pumps allowed, obviously, because those are non-attacks. However, Rain Raises, which Jacob has 3 of, could potentially come in. Looks like did not have it there. Felling of the Crown blocked with on Lucas's side over there. Not really a card you want to see blocked with that early, but without the graveyard to fuel that card, it had to hit the bin.
Yeah, just fueling things up, getting a couple Earth cards in the bin for future banishes, and then E-Strike going to be the play here. Just numbers, just coming in for 7. So while Lucas finds an extra card to defend with.
So while Lucas had a very strong turn 0 at the Warmongers, have to point out he didn't find any life gain. No Fruits of the Forest discarded, no Sigil of Solace, for example. Just played a Warmongers, didn't gain any life. Jacob Lantz might not be too sad with how the turn 0 went, and he's able to follow it up right now. Release the tension into Bolt and Shot.
Jacob specifically called out how bad it feels when opposing heroes start the game off with a Sigil. Dodges that outcome this go around and has a fine start to the turn here with the Bolt and Shot. Coming in for 7, go again.
With no D-reacts from Arsenal as well, Brian. And we saw Lucas opt not to Arsenal the Felling of the Crown, opting instead to defend with it. So you have to wonder whether he potentially has a defense reaction in Arsenal. Looks like there's 1 from hand coming in to block out, still taking 3. And I love this little moment over here. A lot of times you might be tempted to try and deny the reload. You see the Bolt and Shot reload, you might be tempted to deny it. But when the opponent hasn't activated Death Dealer yet, that's a fake on hit, because they will always want to activate Death Dealer because they want that card draw.
Yeah, the only situation where you wouldn't is if you didn't have resources, but not the case here for Jacob. Does just load up this Heat Seeker. Very nice curve of arrows here. 7 into 5, solid numbers, but a big on hit here from the Heat Seeker. Could set up that 6-card hand, and you see Lucas with a bit of a grimace on his face as he thinks about next defenses here.
And this is the other strength of New Horizon. You get to run Heat Seeker, and even though Jacob Lantz has a card in hand, if his Heat Seeker hit goes through, that card gets loaded face up. New Horizon gives him the extra Arsenal zone, and he can Arsenal that card in his hand face down next to it as well to come back at Lucas with a full 6-card hand on the following turn.
I wonder if Lucas is thinking about maybe seeing some equipment in the mix already. It's not going to feel ideal to use something like the Barkskin in this spot, but that Heat Seeker on hit is annoying, and Lucas does say no blocks here. Fires off the Rootbound Carapace from Arsenal. Takes opportunity to go ahead and get some Decompose rolling. But there is still going to be a hit here from the Heat Seeker. And that means, as you said, Pankaj, we load this face up. And we go ahead and put a card face down. And now we're ready to play a 6-card hand on the part of Jacob Lantz. But Lucas may have something to say about that with this Command and Conquer.
And remember, Command and Conquer destroys all cards in Arsenal, unlike the other Arsenal destruction card that Lucas Oswald is about to Arsenal, Plow Under, which you have to pick 1 of the cards in Arsenal to send to the bottom of the deck. CNC doesn't care. CNC will get rid of all of them. And taking a look at Jacob Lantz's hand here, that's 1 3-block in there and 2 2-blocks, Brian.
Awkward. Awkward for Jacob. We saw Jacob just give up Arsenal to CNC in a previous game. No regrets, just loaded back up with Death Dealer. Feels a little different when you're giving up 2 cards in your arsenal, though.
So because of this Tunic, he actually has a fascinating line here. Looks like he's going to go for that. Blocking out the CNC, has a Rain Raises, can send the Bolt and Shot, use Rain Raises to give it go again, and then Tunic out the face-down Heat Seeker that's currently in his arsenal. So
seems pretty good.
Despite needing to dedicate 3 cards, block out a CNC, seems like Jacob Lantz is going to have a very, very strong response despite that. And that's off the back of the Heat Seeker on the previous turn, Brian. That's the strength of these New Horizon deck lists.
I'm expecting Lucas will go ahead and sniff this one out. Pretty obvious Rain Raisers here, but still a hard decision to be made. How do you want to defend against it?
Calling players as the end of time of deck registration. You now have 10 minutes.
It's between Rain Raisers and a Snapdragon Scalers. Looks like it is going to be a Rain Raisers.
You'll be starting round 9 in about
6 damage leaks through. And now we use that Tunic resource, and here is another Heat Seeker. Good start here from Jacob.
3-card 13 with on hit, effectively draw a card. Very, very
Not
strong
bad.
response after needing to block 3 cards that Command and Conquer. Lucas cannot be happy about this. He has, however, found a Felling of the Crown. Now, we don't have a full idea of what his graveyard is looking like right now. I think there's 1 Earth card and the CNC is an action
I think
card.
it's just the Rootbound Carapace, so would need to add an Earth card to the bin here if he is going to go ahead and get that banish.
But if he does manage to do it, this Felling of the Crown will come in for its full attack value of 8. However, if you're not blocking out the Heat Seeker, you've given Jacob Lantz an extra card anyway, so it kind of ends up being a bit of a wash.
Yeah, Lucas did give us a bit of a fan there. It did look like only a single Earth card. Couple more to defend with here, though.
Couple more 2 blocks, Brian. That is one of the problems in Earth Hero deck building. Oftentimes you have to fit in a whole bunch of 2 blocks. This is 2 cards put to the combat chain as defending, blocking only a total of 4.
So for the second time, Heatseeker is going to go ahead and put a Bolton shot in the arsenal again.
So we have to note, however, because of Death Dealer's stipulation that your arsenal needs to be empty for you to load, you cannot actually activate it despite having an empty arsenal zone because of New Horizon, because he already has a card in arsenal. That is one of the awkwardness of the New Horizon Death Dealer build, which Jacob Lantz clearly knows how to play around but does need to be aware of.
Here is this signature Earth card. We've seen it so many times in the feature match area throughout the weekend. Hellion of the Crown is going to do its thing, claim a card from Jacob, and no blocks are declared. Life totals are ticking downwards as we move into the mid-game here in our first match of U.S. National Championships. Read the Glide Path kicks things off. Jacob going to take a cheeky peek, knock the Death Whistle revealed on top.
Not a card you want to see on top, because if you Azalea it in, well then you can play it, but you can't Azalea the card that you find of the Knock the Death Whistle as well.
Jacob is going to leave it on top.
Looks like he's going to be... Oh, he's going to play a Codex of Inertia over here. Get that into the arsenal without activating Azalea, so he still has that ability available.
Yeah, very clean here for Jacob, and this is going to lead to a pretty big turn. Double pumps on that Bolton shot, and we'll have a follow-up as well. Expect a 0-cost arrow here to come down.
So I think the Bolton shot will be bottomed to the Azalea ability here.
Very true.
For the drill shot, come in for 10 with Dominate. However, because Tunic's not up this time, couldn't find a 1-cost arrow that could potentially be a little bit more debilitating, but still, 10 Dominate, lose a point of armor, especially when that point of armor could potentially be the Barkskin of Millennium Tree, which represents more than just the temper value on that card, could be quite relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, here is the Azalea now loading up that drill shot, double buffed on the back of the Lace and the Read the Glide Path. 10 Dominate. Lucas potentially going into the next turn pretty diseased under Inertia and Frailty.
And we do know his Arsenal is a Plow under, so no D-React from Arsenal to try and block out more of this drill shot damage. We just need to block it the old-fashioned way, 1 card from hand. I believe he has found a Sigil of Solace, though, which is a good way to get around the Dominate, where you effectively get to block with that card since you just gain the life back. I also want to take a moment to point out the Decompose on Lucas's side. He opted to decompose the full 3 cards of Felling of the Crown on his turn, which is the more aggressive Decompose, if you will, where you're trying to get your Verdance being online with 3 Decomposes. So you go Decompose 2 on the first one, and then 3 Earth, and then 3 Earth following that.
Drill shot getting a lot of value there with that -1 counter on the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Lucas going to go ahead and come back with a Heartbeat of Candlehold here.
And he's going to be online really quick. This Plow Under will give him the final 3 Earth cards decomposed, thanks to a Heartbeat of Candlehold going to the graveyard and the 2 Fellings as well. Verdance is now online by turn 4.
Yeah, speeding through that portion of the game was Lucas. And let's not forget how much life gain is available to these Verdance lists. While he may be at a somewhat fragile 23, with this ability set up, I think Lucas is in a fine position despite some real fireworks from Jacob Lantz, doing a good job navigating Lucas's disruption. And now Lucas has taken the life total lead 26-23 and is also going to offer the first bit of arcane damage to Jacob Lantz.
And that's the strength of the instant speed life gain. You can play it after your Verdance ability has been turned on by the Decompose. And he's drawn into another Warmonger's Diplomacy, Brian. This early game right now, coming up all Lucas.
Death Dealer activation here from Jacob Lantz.
Pitching a red here for the Death Dealer, not where you want to be on Jacob Lantz's side. However, Swift Shot just 4, go again. Strong pickup from the high C set for this Ranger all the way back from Arcane Rising.
Little arrow rich here is Jacob Lantz. Maybe time for the Bullseye Bracers to get in the mix. That's scary. That leaves you without AB for the rest of the game.
Could also just go for a take aim, Endless Arrow, and then Endless Arrow functionally doesn't have an on hit. I guess you could take aim Remorseless, but then you're going off an Arsenal. Might just go for Endless Arrow and try and bait Lucas into blocking this. If Lucas doesn't go for the block, then you can go for the Snapdragon's Bullseye Braces play.
No reactions.
Calling players will be pairing round 1 in just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Lucas does find the clean block here, denying any Bullseye Snapdragon shenanigans. And now it's time for yet another Warmonger's diplomacy from Lucas. And Jacob's going to try and put together something under this disruptive effect.
So one good thing for Jacob Lantz in this Warmonger spot is that his arsenal is an arrow. When the arsenal is a non-attack, that's when your turn gets completely bricked. But because it's an arrow over here, he can send it, and thanks to Snapdragon Scalers, can even snaps it, activate Death Dealer afterwards, and actually send a second arrow. So he could still potentially have a fairly decent offensive salvo despite being under Warmonger's diplomacy.
Do you think you need to get something like a double arrow on this turn, Pankaj? Is that what the Snapdragon Scaler's best use is in this matchup?
I think with this life totals, you're not super going to get a better spot potentially. It looks like Jacob Lantz did pass on reactions though, so he's going to go ahead and accept 2 cards from Lucas Oswald in under the Warmongers and just going to go ahead and arsenal.
Yeah, so 2 cards not used on this turn cycle. And Command and Conquer comes back from Lucas. This is the last Command and Conquer left in the deck. Lucas only playing 2 copies, played 1 in the early turns as well. And no blocks here from Jacob Lantz. Again, just going to go ahead and give up that arsenal, play without it, look to recoup that card via the Death Dealer ability.
And as we get to these low life totals, Brian, Storm Strider starts to look real menacing on the Wizard side over there. Also, thanks to the expansion slot card from High Seas, Burn Bear, which Lucas Oswald is running 2 copies of, extends the Strider's reach to 9, whereas previously extends Strider's reach to 9 because of Waning Moon as well, whereas previously it was 7.
A nice turn here from Jacob Lantz, though. It's Codex of Frailty doing a bit of reloading here. Going to go ahead and pick up that Bolt and Shot in combination with these buffs. We're going to get to use everything here. It's going to be Bolt and Shot into Remorseless.
Nobody had it.
Yeah, I
didn't
had
get
the cards, he
back,
didn't get a
and
card.
he didn't.
Yeah.
Laser Inertia over here potentially posing a bit of a problem for Lucas. These Earth Heroes do want to set up a little bit sometimes, so taking that option away from Lucas Oswald should this on-hit go through.
Do you want to call out the Enchanted Quiver on Jacob Lantz's side? That could buy him a little bit more time against the arcane damage. But you're right, Pankaj, we're getting closer and closer to that very vulnerable life total that we're all so familiar with when playing against Wizards.
But here's yet another strength of the New Horizon list. Normally in the Skullbone Crosswrap list, your Enchanted Quiver is always only going to prevent 1. But for example, if this exact same arrow was coming in, but Lucas was lower and might be forced to go for a Strider's play, Remorseless is face up, which means the Quiver would actually get to prevent 2 arcane damage instead of just 1.
Big defense here from Lucas, 3 cards committed, and is just going to go ahead and take 1 from the Bolt and Shot and all of it from the Remorseless. And life totals are even once again. Lucas going to be able to play a 2-card hand with the help of that arsenal and does have a big Cadaverous Tilling, so just vanilla damage. But as we mentioned, Pankaj, all that damage matters because it puts Jacob Lantz in range of the Storm Strider's kill.
Well, thanks to double frailty, this isn't as big as Lucas perhaps
Good
wanted
point.
it to be. This is only 6, which also means that if Jacob takes this completely, he is still out of Strider's range, even through a Burn Bear. And don't forget, Lucas did also take 1 damage playing this action thanks to the on-hit of Remorseless.
Very buff-heavy hand once again from Jacob Lantz. Premeditate in the arsenal, couple of buffs and a Rain Razors, and says no blocks to this Cadaverous Tilling, willing to fall to just 10, and we're getting down to it now, Pankaj. We're getting into the danger zone, frankly, for both of these players.
Tunic still up, Bullseye Braces still up. This could be anyone's game at this point, Brian. Already a nail-biter for our first game of the top 8 at World Tour Las Vegas.
A lot of resources left on Jacob Lantz's side. Will have what he needs to potentially put together a big turn here. It feels like it might come down to that Azalea hero ability one more time as we move into the late stages.
I think that's exactly what he's debating, Brian.
Play Premeditate.
Opts instead to play out the Premeditate instead of going for the Azalea flip.
Thinking on that Death Dealer activation.
Play Take Aim.
Take Aim, just going to be the reload here.
Looks like opting for a take aim instead of pitching a card for Death Dealer, which does end up being a wash. If you end up pitching a card Death Dealer to draw a card, you're just you're still neutral, and using a take game reload instead effectively does the same thing.
Yeah, and does still have Rain Razors available in hand here. So we'll see what Lucas chooses to do facing down this big arrow. It's coming in for an undominated 14 plus potential 2 from Jacob Lantz.
And don't forget that Remorseless on hit as well. If this goes through, which it very likely is, and Lucas Oswald does an action on his turn, he will take another one.
Lucas does have a Sink Below in hand, really thinking on the blocks.
And he puts it down just as we try to take a peek. I love this line from Jacob Lantz because I actually think Lucas Oswald is holding a plow under. And with this line, you might be tempted on the Verdance side to hold on to your Arsenal Disruption because you see your opponent holding a card. But Jacob Lantz, with this line, is sort of dodging that. Exactly.
Can shift gears at the last second and offer more additional damage here to Lucas Oswald. Lucas thinking about everything now. Goes through the banish zone, thinking about the graveyard. And head goes to hands. Lucas Oswald is uncomfortable. Maybe for the first time all tournament in CC. Has just been unblemished thus far, sitting at 9-0 in CC rounds. But Jacob Lantz, our newcomer, puts him to the test here with a huge Remorseless for 14.
These live totals are so tight right now. Jacob Lantz is exactly 1 out of Storm Strider's range. Burn Battle's winning would be 9. Thanks to Quiver, you could say he's 2 out, but still, he's threading that needle right now and putting Lucas in such a bind. Can we take a look at his hand right now? Yes, okay. So two blue earth cards that block and a defense reaction as well in the form of a single and holding on to the plow under, Brian. This is exactly what it is. He got baited into holding onto Arsenal Disruption, and Jacob Lantz just says, here's the Rain Razors, I'm off in Arsenal.
Incredible stuff from Jacob Lantz. A big win there as Lucas Oswald kept resources behind to keep the plow under, and it's going to be empty now, but we pick up the ponder
pick up
here
the ponder.
and refresh.
Right.
Okay, maybe we made a mountain out of molehill. Yeah.
All right, Ponder comes in, is going to ask for that Arsenal away, but Lucas will take a damage from their Remorseless.
Stupid Codex.
It was a premeditate, actually.
Premeditate, yeah.
Now,
I feel like it's so rare that I see the premeditate actually make the ponder. It often feels like just 3 vanilla.
it's usually just blocked out. Yeah.
But plow under does its thing. Still, Lucas Oswald at 5. Let's not bury the lead here. And I talked about how it feels like maybe the Azalea ability is the thing that will ultimately determine what happens here. Jacob Lantz thinking about blocks and only pulling 1 card right now, Pankaj, and we know what that means.
I think New Horizon might come into block here, Brian.
Okay.
He's off in Arsenal
that makes
already,
perfect sense.
And he wants to stay out of
and he's
Strider's range, and
reaching
that's
for it.
exactly what's happening.
New Horizon is committed to the defense.
And thanks to Quiver, he's still out of Strider's
Yeah,
range.
he's
a 9
extended
exact,
the range.
But yeah, thanks to and if he pitches anything, if there's any floating pitch, if he pitches a blue, which he does have a Knock to Death Whistle in hand right now.
one.
Yeah, he gets still AB to Bullseye Braces as well. Jacob Lantz knows exactly the life totals that he needs to play around. And that's what you need. That's what you need when you play against a wizard.
But with Lucas off in Arsenal here, does that Knock the Death Whistle offer a different possibility, Pankaj? It is going to be pitched here. Okay, Death Dealer activation. Swift Shot is nice here. Turn can continue, and the Bullseye Bracers are available. Codex of Frailty picked up here.
A little action point light, though. I think we're going to see Snapdragon Scalers come out here, but really wanted to find a pump off the top. Could maybe blind Azalea into it.
Well, he's got Swift Shot now. It's face up.
Oh, Swift Shot already has go again. Yes, of course. Yes. So, okay, so you could bullseye in the other arrow, snaps it, and then Codex of Frailty as well.
Sounds pretty good.
Sounds pretty good. And you are giving up your AB, but thanks to Quiver, you're still out of Strider's range. Meantime, Codex of Frailty will demand Lucas to discard a card since he does have attacks in the graveyard right now. Didn't manage to banish all of them away. Unless he manages to Rootbound Carapace and attack away, all the attacks away, so he doesn't need to discard to the Codex of Frailty.
I think Jacob Lantz is in a really strong position to put Lucas Oswald to the test on this turn. With that Codex of Frailty taking a card out of hand, does Lucas actually have the block value to survive here, Pankaj? Take a look at his hand. Sigil in hand. Cadaverous is a 2-block. And Rampant Growth Life as well.
So trying to do the amp math over here, you can gain 4 total between the Sigil and the Rampant Growth Life, which means you'll have an amp of 4. Emeritus Scolding then can come in for 8. Not quite enough. Plume of Evergrowth, though, could have something to say about that.
Can Lucas find a line here? No blocks, says Lucas Oswald. Falls to 1. We know there is life gain available.
He's going to get rid of his AB. No more AB on Jacob Lantz side, just the Enchanted Quiver. With the face-up arrow gone from his arsenal, that quiver is only blocking 1. Jacob Lantz is a functional 10.
Here is the Searing Shot, though. This is going to go ahead and force action from Lucas Oswald at only 1.
He knows there's no Rain Razors, though. He was vulnerable to Rain Razors for a moment over there, Brian, when he declared no blocks on a Swift Shot. We've only seen 2 Rain Razors. Jacob Lantz is running all 3. So he knows there's no more Rain Razors. Question is, does he think there's a follow-up after the Searing Shot? Death Deal has been used. Bullseye Braces has been used. But he knows Jacob Lantz loves his codexes.
Lucas is doing the math here, thinking about blocks. We saw him reach for the Stonewall Gauntlet. Still has a point of defense left on that Bark Skin. Has a 3-block, could cover here. That would take the Emeritus Scolding out of hand, and Lucas does have it set aside right now.
The moment you give 1 card, though, that reduces the Strider's range reach significantly. And Jacob Lantz might be a lot more comfortable just expending his hold. I think he's already going to do it anyway.
Agreed, and Lucas Oswald reaches for the equipment and the Cadaverous Tilling.
So because of the Stonewall Gauntlet
ability, yep.
is blocking this exactly, keeping the Emeritus in hand, which is the Arcane Damage spell. But this is the other blue in his hand, so a little bit resource line in that hand remaining. Are we going to see a Snapdragon Scalers?
And there is the Snapdragon Scalers, and now we know the card that is coming from Jacob Lantz. I've actually read it now. It is Codex of Frailty. It's going to go ahead and get another arrow for Jacob, and the turn will continue, and it will also take a card from Lucas Oswald.
Sigil of Solace represents an effective block 3. Emeritus Golden, also another block 3. Well, block 4, because thanks to Embodiment of Earth.
And Jacob Lantz has the 1-cost arrow, has the Remorseless here. Lucas now thinking on the discard.
I think you have to discard a Rampant Growth Life. It's not going to do anything here. In this hand, it's going to gain you 1. You discard that, but you can still survive the Remorseless by blocking the Emeritus and Sigil of Solace.
Then you're right back to the test, Ponkage.
Especially with the Ponder token once again on Jacob Lantz's side.
Benefit is there will be no AB on the next cycle for Lucas. That's something, but still, Jacob Lantz is at 9 with Quiver at the ready.
Cadaverous Tilling, the pick for Lucas Oswald, and Rampant Growth Life is the discard as well. Remorseless coming in for 5.
There is the Sigil, go back up to 4.
No Verdance ping because this is the opponent's turn. And blocking of 4, thanks to Embodiment of Earth.
That's true. I missed that one. So Lucas does stabilize at 2 here. But once again, Jacob Lantz going to come back with a full grip and an arsenal. Nothing for Lucas to do on his turn except draw up.
And Jacob knows that's not a defense reaction in Arsenal. You mentioned the Azalea ability. If that comes in, that could spell doom for Lucas here at top 8. However, life gain is a thing that Verdance has a lot of access to. Fruits of the Forest, Sigils of Solace, for example, can try and skirt around the Dominate if Lucas Oswald has drawn those up.
2 pumps and an amplifying arrow in hand. Shelter from the Storm.
That is a lot of life gain. Sigil of Solace, Fruits of the Forest, that's 5 life gain that can go around Dominate. Shelter from the Storm can be discarded as well.
Jacob Lantz has activated Azalea. Finds a Searing Shot here off the top, so we have the Dominate now. We premeditate, we lace with Frailty, and we come in with a giant dominated arrow. And does Lucas Oswald have just enough life gain to survive, or are we about to see Jacob Lantz moving on?
He has 5 life gain from Fruits and Sigil, can block forward with Rootbound, and then discard Shelter to actually just cover this. Well, you won't cover it, the on-hit will still go through, but you will still block a lot.
And maybe...
Wait, hang on. Life gain doesn't stop the on-hit. I'm wondering whether the math makes it so the on-hit actually...
Yeah, no prevention from the Shelter there on the loss of life.
So you're effectively, you're blocking 5 between Rootbound and Shelter. You're blocking 5, and you're gaining 5 from the life gain. So you're going up to 7, but you're still taking 5 from the Searing Shot and losing 1 life. So Lucas should be able to survive at 1.
I wonder if there's anything to do with Plume here. Can that potentially get you a little bit more breathing room?
Of course, there's a question of the 3rd Rain Razors as well. Looks like it's just arrows on Jacob Lantz's side.
Yeah, all Lucas can do is what his hand is capable of. He can't play around things like Rain Razors at this point. It is about survival. Says no blocks, has the react here. And we'll go to 1, and we'll face down a very similar situation on the next turn. Jacob Lantz going to be able to arsenal an arrow here. One more time. One more time. Lucas Oswald will be put to the test by the hand of Jacob Lantz. Jacob even going to pick up a Ponder here to get more options for that arsenal.
Did he pick up a pump? He did pick up a pump. Arsenal amplifying arrow. Lucas Oswald got away with a bit of murder there. Brian had just the amount of life gain he needed to survive that onslaught.
Knock the death whistle from Jacob Lantz. He throws it down. He's going to look for an arrow. What's the hand from Lucas Oswald?
How much life gain do we have? Fruits or first? Burn Bear, pulsing Aether Life. Is there a rampant growth play here with the Plume? I think he's short on some resources.
I believe he is, especially based on his face, Ponkich. I think he's exactly 1 resource short from doing it here.
That's what you hear from every Wizard player, Brian. If only I had 1 more resource. And Lucas Oswald, the body language seems to indicate he is just out of reach. Enchanted Quiver. That expansion slot is doing so much for Jacob Lantz over here. He found the Burn Bear, has the Waning Moon as well. Jacob Lantz with 0 AB, but thanks to that Enchanted Quiver.
Endless arrow, double pumped, comes in for 10 dominate. Lucas Oswald at 1, head in hands. Is Jacob Lantz about to punch his ticket to the semifinals here? You see a sigh from Lucas Oswald. We'll look at the hand one more time. He's looking for an answer, but I don't think it's there, Ponkage.
Burn Bear
Here's
not
Storm
pitching.
Striders.
Burn Bear not pitching is actually hurting Lucas so much with his hand over here.
Yeah, just fires off the Burn Bear. Quiver's going to do its thing. Jacob Lantz stays alive. There's the Waning Moon. Jacob Lantz falls to 1 and gets the fist bump. And Jacob Lantz is our first semifinalist.
What a nail biter of a match to start our top 8 at World Tour Las Vegas. Amazingly played by both our players. Jacob Lantz surviving at 1 thanks to Enchanted Quiver.
I'm just going to say it, Ponkage. Jacob Lantz has big main protagonist energy right now. It's starting to feel like we're seeing a Cinderella story come together. Jacob Lantz has taken down Lucas Oswald, who was previously unblemished on Verdance, and did so playing so well. I have to give all the credit to Jacob. I keep saying this doesn't feel like somebody who doesn't belong in the feature match area. You know, he said he was surprised to be here. If you just gave me a blind sample of his play, I would say, yeah, this is a great Azalea player. What am I watching? Am I watching one of the all-time greats? It's Jacob Lantz, and maybe about to make that kind of resume, start pulling it together. So happy for him moving on to semifinals. And for Lucas Oswald, you have to feel for him. Definitely found the deck of the tournament here, was rolling through everyone, first seed. But sometimes it's just someone else's day, and it's starting to feel like it's Jacob Lantz's day.
Speaking of Cinderella stories, Brian, Do you know what Jacob Lantz's seed is in this top 8?
He's the 8th seed.
It's the 8th seed, a bit of a historical lucky seed in Flesh and Blood, if you will.
Very true. World champion also came in as the 8th seed.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, very good point, Pankaj. So we could be seeing history repeat itself. Maybe we'll also see history repeat itself when we go to Auckland, my home city, and we play even more Flesh and Blood. And I know so many of you have to come down and take this voyage to the beautiful land down under. I know I'm stealing Australia's thunder right now. Don't worry about it. We're entitled to it too. We're also down in the same area. You will have the time of your life if you're willing to come join us in Auckland. And not only is it a beautiful city, it's a beautiful game we're going to be playing, and we're going to be playing it in a very unique fashion, Pankaj. It is a double calling weekend. Welcome to Wraith on offer in that first calling.
The home of Flesh and Blood itself, the home of LSS, and what better way to celebrate it than with starting with the first set of Flesh and Blood ever with a Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, and it would be cool to just play Welcome to Wraith. That's you sign me up. That sounds like a great weekend. What if we did it with Alpha product when we go ahead and get to those draft pods? Interested?
That would be absolutely amazing.
Okay, we'll do it. You locked it in, Pankaj. As long as you're into it, I'm willing to do it. And that's not all. We're going to play some Classic Constructed down there in Auckland as well. Come down, battle the great players of New Zealand, see what our city has to offer, and just enjoy the history that is present for the game in that area. And a little bit more history going to be on display in the form of first edition limited Arcane Rising. And that Arcane Rising product, we've talked a little bit about plans to maybe bring the Alpha product back out in the future. Arcane Rising's not coming back. This is it. This is your chance to go ahead and play with first edition Arcane Rising for the very last time.
Go ahead and pick up your first ed CNCs there, folks, and let's take a look at the fancy merch you can pick up with the Fabled event package at World Tour Auckland. What an amazing mat, Brian.
Yeah, I love that Drone of Brutality mat there showing up. And obviously, these promo cards are hot at every single event, but I don't think this will be all that's on offer, Pankaj. I think there's so many unique experiences to be had down in Auckland. I walk this waterfront all the time. I walk basically down the road from my house, and then I'm there at the waterside. It's as beautiful as it looks in this image. This cool highway kind of like runs along the beachfront, and then you see the seawall there. You look down, you see all the wildlife. People are always fishing down there. You continue walking, you get to Mission Bay Beach, you chill on the beach a little bit. Now, I don't want to oversell it. We are in the middle of winter when you come down to New Zealand, so maybe a little chilly. Maybe you want to put your hoodie on, but hopefully we'll be blessed with some nice weather as we bring you World Tour Auckland. We are also going to bring you more rounds of the top 8 of US Nationals. And if they are anything like that first match, you are in for a treat. And I hear Captain Gravy Bones is getting ready to do his thing down in the feature match area. You will not want to miss it. Do not go anywhere.
Avast, ye lands people, we have another game coming to you from the top 8 as high seas is on the horizon, and we have another beautiful quarter final game. Carton Semmer Barn, first mate, Ellie Bard here, and there's so much to play for after that incredible game, Ellie.
Believe you've been possessed by the spirit of one of the heroes in our upcoming game.
You didn't know that? Gravy Bones actually hails from Scotland!
I was going to talk about the...
Gravy, plaid, bones!
The bones are plaid?
Yeah, the bones are plaid.
The bones are plaid. I don't think I expected Azalea to really win that matchup. I think, like, she has often struggled into the Earth heroes. I think we're already seeing a little bit of a script flipped.
Yeah, things
today.
Changing a little bit. I did talk to Lucas before that game. He was like, listen, this is not the matchup I want to see. I feel confident in the deck. I feel confident in the prep. We will have to just see how the matchup goes. And when we had the chance to chat with Jacob right before I grabbed him for the interview, he was just like, can I actually just call my girlfriend really quick? Because if I'm going first, like, I need to, she wanted to come and watch. And it was just really great. As soon as the match ended, I peeked out and saw them, unite and celebrate.
So cute.
And
That's so cute.
Always amazing to see these players reach the top 8, hit that kind of national profile, and begin to have a breakout performance. Let's go ahead and check out the updated bracket as we see where Mr. Lantz now sits. In the semifinals, he will be moving on, taking on the winner of our next feature match. You look on the left side of your screen there, Jacob Shaker versus Adrian Gebhart. We have got, of course, the Florian that everyone expected to be well represented in this tournament, and well represented he was. But perhaps the community was not expecting nor ready for Gravy Bones to make an appearance this early in the hero's life cycle.
Yeah, and despite being quite well represented, he's only a quarter of the top 8. There are still 6 different heroes going on here. And Jacob Shaker, I mean, one of the most ideal players to have be piloting this new hero. He also top 8 at US Nationals last year on a hero that also released that summer. So definitely somebody who has quite a bit of experience taking a deck straight out of the box and piloting it into top 8.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Mr. Shaker. I believe we were able to grab a quick interview with him. Brian was able to chat with him just before the match was getting ready and gearing up to go. Let's go ahead and hear from Jacob before we hear from Adrian.
Brian Gottlieb here. I am joined by the man, Jacob Shaker. Jacob, Captain Jacob Shaker maybe is appropriate in this scenario?
I am the owner of the ship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Gravy Bones, master in the making perhaps. You took it upon yourself to bring the newest hero in the game to US Nationals. How do you reach that decision, and when did you start feeling ready with your Gravy Bones deck?
Oh gosh. Well, you see the Necromancer and you're like, wow, all these cards are so cool. He's got a whole new armory deck. And the cards start rolling and you're like, well, we just lost Enigma, who I'd been playing recently. And, we all know how powerful the allies are and what a strain they put on various heroes. So, I look at all the heroes and we always want to play the new hotness, right? And I think Puffin and Marlin are very exciting and interesting. But I think Gravy is sort of signposted on it. Well, here are the things you need to do. Assuming the devs want these things to be powerful, I should be playing allies, I should be giving them go again, I should be swinging. And gold is such a powerful mechanic. Oftentimes just looting, getting the cycling, and you effectively draw a card because you get to the water given the graveyard and then you get to play them out. But even if, you're short a couple resources, always pop the gold. So I started building Gravy, testing some things, knowing I needed a lot of blues, putting all the allies in, and then just starting to play some games. And just finding that so many heroes just fundamentally can't deal with, ally, swing, go again, ally. Because then they get put into a really hard bind where they need to block the first ally, but then if you play the second ally, there's no way that they can go both of them. And you start to accumulate this mass. So I sort of started at that point and, iterating on the deck. And then I would go back and I'd be like, well, I was going to play Florian initially. So let's play Florian. And I was playing Florian into my good friend Jesse. And I felt ahead. I was playing Florian, I was killing the allies, I was poking them down, we got pretty low, and all of a sudden something happened. And it's like, I was ahead this whole game, and now I'm dead. He's like, ally, I can't keep up, and I'm like, well, whatever that is, I gotta figure out what that is.
Yeah.
And then I gotta do it at Nats.
And I think you did. I think you absolutely achieved that. Your deck building this early on was so impressive to me. I want to talk about your past in Flesh and Blood, because you're kind of a quiet killer. And I'll just be honest, you slipped my mind for a moment when you showed up down in the feature match area, where you're a Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and you were in the top 8 of US Nationals last year, and there's this history at US Nationals. I call back to Evan Herndon. Evan fell a match short when we go back 2 years ago. A year later, was able to take it down. Are you kind of on that same type of redemption quest here?
I think so. I would love to devote some more time to the game. I've not always been able to make all the events that I want to.
Sure.
But I feel like I've done a pretty good job. And every time I have that opportunity, I kind of try to seize it. I've had a couple near misses. I think at Worlds 1, I was pretty close. I think there was a calling where I was pretty close. But, sometimes it's Flesh and Blood's a card game. It just doesn't quite go your way. But I try to perform, I try to focus up, and I just make sure that it's not so much that this event that matters. It's just getting better at the game, because the game's so deep, and it's startling. Every time I do well at these, I'm like, wow, I guess I'm pretty good at this game. And I know I'm so much better than I was yesterday or the day before.
That's a fantastic mind state to have, and you're proving that through your results. You've seen the top 8 bracket. You know how your path is going to go. How are you feeling about your chances? What are you looking forward to playing against, and what are you fearing a little bit in the bracket?
I'm feeling pretty good because going into the last round, I knew I was locked. So you play, and you always want to win. You want to get higher in the seeding, but at the end of the day, it's really the opponents that you end up playing. And I knew that I was either going to be second or fourth. So what really mattered was who I was playing.
Yep.
And it was actually pretty good that I lost because I'm playing Florian, which is one of the things I want to play the most.
That makes sense to me.
And I want to stay away from Prism.
Okay.
Because that matchup is brutal.
Yeah, Andrew Cook, of course, making the top 8 as well on Prism. So
Yeah.
there is a Prism lurking. But short of Prism, you feel pretty good about the rest of the bracket?
I feel pretty good. I split between Lucas and Majin Bay.
Okay.
So sort of trying to learn about the matchup and feeling like I can play that game. A little worried for Azalea. I think that is sort of very contingent on the number of times that they can dominate their arrows.
Sure.
But I've played that with some friends, with some Azalea specialists, my buddy Ben Hebert. So I feel like that has a lot of game. I do not know what Azalea will do.
Okay.
I am frightened. I will just try
Dodge
to...
the Azalea. Azalea didn't make the cut.
Oh, we didn't make the cut.
Yeah,
Oh.
lost to Bird. So Bird is in with New instead.
Oh, New is also a matchup I don't necessarily want to see. Just getting the allies off the top. Humperdinck is the most important ally by far.
Makes sense.
And if they just start hitting them or they flip them out of your graveyard, it's like,
Okay.
I'm going to run out of cards.
Okay, we'll watch carefully and see how that all goes. You mentioned a few friends along the way. Anyone else you want to shout out as you head to this top 8?
I want to shout out the teammates who came with me. Jonathan Grasta, Trent Lennon. Trent's actually been playing with me the longest, my best friend. He was actually there with me at PT1. We drove down together. I want to shout out my fiance, Carolyn Carter.
You have to remember everyone. Do not forget
everyone.
They'll come after you, I promise.
This is the whole Salt the Wound team. It's just fantastic. Just anytime they're ready to get games, they're ready to review, and just the ability to have that communication, bounce things off people is invaluable to have that team.
Well, congratulations again, my friend. I have a feeling you're about to be a very popular person over in the Gravy Bones Discord. Hit this guy up. This is the Gravy Bones master for the time being. He's leading the world, showing the way, and showing us exactly what that Necromancer can do. We'll see how he does in this top 8.
I feel like Jacob's life flashed before his eyes when Brian sicked the purple Discord on him. But it is, of course, incredible to see a hero on release week and make it in the top 8. We were in Memphis and we did see that Syndra deck take down a release weekend tournament back when the Hunted released. The question is, will Jacob be able to do it with this Gravy Bones list? Standing in his way, though, we do have Florian. Couple sets back. Rosetta really rearing its head with these Earth heroes. Let's hear from Adrian ahead of the match.
All right, y'all, I am here with Adrian Gebhart, our one of 2 Florian players in the top 8. Congratulations, you made it to the top 8 of US Nationals, and that is badass. How you feeling?
I'm feeling on top of the world. The closest I've come before is 9th, so it feels
That's pretty close.
Feels good to make it in.
That's pretty close.
It was for a calling, so not quite.
Oh, so a 9th out of calling,
Yeah.
something everybody does. I have so many calling 9ths to my name. Not true. That's an incredible accomplishment, but it is true that this is even better. So tell me a little bit about your run. Tell me about Florian. How did we get here?
Yeah, so I started out my day perfectly by getting crushed round 1.
Nice.
And then from there, I won 11 games in a row, and here we are.
Yo,
Or
what?
maybe it was 10. No, I think I was 11-1. But Yeah, no, I had a lot of different matchups. I played like a lot of weird things. Azalea. The only thing I played 2 of was Slippy. And yeah, no, the matchups, none of them felt free. They were all very, very close. It felt like I really had to work to get here. And honestly, that makes it feel better.
Yeah. I imagine you did have to work to get here. If you didn't have to work to get here, I'd be even more impressed. But it makes a lot of sense that you had to really put in the time and really take down those matches. So now we look ahead to the top 8. Who's your matchup? Who are you playing against?
Looks like I'm playing against the one of Gravy Bones first.
Okay. I'm sure you have extensive testing and practice in that matchup. I'm sure you have the perfect game plan, the perfect sideboard, and there's no way you can lose, right?
Definitely quite the opposite. I had a buddy who's building Gravy Bones.
Okay, good.
More for fun than competitively. But I tested him to him a couple times, and all it led to is I added a couple more go again attacks. The matchup feels Gravy favored, but it's not unwinnable.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just glad I'm not playing Verdance. Out of my 3 losses today, 2 of them were to the Verdances that are in top 8. I'm just like, that matchup's bad.
It's tough. It's
that
tough.
matchup's bad.
It's why they brought him here, right? It's why Verdance came to the tournament. Was unfortunately to prey on people like you. But
100%.
you still made it to the top 8, and that's an incredible accomplishment. Anybody you want to shout out as you've made it through this fab journey has brought you here? Anybody you want to shout out and thank as you now are in the U.S. Nationals top 8?
Yeah, I guess I got a couple. I'd like to thank my testing group, who's just a bunch of my Kansas City locals.
Oh, let's go.
Friends like Chandler, Amber, Dalton, Alex. We all just play a lot, tested together, Dan. It was great just to, we jammed. I think I jammed more games of draft than CC on for practice than anything else.
Well, it paid off. 6-0
Yeah,
draft.
6-0 draft was very. Did not expect that. 2 of those games, I robbed people. I did not.
How? You rob someone? Just give me one example.
So last round, I played against a Scurvy, and I kid you not, most stacked Scurvy draft deck I've ever seen. All the steel cards, good equipment, lots of 2-for-7s, barks, all of it.
And you won.
And
How?
he got me to 2, and he was at 13. Had 2 Gold Kiss Rum set up. He Arsenal a Go Again card, and we talked a little bit about it after. He thinks it was wrong to Arsenal that. But so 2 to 13, and he just Arsenal passes because the turn before, I think I threw like 14 or 15, took all of his cards.
Sure.
And his thought process was, I Arsenal a Go Again card. It was a red trade in. Next turn, I can for sure kill him because I probably go 3 wide. Trade in plus rum plus other thing.
Sure.
I drew up my hand, and my draft deck has exactly 1 red pump in it. And it's the pump that lets you activate the bow twice, and I was on the crossbow. And I drew that and exactly 3 blues and had a harpoon already in Arsenal.
Oh, no.
So I activated bow, played the pump, activated bow again, and came in for 13 overpower. He was at 13, and he could only block for 3. He literally had a block 5 card on top of his deck, like the very next card. Like, it was very close. He probably would have won if he threw that Go Again card, but there's really no way of knowing, right?
Yeah.
In his eyes,
He didn't expect the cannon to come in twice.
in his eyes, if he Arsenals it, he guarantees the win next turn.
Sure.
Where if he just throws it, there's a chance I block it and still do a bunch of damage anyways.
Totally.
So he just wanted to try to guarantee the win, and it ended up backfiring in a way that I thought I was done for.
Yeah.
I was ready to pick up my cards.
Yeah.
But
Instead, here you are in the top 8, dude. So congratulations
thank
to
you.
you. Happy for you.
Appreciate
Seems like
it.
it's been a really great run to get here.
I'm just happy to be here. This is awesome.
That's what we love to see. Well, congratulations again. We'll see you in the top 8. Let's get ready for the match.
This is awesome, Adrian. It was great to check in with him right after he clinched his spot yesterday into the top 8. And it's just, again, so incredible to see these new players really reaching the top of the mountain, especially when they haven't had some of those major finishes yet. And we've heard Brian Gottlieb talk about a lot this weekend. And we've heard it in the last many events over the last couple of years. Flesh and Blood players just are getting better and better. And the average skill level is really just seeming to shoot up.
Yeah, it's going up so much. But also, I think a lot of these older, more entrenched players like Jacob Shaker, who have been at this game for so long, are also just still continuing to climb that mountain. And I think, like, one of the things that drew me into Flesh and Blood Pankaj has even said, you know, the thing that brought him into Flesh and Blood as somebody who was already invested in competitive TCGs was seeing the same names show up over and over. And it just warms my heart to play a game where skill and persistence are rewarded so heavily.
You said it perfectly, Elliot. And as we see Jacob piloting that new deck, the kind of question and the onus is perhaps on Adrian. Do you have the plan? Do you have the strategy? And can you execute it against this brand new powerful hero? Let's go ahead and check in on our players down in the feature match as we begin to prepare for this match. Here is a little player profile. Jacob Shake, you can see there's 7-2 on Gravy and CC, a couple Marlin drafts, and a near perfect finish.
Team Salt the Wound represented here.
You can see, yeah, LGS there, the Miller's Comics, and a bunch of nice top finishes. Like you said, top 8, the Nationals last year. Top 4, Pro Tour New Jersey, the very first Pro Tour that we've played, and nearly made it in to the top 8 at the first Worlds in San Jose. And now all the way 3 years later, 2025, another chance for a big finish at this National Championships. Let's check out this Gravy Bones deck. Ellie, tell me if there's anything as we take a look here that's sticking out to you.
There are so few reds in this deck list, Sam. There's only 12, 3 of which are defense reactions, 6 of which are 2 cards you could never imagine going without, Conqueror and Command and Conquer, and then Golden Tipple, presumably to help you get some of those allies into the graveyard while replacing themselves. So super duper resource heavy, ally heavy, threat kind of light outside of the allies deck list. Also noticing no Fendel Spring Tunic, which I think is pretty normal for Gravy Bones, but something worth pointing out is that this deck doesn't actually seem to care all that much about that ubiquitous staple and is instead playing Dead Threads. Yeah. Also, Mage Master Boots, fantastic for helping you line up 2 ally turns. And speaking of double allying your opponent, there are a lot of allies in this deck list, Sam.
Oh my goodness, yeah, 3 Inca, 3 Chum, 3 Limpet. That's one of those go-again allies that we haven't seen in every single one of the Gravy Bones lists. And you look at the blue pitch, that's where things start to get a little more interesting. There are a number of amulets in Jacob's deck. You have a Ruby Amulet, you have the Diamond Amulet, and even the Amethyst Amulet, as well as that 1-of Back Alley Breakline, a card that I didn't believe in initially, and then I saw it hit the pitch zone after a chart the high seas, and the action point was gained, and my eyeballs and my brain exploded.
To quote you, I believe you said, "Oh, that's good.
That's pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
good."
Same with the 3 of the throw caution to the wind. We saw that in excellent use yesterday. We'll have to see it comes up in this matchup. Maybe not going to be as relevant against the kind of slow and consistent Florian deck. And as we speak of the Florian deck, let's check in with our Florian player as we're going to take a moment here and look at Mr. Adrian Gebhart's record throughout this tournament. And similar to Jacob Lantz, X and 3 in CC, but a couple sterling Marlin drafts. Both of these players can thank maybe that Red Spine Mana and that Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon for getting them into this top 8.
Perhaps certain teams are correct, and the most important thing you can do is be fantastic at draft, showing with many of our players here in the top 8, just as you said, these sterling draft records. And Adrian even said he locked in on Florian and CC a while back and said, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to understand this limited format because that is the key to success on release weekend events like this.
And he found the key, he put it in the lock, he opened the chest, and he found himself a top 8 within. Let's check out the deck that he locked on a while ago. It carried him to an X&3 record. Will it carry him to a national championship trophy? Anything that's sticking out to you, Ellie?
What's that second arena card in the list there, Sam?
That's a Dread Scythe.
We saw this yesterday on stream. That is definitely not standard. Reaping Blade is clearly still in the list, but Dread Scythe offers a little bit of a different solution to some of these slower, dirtlier decks because it is still just an extra point of damage when you are left with extra cards. You get to activate Grasp with one of your many blue earth cards that stay in the deck, and then still come in for 3 and 1. Has fantastic synergy with 3 copies of Channel the Millennium Tree. We see there in the red base, and only 1 copy of Channel Mount Heroic. I think a lot of these Florian decks go back and forth on which channels they have how many of, and clearly he has opted for the difficult to interact with arcane damage angle as opposed to the crush you by doing a bunch of deck damage Channel Mount Heroic angle. We also see Erase Face, which we saw played on stream, much to our surprise, along with some Oasis respites against Majin Bay yesterday.
Yeah, and I really want to take a look here before we get into the game at the potential go-again sources. I think that's going to be really important in this matchup as Adrian looks to keep pressure on Gravy Bones' life total while also trying to clear all of those pesky little allies. What are we seeing? We're seeing the Rune Rager swarms. That's a nice way to do it. Of course, the Enlightened Strikes. I'm seeing 3 Trot-alongs in the blue base. Otherwise, action points might be kind of hard to come by.
There is still swarming Gloomveil there, but without 2 more Channel Mount Heroics, it can be a little bit difficult to give go again unless Florian is already online. There is also Bramble Spark, a card capable of clearing 1 life allies while still sending a heightened attack at face.
Ooh, that's so Bramble Spark is any target?
Yes.
Oh, that's sick. That'll be potentially very nice against some Rigor Mortises, maybe even some Limpets in this matchup. We're gonna have to see just how Adrian utilizes these cards, and potentially creates his strategy on the fly, because this matchup is not one we have seen too many times yet. Gravy Bones' life in CC has not been long, even though he has been alive for longer than any other hero as the undead necromancer pirate. But let us see just how Adrian and Jacob want to bring forth their game plans, because it is time for the next quarterfinal game here from the U.S. National Championship, live from Las Vegas. Looks like we've got Gravy Bones going first. It's Jacob versus Adrian. Florian versus Gravy Bones. Let's get into it. Alrighty.
Chart the high seas is a fantastic start. Chum already in the graveyard.
Chart the high seas, gonna put Chum in, make that gold. Now Chum can come on out. That's a card that is gonna be a little challenging for Adrian to clear. Double ally on turn 0, 1 from the yard and 1 from the hand. It's about as good a start as maybe you could hope for as you see the eyebrows go up from Adrian.
In Limited, the thing you are really hoping your opponent doesn't do is resolve 1 ally on their very first turn if you force Gravy Bones to go first. And in Classic Constructed, 2 is about as catastrophic as it can get, especially with Chum on the board. He can force Adrian to send an attack straight into it.
Oh, looks like Bramble Spark is to target hero, unless that card has been errata, which I don't think, or Oracle Text. Yeah, all good. That is just going to go towards the target hero. So now there's a reaction window here for both of these allies. Looks like Jacob is not going to activate either Sawbones or Chum in response to this Bramble Spark.
Bramble Spark Arcane coming through first, and then a massive Autumn's Touch for 8.
Adrian's saying, I need a bigger die. This 5 ain't going to cut it. Just going to go ahead and clear out the Chum here. Has to leave the Sawbones around. Pitch away the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Keep a card around for Arsenal.
Clearly what I meant when I mentioned Bramble Spark would be fantastic for clearing some of these allies out was that it allows him to still send some arcane damage face while sending the attack at the ally. Just like this, and Jacob pretty content to not discard to Chum's ability since he doesn't have to, as Adrian is already pretty obligate to clear Chum on this turn.
Yeah, Chum also can be used just to get some allies in the graveyard, but here Jacob either doesn't have the ally or doesn't want to do so. Often, if you're going to try to get an ally in the yard with Gravy's ability, especially now that you've got 2 gold, you do want to do it on your own turn, given the Dead Thread's potential. It's going to draw the Give No Quarter here. Got plenty of allies to choose from. 3. Did bring the Oystons into the matchup. It looks as though the Chum might be headed to the yard again. Adrian's seen it once. He's going to see it again.
When you see those Chums back to back to back hit the table, it's one of the most demoralizing things that can happen to you as a low action point stack.
Dead Threads now can be activated. Here comes the floating resource.
Turning that card 75 degrees, just so you know it's tapped.
Yeah, it was tapped nicely, and then Jacob, maybe just to annoy some people in chat, turned it just a little bit more.
We call that the psychic damage strategy, Sam.
Tipple here. Gonna ditch the Anka, make a gold, draw a card, 3 go again here.
I need to nitpick something. Surely his name is Anka, like an anchor, Anka.
Anka, what'd I say, Anka?
I think everybody says Anka.
Anka. Like it probably isn't like Anka.
Anka.
I would put money on it. Anka Dragunda.
Anka.
Now Adrian here, it's always like with all these potential board state decks in Flesh and Blood, not feeling great to block attacks early in the combat chains when you know you have to deal with allies, but Adrian there wants to get the Rootbound Carapace out of hand just to get another Earth card in the yard.
Does not feel good to not decompose your root-bound carapaces, though. Especially when Disruption immediately follows it. Loot the hold, forcing the hero hit by the next ally attack you send to discard a card, and then Chum hitting the table, who costs 0 to attack with. So we're going to see a pretty obnoxious 6 here, using the 1 left over from Sawbones. After putting this Chum on the board, 6, you discard a card if this connects, and I will make a gold token.
Yeah, 5 pitch total after pitching the blue and the yellow, so had the 1 floating left over after playing Chum. That means that this gold baited hit, and it is free, and it is, safe like you mentioned there, because the gold has already been created. Now we're threatening 2 on hits with this Sawbones, and there's a Chum on the board to back it up, threatening a gold and a discard, and Adrian's already blocked on this turn. He's down to 3 cards in hand. If he gives cards to this Sawbones, how's he going to clear either of these allies?
Just to clarify, Sawbones does cost 1 to attack with. Chum is free, which I maybe expected, misreading the amount of cards he was putting into the pitch zone there, but it makes a lot of sense to crack in with this Sawbones. Against decks like Florian, this is basically command and conquer.
Yeah, taking all 6 down to 34. 2 triggers here. Lose the Fruits of the Forest. Earth card to the graveyard at the minimum. Another gold for Gravy Bones. And it is often when Gravy Bones has run out of his treasure that he begins to look a little more vulnerable. But Jacob, he's rich early.
4 gold this early is just so powerful for Gravy. This hero is firing on all cylinders when you are capable of seeing 4, 5, 6 different cards in a single turn cycle. It's what makes the hero so strong, is the ability to sculpt his hand towards basically anything he wants or needs in a given context.
Now the question is, the first Decompose online for Florian. He has the 3 Earth cards in the Banish Zone. Will he be able to clear enough and clear effectively enough so that the Florian hero ability and the tried and true Grasp with the Arcanite plus Reaping Blade is enough value at the end of this game? This one is gonna go long. We have to imagine we're gonna get to second cycle. And the question is, will Jacob be able to get enough damage through before the unrelenting value that Florian can present overwhelms him?
Also, interesting thing going on there is that Florian's first decomposition was 3 Earth cards. I think the pattern a lot of these Florian decks typically take is 2, then you leave the Earth card you decomposed within the yard, and then go 3 and 3. Maybe possible he finds himself online. I mean, not necessarily faster, but it gives him some space to do a 2 decomposal later if he starts with a 3.
I'll look at the top card of my deck.
Look at the top card with the compass. Let's see what's in the hand. Murderous Rabble, Call to the Grave.
And Conqueror, as well as, I believe, Loot the Hold.
Yeah, Loot the Hold. And a Conqueror with lots of blues to go with it. Threaten that arsenal, can crack in with the Sawbones. 2 allies to work with for Jacob. He's got the Anka, got the Rigor Mortis. Needs to play a blue to get either of them out. Jacob's going to do some resource math as he describes. Perhaps we can see what Adrian is working with. Yellow Rootbound, Felling of the Crown, Rune Rager Swarm, and Blue Cadaverous Tilling. So needs to make an aura on the turn to give the Rune Rager go again. That's a nice way to clear the Sawbones, so probably needs to keep the blue in hand.
Also needs to get another Earth card in the graveyard to fire off that Felling of the Crown. Might be difficult to use all 4 cards in the same turn.
I was curious more than anything else.
The nice thing about those disruptive decompose threats, Felling and Plow Under, is that even if they attack an ally, their decompose trigger does still resolve, as they just affect each hero in the game.
Pitch call, have $1, a whole $1.
Have a leftover $1.
Gonna use a gold to draw a card here.
That's a good card to draw. When you've just spent a gold, how about you replace your gold with the riches of Tropal Dani?
The brand new Fabled. Yeah, in the pitch zone, refunding the gold. Now with the 1 floating, still has plenty of blues left.
To power that Conqueror of the High Seas in his hand, as well as likely a big old ally swing to follow it up.
Blue first.
Yeah, sorry.
I was like, wait a minute. I was like, something's missing in this.
Yeah, had to play the blue first before Anka comes out. Adrian catching that one. Loot the Hold played.
Do not be fooled, people at home. Even the best players in a country, the best players in the game, still have to read their cards sometimes.
And this has go again.
Conqueror of the High Seas here, smashing in for 8. go again, and because the gold has already been created with the Riches of Tropaldani, once again, the gold-baited hook, free to use on this turn without fear of being destroyed because the gold has been created. Now here's 8. Go again. It's asking for cards. It's asking for Adrian's arsenal. It's creating a gold on hit. It's destroying the arsenal, of course, and with the dead threads, there's one resource available for either of these other allies.
Also, notably, Jacob has emptied his hand out entirely, insulating himself from a Face Purgatory activation.
I wonder if the gold-baited hook was worthwhile utilizing on either Sawbones or Anka. You're already having such an important on-hit effect with this Conqueror. Do you want to split up the on-hits rather than staple them both on? Because the Loot the Hold is also going to be on the ally attack. Oh, I guess you're stapling it either way because the Loot the Hold is asking for a discard. The Conqueror is asking for the arsenal. Adrian just getting it from left, right, and center here.
Yeah, rather than forking the gold on hit onto something else, which, since there's an on-hit on both things, the real fork happening here is that if Adrian decides to commit cards to this Conqueror of the High Seas, unless he gives up armor, he almost certainly will have his last card stripped away by that Loot the Hold, forcing him to be basically able to do nothing on his turn and causing these ally threats to keep kind of swelling out of control.
As we saw earlier in this tournament, you know, there were some major names, major players bringing Gravy Bones, and many of them went like 0-2, 0-3, not very well in CC. So this hero still needs a lot of figuring out and clearly still has many weaknesses. However, when the deck sings, you are seeing allies, you are seeing disruption, and you're seeing a new flavor of all of, you know, the above, with the Gravy Bones allies needing a challenging. It's challenging for them to find the action points, but they do have the disruption as well as these sticky board state effects in a really interesting combination like we haven't really quite seen. The Conqueror of the High Seas is going to connect. Gravy Bones' Armada is beginning to enact their bloody vengeance as the Sawbones is coming in, powered up by the Loot the Hold. We lost the Trot Along to the Arsenal. Another gold plundered for Gravy, and this is going to buy some blocks, stopping the Loot the Hold effect.
Who better for the Warriors of the Sea to enact their vengeance on than the man of the land himself, Florian. 13 life down with 2 allies on the board and only 3 cards to work with is a brutal situation for Adrian to be on just the second turn of this quarterfinals game.
Yeah, Gravy Bones here firing on all cylinders. Got 2 allies out on turn 0. It had the higher seed, so was able to choose to go first. Rewarded for it. He's finding disruption. He's finding allies. Adrian here can do nothing but try to clear the board as he tries to work towards an endgame state that is much more favorable.
Something really interesting about Jacob's plan in this game so far has been that every time he sticks Sawbones, he follows it up with something that's a little bit more obnoxious to deal with, like Chum or Anka, basically buying his Sawbones an entire turn on the board. Thankfully, Rune Rager Swarm was here to save the day a little bit, but Adrian has been forced more than once to leave Sawbones alive and have to contend with 6 onboard power.
There, the Sawbones actually getting the effect utilized, stopping the Rune Chant that came along with the Rune Rager Swarm, but the Reaping Blade able to clear up the other allies. So for the first time, it's a clear board for Jacob Shaker. The question is, how will he utilize all the tempo? As I think we might be seeing a Whaler Humperdinck head to the graveyard after the Gravy Bones activation. Brings it on back. Let's see what else is in the hand. Wow, it's a 4 ally hand plus the Conqueror of the High Seas. This is where Gravy Bones starts to get a little tricky.
Sam and I played a game of Flesh and Blood last night in which he had a pretty commanding lead, drew 4 allies with no gold, and went to negative 20-something. So definitely a very real downside of the deck, showing its teeth here for Jacob Shaker. Even though he is going to get this Whaler Humperdinck in the yard to resolve it later, he needs to find the blues to play it and needs to find a blue to get in the yard. As well, speaking of needing blues, this Conqueror of the High Seas, when High Tide isn't active, is only a 4 for 7. No go again to speak of.
And with the Gravy Bones, put the Whaler in the graveyard. Now just 3 allies in the hand plus the Conqueror. Not sure precisely what the arsenal is for Jacob. It is an odd turn, Jacob. I agree. Do you need to use the Mage Master Boots? Looks like it's the Give No Quarter. That can really change the math on something like a Whaler Humperdinck, but no blues in the hand.
Let's do some math here, Sam.
No.
Okay, my bad.
No, you do it. You do it. I just don't like. I just not a math guy.
Give no quarter.
Give no quarter here. Going to go ahead. Looks like it's going to discount the rigor mortis.
Yeah, looks like he can't quite afford playing and swinging the Whaler Humperdinck. As crushing as that would be for Adrian, I don't think it's quite in the cards, but he is going to resolve multiple allies on this turn and follow it up with a Conqueror of the High Seas, doing the Gravy Bones thing. This is what these board state decks want to do to you. They want to put multiple obnoxious to clear sticky threats on the board and then follow it up with an absolutely brutal punish to make you take a bunch of damage and lose cards if you want to clear the board. I mean, this is how Enigma won games. Sam, she would stick Manifestations of Miragai and follow up with a massive disruptive attack to make it harder for you to clear that dragon, and that's exactly what the Shipwrecked Looter is doing in this game.
So some really great sequencing here from Jacob. The Give No Quarter discounts both of those rigor mortises, utilizes the Dead Threads resource to use the Mage Master boots for the second free rigor mortis, pitch the rest into the ship, but the Decompose on the Rootbound Carapace, plus the Canopy Shelter and the piece of equipment, enough to block out the Conqueror of the High Seas that followed it up. The Might Token gonna trigger, pitch into the grasp of the Arc Knight. How is Adrian going to clear either or both of these rigor mortises?
I believe he has a Rune Rager Swarm in hand here, getting to send 1 arcane damage at face while getting one of these rigor mortis off the board. And I imagine he'll follow this up with Reaping Blade to clear the other one, but he's been on janitor duty for so long here. He's 12 life down, and he's passing back to Jacob, who still has 4 cards to work with.
Jacob still 4 cards to work with. It's going to be Gravy Bones activating on the turn. Another Whaler Humperdinck. You have to imagine that's how he's planning to actually close this thing out. Draws the Anka, still hasn't activated the Compass, so can utilize it now to see what's on the top of the deck. So it looks like we're putting the Anka down, making a resource with the Dead Threads, activate the hook, come in with the tipple.
Maybe more obnoxious than an attack for 6 with a gold-baited hook on it is an attack for 1. Very difficult to deal with, and that golden tipple has drawn him into a vast E, a fantastic way to resolve multiple allies and swing with them, especially in conjunction with that Give No Quarter in his hand.
25, I'll make a goal. Yep.
Down to 25 goes Adrian as he accepts the golden tipple, the gold-baited hook, and to go ahead and fish another piece of coin from the depths. Up to 5 gold is Jacob. He's on 38 life, playing 25 for our Florian player. Florian so advantaged if he can run this Gravy Bones deck out of those allies. He has the inevitability. The question is, will Jacob be able to swing enough damage together?
And survive, no less. With 2 Whaler Humperdinks looming large in the graveyard, that 11 power threat is looking very real for Mr. Gebhart.
Let's see just how Jacob wants to utilize the cards in his hand. A lot of different options in this Gravy Bones deck at all time. Here comes a Vasti. Next ally gets go again, so Anka can come out. We've already used the Dead Threads.
God, the art on a Vasti is just so sick.
Absolutely. Look at the tentacles and the monster behind the Pirates as Anka is going to go ahead and crash in for 5 with go again. And that means another ally can come out and join the party. Canopy Shelter going to create the Might. Condemned to Slaughter going to be used for the block, and it is just going to be Oyston here to come out from the hand.
Yet again, I think this is the 3rd or 4th turn in a row he's stuck 2 allies when left with 4 cards.
Might's going to pop here. Now Adrian 2 turns in a row has been able to clear double allies. Can he do it again?
He has a Bramble Spark and an Everbloom. I don't think he's going to be able to. But that's pretty good as well. Felling of the Crown for 11 and 1. A pretty massive amount of damage on offer here, as well as a disruptive Decompose trigger.
No, I mean, I do have actions. I wanted to be online here.
Yeah, Adrian realizing there isn't an Earth action to satisfy the 3rd and final cost. So he is unfortunately going to need another decomposition after this turn. You can see the head go to the hands. He was making this play to be able to be online this turn. He's going to need a whole separate decomposition from here, and you can see a bit of a misstep and a miscalculation. Still got a little bit of the smile on the face, a good-natured dude, but that has got to be a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah, a bit of a brutal misplay there. Maybe a little bit of awkwardness brought around by that breaking from that normal 2-3-3 decomposition pattern and getting an Earth action out of the graveyard early like we talked about earlier.
Now Felling of the Crown asking for a card from Jacob Shaker to go to the bottom of the deck, and then just going to crash in for 12. Jacob finally going to potentially take a lick of damage. First the Arcane comes through from the Bramble Spark, down to 37 he goes.
Oh, the Might. I was like, shouldn't this be 11? The Might
No, the Might
makes
from the
it
Canopy
12.
Shelter. And Jacob just going to take it. All of a sudden, life totals evened up for Adrian. So the question is, can he continue to find some action points, or will the undead crew soon become too much?
Looks like Jacob didn't have all that much agency in terms of taking all that damage with 2 non-blocking cards in his hand and drawing a third off the top in the form of this Eye of Ophidia. Pretty sweet interaction here where when you pitch Eye of Ophidia into a gold, you get to opt to before actually drawing the card, just leaving both there in exactly the order they were.
Another chart the high seas. This one's going to be played. We know what the first one is, so that one's going to get pitched. And a Chum as the second card.
God.
So happy is Jacob Shaker to see that card pop out. Chum, he's a friendly first mate. He's happy to be sitting right below that blue card, jump right into the graveyard.
And he happens to have exactly enough resources from this chart, the high seas, after using the eye into that gold to pay for Gravy's friendly first mate. Chum, a third ally likely to hit the table on this turn, Sam. How does Adrian crawl out of this hole?
It's going to be challenging. He might just need to utilize some big threats like that Felling and catch Jacob on a hand with no blocks. Like you said, I took an enormous lick last night when my hand was 4 allies and we were playing. I know it's possible. I know it ain't feel good. Adrian there, after seeing that big attack for 12 connect, might just have to find more moments like that, because the thing for Gravy Bones is no matter how many allies are on the board, you still got to have life total points to be able to finish the game. Jacob here really giving this one a think. 4 floating, plenty of allies. Gonna go ahead and crack another gold, go down to 3. Draws into, looks like a blue flying high. Another way to get some action points on the turn.
Hand flush with options here.
Gold, Gravy Bones, Compass. When you play this deck, the options are nearly limitless, it feels, especially in a matchup like this where you're given continuous agency to sculpt your hands and play them out however you'd like. You have access to the top of your deck multiple different ways. You can check which card is there before you go fishing. So many options available in this Gravy Bones deck. It feels nearly impossible to find the absolute perfect line every turn, but if there's one player I'd expect to do so, it would be our top 8 competitor, Jacob Shaker. He's no stranger to top 8s. He's a relative stranger to this deck, but it hasn't stopped him yet.
And taking his time to really figure out what he wants to do on each one of these turns is likely how he made it into our top 8 here, Sam. This is careful, thoughtful, studious play where he is considering every single option he has, and after considering them all, he has decided that the thing to do here is sing a wailing song with Mr. Humper Bumper crashing in for 11 here, threatening a gold on hit.
Yeah, a lot of blues in the pitch, a lot of blues utilized to draw cards and find the way to come in with this Whaler Humperdinck. 6 resources necessary to play the card, 6 resources necessary to attack with it, but you are rewarded for your troubles with an attack for 11. That is a body. That is pretty impressive when you look at the rest of these allies. 7 life on the Humper Bumper, as you put it. And that is a challenging thing for any hero to deal with. Luckily for Adrian, it did look like there's an E-Strike in the hand. He'll be able to clear it. But then the question is, how about the next turn, and the next turn, and the turn after that? As if there's one thing we know about the undead, it's that they are relentless. They just keep coming, and it takes only the most hardened of warriors to be able to cut down that horde.
Mr. Humpernickel demanding 2 of Adrian's remaining cards in hand here, and 2 allies will remain on the board. This is a colossal amount of value to get out of this card here. It's functionally worth 18, and he started this turn with 3 cards in hand, Sam.
That is pretty impressive. You can see just what Chart the High Seas able to do. Look at him, he's sculpting the pitch stack. Have to wonder if Call to the Grave is going to make all of that just a little bit moot. And Light Strike here going to target the Whaler Humperdinck card to the bottom. I think the choice is going to be +2 to make sure we clear out the Humper.
That would make sense to me.
Pass priority once again. Janitor duty, as you describe.
You just got to clean it up. It's so much like playing against Dromai. For a lot of these low action point heroes, the only thing you can do, I mean, this is just shades of the past, aping previous matchups in front of us, Sam. This is Oldhim versus Dromai. This is Starvo versus Prism, repeated ad infinitum, a staple of Flesh and Blood tournament gameplay. What the low action point deck has to do is they just have to swing that weapon. They have to keep clearing those allies and play this long game, run their opponent out of threats, and stay healthy enough that they can close inevitably in the late game with their real weapon. And Gravy Bones, the board state deck, has to find a way over, and that's exactly what Jacob's aiming for here, using this flying high not only for an extra action point as kind of a, extra copy of a Vasti in this hand, it's also a blue card going to the graveyard, and he has plenty of resources waiting in the hand to resurrect more zombie minions. And it seems like Adrian kind of smells that, lining up a face purgatory block here to hopefully stanch the bleeding on this turn.
I'm not attacking you.
Yeah, they're looking at face purgatory here because the ally is attacking and not the hero. Face purgatory not actually going to trigger. It's the attacking hero that discards a card, not an attacking ally.
That is brutal. Talk about more Dromai experiences recreated here. This is Reckless Swing into a dragon coming at you while Dromai's at 2.
Yeah, just confirming. Yeah, you can hear the explanation here. Again, this is the first time this hero has been legal in a CC tournament. Adrian done so well to get to this point, but probably hasn't faced as many Gravy Bones as these other opponents throughout the tournament. Still going to be able to draw a card, but the discard not going to trigger with the face purgatory. Means this tipple can come out, means the limpet can be discarded, means the gold is created, means the card is drawn, and that is a brutal break for our Florian player.
I think we might see a 4th ally in 2 turns hit the board here, Sam.
Adrian, you can see the disappointment on his face as this attack for 3 comes forward. Gonna get the block of the Channel the Millennium Tree. Murderous Rabble gonna show a blue. 3 more go again. This Gravy Bones deck feels like it's light on action points until it's not. Until suddenly it's attacking you with go again over and over again, sticking some threats, presenting the disruption. Deck can do a little bit of everything when the cards work together nicely.
When the crew sings their rum song all together, Sam.
Limpet coming in. 2 go again. Down to 15 goes Adrian. He's just trying to be able to clear some allies. And now Oyston able to come in, finish this massive, massive turn. Block out the Oyston. Finally, we're going to be able to decompose the 3 that Adrian wanted to do a couple turns ago. A couple of missteps here for our Florian player. Gonna have to see if it bites him and if it's going to be the difference maker in this quarterfinals match.
Yeah, I think what Florian really wants to be doing in this matchup is getting online as quickly as possible so that he can send more multitudinous amounts of rune chants at face while clearing allies.
Here comes the rune chant, and here comes the second, thanks to the Florian hero ability. Reaping Blade going to take care of Anka, 2 damage over, 23 for Jacob Shaker, but he has got everything working for him in this matchup.
Life total almost irrelevant for Gravy Bones here. Just looking to close the game with a smothering amount of board state. Let's see what he draws and discards off Gravy here. Looks like a Whaler Humperdinck off the top.
And plenty of blues to work with.
Wonder if we're going to see a second one reanimated.
Would have to play a blue to be able to play the Whaler Humperdinck.
But he does have that port side exchange in hand. He could play that, discard Rigor Mortis, make a gold, draw a card. And I think we're just going to see him do exactly that with Golden Tipple here instead.
Gravy Bones, his coffers are full. His chest is brimming with treasure. Up to 6 gold now for our shipwrecked looter. He is looting, and he is looting good. Got plenty of blues here. The golden tipple creating that gold and getting another ally in the graveyard. Still working with both Oyston and Limpet, ready to do their master's bidding. Break chain here. Look at the top of the deck. Let's see what we find. Can't quite get a good view of it.
I do want to point something out here, though, Sam. Jacob's deck is starting to look quite thin.
Absolutely true. We are running out of some of those threats. You have to imagine Whaler Humperdinck is part of the solution here. Adrian got plenty more deck to work with. You have to imagine he's thinking of the potential angle of fatiguing this Gravy Bones deck. But Jacob been able to find the action points, been able to find the go again. Will he continue to do so on this turn?
Spending 1 on a Rigor Mortis, a third ally hitting the board. Flying high to give it go again. 6 go again. This is 2 for 6 with go again. He just played a Swiftwater Sloop.
There's the action points that we just described. Flying high, going to buy a block for 6. Millennium Tree and Plow under. Adrian's down to 14. Jacob's down to 23. 30 minutes have elapsed so far in this untimed quarterfinals. Game 2. As we are getting towards the end of our action in the next series of turns, Limpet can come in, crash in for 2. She's got that natural go again. God, I would not like to see good old Limpet humping after me. Stuff of nightmares.
Blood still on the leg.
Oh my goodness. Let's see, checking all the allies available.
He has a blue to work with here in hand. We could see him pitch that Call to the Grave to establish a Sawbones and swing with it, but he also has the option to crack it and paying 0 with Oyston threatening to put Adrian down to 9, and then Arsenal Call to the Grave, a card that lets you go get literally anything from your deck and put it in the graveyard.
That could be a back alley break line, another way to get action points. It could be another ally. Adrian here, he's keeping 2 cards in hand. Let's see how he's going to use them. Reaping Blade can clear out the Rigor Mortis. 2 Rune Chants. These Rune Chants are going to start to get annoying for Jacob, but is Adrian going to be able to have enough life? He's playing both halves of Arcane Seed's life. He's making 4 Rune Chants. He's gaining a life up to 10. And all of a sudden, he's having a little bit of a bigger attack as he clears out the Rigor Mortis.
You asked if he was going to have enough life, and it looks like he's working on it right now, gaining a little bit there. These, 1 to 2 points of arcane of life gain that happen here really start to add up.
Yeah, Jacob's got no AB. There is no arcane barrier available for this Gravy Bones deck. Now that Adrian is online, you saw how disappointed he was when he realized he didn't have that final Earth action a couple turns ago when he was doing that Decompose. It's because this Reaping Blade plus Grass Play actually represents even more inevitability than we've initially described. The lack of arcane barrier is a clock for Jacob Shaker. He is taking 2 damage every single turn that Adrian is able to be left with the blue in the hand. Adrian's got 10 life. That's a fair bit. This Florian deck blocks very well. Can Jacob continue to string together the action points and actually pressure Adrian, or are the Rune Chants going to have the final say? Might be a little closer than it has appeared for many of these turns.
5 cards to work with for Jacob here.
And some
Quite
good
a
ones.
lot of resources. Golden Tipple to send go again and filter the hand. He gets Call to the Grave in the arsenal and 3 blues in hand.
And the Murderous Rabble continues to impress throughout this weekend. 3 go again in your blue slot is just so impressive at these points in the game. And it blocks 3. Going to be the Gravy Bones activation here.
Let's see what the rip is.
Off the top, we find one of the amulets. I believe that's the Amethyst. Electing to keep it in the hand and lose the go again in the Golden Tipple because it's time to Call to the Grave.
I suspect we're going to see Mr. Humpernickel make his entrance once again as Jacob has 12 resources to work with on this turn.
Limpet to the graveyard. Once again, looking for those action points. Limpet can be so hard to deal with at these endgame states. Just 2 go again, almost like a weapon that has to be cleared out.
I'll make $1 with my dead threads because I've been done with it.
Make $1, he says.
Dead
Cracking
threads.
in with the Limpet already on the board here for 2. Adrian having a pretty clutch Canopy Shelter here. Not only going to block 2, but generate 2 mites now that he's online. If the big ol' singer himself is about to make an appearance once again, like we suspect, that could be incredibly instrumental in ending his concert early.
And is there the right attack in hand? There's a Plow Under and a Sow Tomorrow.
That will do the job.
Dink, hook.
Says, I'll dink.
Here comes the hook. Here comes the Humpernickel. Whaler Humperdinck coming down, crashing in for 11. Adrian here, though, because of those two mites, going to be able to block with another card. He's going to take some damage, but he will be able to clear this with both of these cards in his hand. The Plow Under will be enough to get rid of the Whaler Humperdinck, but he's going to take some real damage to do so.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take 8 here. He has the well-grounded still, but it just doesn't look good. I don't know how he deals with this compounding threat when he can only clear 1 ally every turn, and Jacob's establishing 1 every turn. This Limpet and Oyston are turning out to be a real assassin card in the form of a pain in the backside for Adrian.
Adrian here has to consider. So good that those mites are able to power up the Plow Under. Looks as though he might cash the Barkskin in, blocking with, if he's going to block with a non-attack action, he'll get 2 points of defensive value on this turn.
Does look like he's going to block with that Everbloom Life.
This way, I will have a defense trigger.
So this is 1 + 3 + 2. Pretty solid amount of defense for just 1 point of equipment and a card from hand.
That's 2. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. So block 6, take 5. Go to
Block 6, take 5. 1 block on the Barkskin, 5 block on the non-attack. Thanks to those 2 embodiments, Adrian down to 5. Humperdinck here going to be cleared thanks to the Plow Under.
Humpernickel, Humper Bumper.
Humper bummer for Adrian here, but he is going to go ahead and clear it. It heads to the graveyard, face down thanks to Watery Grave. But now Limpet and Oyston stick around. Adrian all the way down to 5. He's got the clock with the Reaping Blade and the Grasp of the Arknight, but will his time run out?
Give No Quarter definitely looking to end things a little faster here, making it pretty smooth for Jacob to resolve another Whaler Humperdinck at 17-5. He has a commanding lead and a crushing board state. I don't know how Adrian navigates his ship through these stormy waters of Gravy Bones' army.
Draw a card, refund the gold immediately. Draws into a Conqueror of the High Seas.
That is brutal. Looks like we're going to see that hit the table. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Looks like what's going to be the call here for Jacob. Adrian's going to be pretty contentious to block as much as he can. Jacob going to draw another card, find another call to the grave. While Give No Quarter does discount the cost of playing Humperdinck, it does not discount the attack cost. Let's see what the follow-up here is going to be from Jacob. Pitch away the back alley break line. Let's just start off. Attack for 2, go again. Does this buy a card from Adrian, or does he want to sniff out a potential further threat? You have to imagine he's comfortable blocking as much as he can.
Yeah, 2 is not that tantalizing unless he has a 2 block in hand. Maybe looking to find 3 value from those block cards as his life gets so low. Well grounded, coming in instead to cleanly cover 2 at the cost of his boots.
Conk for 8, go again.
8, go again with the Conqueror of the High Seas. Not going to blow up anything.
Maybe, but not yet.
Jacob's saying, I want to blow up you. Not going to happen yet.
Pretty good. I will show you 6.
Blocking 6 on 8. Taking 2 is Adrian. Down to 3 he goes as the undead horde continue to shamble forth from the graveyard. And there is something inevitable about the way they continue to pledge forward step after shambling step. Have the Oyston available, have the 1 floating, Give No Quarter to discount some allies. Going to close the chain.
Perhaps going to grab... Oh, Chum. I think I expected a Limpet here.
Make 1. Hook, Chum. 4 on hit, make a gold.
4 on hit, make a gold. I don't think he needed the Dead Threads. Yeah, still has the resource, but activates Dead Threads just to have the 1 floating. But now Chum comes in, threatens the gold. But more importantly, this is a lethal attack.
This is a lethal attack. that Conqueror is starting off a bit of a crushing crescendo for Jacob's game so far. He has had such a commanding performance, and Adrian having to block away a piece of Go Again. He has no armor left. He almost has no life left, and there are 3 allies on the board, and perhaps most damning of all, if he were to activate Grasp of the Arknight on this turn, Jacob can just force him to swing the Reaping Blade into Chum, protecting yet another one of the undead crew.
Now, I believe Adrian is down to 2, took 1 damage off the Chum, so Adrian was able to clear a piece of Go Again, but what he gets in exchange is a Chum-friendly first mate that looks to make things really awkward for the next couple turns and present a breakpoint on attack. I don't know if Adrian's going to have enough life to get through these next couple turns. He's close to running Jacob out of threats, but he ain't that close. Not when there are cards like Murderous Rabble. Not when there are extra portside exchanges to filter and make more gold. 5 gold to draw into the perfect cards. Look at the top card. I'm not sure we have the right angle to see precisely what is there on top. We'll see it at some point, maybe to this Murderous Rabble. I'll have to imagine we saw blue on top. It's the Ruby Amulet, which means here's 3 Go Again in your blue.
Adrian has found a little bit of a buffer in this Arcane Seed's life in his hand. If he can find the space to resolve it, that is both a lot of arcane damage to help hasten the clock on Mr. Shaker's life total and get Adrian just a little bit more life to work with. But before that can happen, it looks like Chart the High Seas is going to have something to say about it. Both supplying 3 resources and putting a Ruby Amulet into the graveyard. That is a blue in the yard. Gravy Bones is online, and a card is drawn off of a gold with those free resources. With Gravy Bones' ability, putting an Oyston in the bin.
Gonna go ahead and draw a card here. Rips another amulet off the top. Pitch it in, has 2 floating. Looks like he's just gonna keep on drawing. Finds, if that's an Avastia, which I believe it is, even more action points on this turn for Jacob Shaker.
This is kind of a limited play pattern. You know, when you get to the towards of the end of those games of High Seas Limited, when you have a bunch of gold from your treasure island, you kind of start to reach a point in the game where Gravy Bones says, all right, I'm going to pitch a whole bunch of blues and draw a whole bunch of cards, and we're going to see if you explode or not. And Jacob is pretty faithfully recreating that experience in this game state, having accrued so much gold from those undeniable Golden Tipple, Humperdinck, and annoying 1 power or 1 or 2 power ally attacks that he's going to cash in those coffers and close this game with even more board state threats. The 3rd Whaler Humperdinck comes down, cracking in for 11. I don't think Adrian has enough to survive, and the fist bump is extended.
And that's gonna do it. Jacob Shaker takes it down with the big Whaler himself, Whaler Humperdinck, moving forward and carrying Gravy Bones on his big old back. As our next semi-finalist, it's Jacob Shaker, and we have got Gravy Bones, the shipwrecked looter, in the semis, Ellie.
You talked about a big old chest in that game, big old chest full of treasure. Turns out it was Whaler Humperdinck's big old chest carrying that game. All 3 of them resolved, just absolutely burying Adrian under mountains of these 18 value plays.
Yeah, that was just a pretty undeniable turn and sequence there from Jacob Shaker. You could see that Adrian had a plan. You could even see that Adrian had an out. And you could imagine, and we were able to actually play some games with the Gravy Bones deck last night. The deck doesn't always come together in perfect order, but when it does, boy, does it look impressive. Early returns from the Gravy Bones deck looking quite nice. What an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player with all of these new exciting strategies from High Seas making their way into Classic Constructed. But congratulations, Jacob Shaker, 2-time top 8 now in back-to-back years, and this time he's on to the top 4. What an exciting time, folks, and it is going to be a magnificent time at one of our next World Tour stops next month in Singapore. This is one, I beg of you, folks, this is one not to be missed. This is an experience that is just going to be, I mean, let's be very clear, beyond. I think Singapore is looking up like an all-time Flesh and Blood event. This is going to be just fantastic. I can't wait to see as many of you out there as possible because there is just so much on offer. Look at these alt arts, dog. Like, look at these heroes having fun on the sun and fun on the beach.
I was going to say, speaking of beyond, we saw this new kind of Marvel hero border that breaks beyond what we've seen in the past. You know, you used to have that cold foil region border covering the sides of the card, and now we're seeing, I believe it started with the Arachnes in the Hunted on display with these adorable, I mean, look at that inflatable, Victor.
Come
these
on.
adorable beach alt arts with these really cool homages to the region border wrapping around their text boxes. I really, really love that detail. The little Volcor dragon. Yeah.
No, totally. You can actually see some of where these heroes hail from on the borders there. That is a really nice touch. As you know, our art team, shout out to Sam Yang on the team there, making these cards look absolutely gorgeous. I didn't realize that Kasai was able to vibe out so hard, you know.
She seems pretty serious.
She seems pretty serious. I believe a quote that I can attribute to her is that the sands will run red. It looks as though she's enjoying the nice, beautiful golden sands and crystal clear blue waters in Singapore. Souvenir package, of course, on sale that can get you all 3 of these heroes, but there's some sealed deck action coming up each of the 3 days, Hunted, Heavy Hitters, and High Seas, where you can acquire each of these promos, of course. Looking ahead at the souvenir event package, here it is on full display. Get that Mastery Pack Guardian Archive Pack in the always cool Japanese, and that gorgeous little deck box there with all of the heroes poking out of the porthole. Some nice stuff on offer there. But of course, the sealed deck, as we described, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's how you are going to be able to acquire each of these rainbow foil cards. And you, what's the word you described? A rainbow foil's strongest warrior?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. I love rainbow foil heroes. I prefer them everywhere I can over the cold foil Phi Rising Rebellion. I took the time to track down one of the world premiere rainbow foil adult Phis.
Nice. Very nice stuff. You can see the Fabled event package here, of course, the gold token, the cold foil gold, the Sea Lace Sarong art and sleeves, and then the Calling Hero cards. You can get these rainbow foils, 1 of 3. We were seeing some of these. These look actually,
They're
in
so
person,
good.
No, they look really nice.
Talk about rainbow foil heroes.
Yeah, no, I was actually a big fan of these. I'm looking at that Gravy Bones rainbow foil. I'm like, oh, I might know what's going to be piloting my deck. You see these EAs as well. All the new Necromancer cards here. Necromancer, such a highly anticipated class, and boy, did it look good in our last feature match game. The Pro Tour package, of course, as well. You can see here, gorgeous Sea Lace Sarong art, sleeves, and mat. But this is something I do want to touch on.
Yeah.
I want to try to make it as clear as possible. This is going to be lit. The beach party in Singapore, the way that we are going to close out this once-in-a-lifetime event, we're going to all get together on the beach, watch the sunset, have some food, have some drinks, and truly vibe out and party as a community in a way that we haven't really gotten to, I don't believe, at one of these events. A big open entry affair. Not only do you get promos, a commemorative towel, but you get the opportunity to really ring in the rest of the world tour and close out Singapore in a completely unique way to any other events. You'll have all these different members of the community, of LSS, casting team, all together celebrating, honestly, partying. It's going to be such a vibe. It's going to be so much fun. I really hope to see you there.
This is perhaps the most attractive side event to ever enter in terms of receiving one of these promo cards.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And if I'm correct, I believe I heard lead game designer and senior game developer Brian Gottlieb mention that there's going to be a horse of some kind on the beach.
An inflatable horse?
A
real horse?
I don't know. It's a horse of flesh and blood or a horse of metaphor. The only way for you to find out is to join us in Singapore on the beach party. Let me be very clear, I'm super looking forward to it. I hope to see you at the World Tour in Singapore because it's going to be once in a lifetime experience and I cannot wait for it.
I just realized a cute little detail about Syndra's alt art there. She is skewering dragon fruit.
Ooh, very nice.
Dragon fruit.
Dragon
great
fruit
fun.
for the draconic hero. All right, my friends, we've had 2 quarterfinals games. How about another? Because we have another hero on the brink of living legend coming up in our next quarterfinals game. But standing in Nu's way, of course, is Prism, the Awakener of Soul. It's an interesting matchup. Let's see who takes it down right after this.
Welcome back to the U.S. National Championships here from Las Vegas. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani, and we are about to bring you our 3rd quarterfinal match. And it's a big one, Pankaj, but can you hear that sound right now? It's the sound of literal everyone cutting 3 cards from their previous Nationals deck list and finding room for 3 Midas touches.
I think so. That last game of Florian versus Gravy, that looked pretty brutal on the Florian side. I have to say, people need to start teching for Gravy because it is real, folks, and it is there in our first semifinals of US Nationals. But of course, before we get to the semifinals, we have the other semifinals to determine who's playing in that, and with that, we have a Prism versus Nu matchup coming up.
Yeah, and we'll set the stage for how we've gotten to this point so far and what we're doing going forward. You see our first semifinal is now locked. It's going to be the protagonist, Jacob Lantz, taking on a fellow Jacob and Jacob Shaker, Azalea versus Gravy Bones. This is going to be an interesting one to unpack, Pankaj.
For so many reasons. On the one hand, you have Azalea, who is live to LL at this very event. And on the other side, you have Gravy Bones, the hero that got released at this event, Brian. And for the quarterfinals that we're looking at, let's shift our focus down to the Andrew Cook versus New matchup that we are about to take a look at. New, another one of those heroes primed to Living Legend at this event.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if she can move on to the semifinals. Bird Cabrera actually a little bit ahead of the curve here. Picked up a Midas touch for this week and only a singular copy thus far. Maybe regretting that a little bit when we got to this top 8. But I think that's a card that can, even in small numbers, have some impact on this matchup.
Especially if the opponent is not expecting it. Of course, the deck lists are open with only one copy. How are you going to play around it? Are you really going to save your Soraya Archangel of Erudition flip until you see the Midas touch? Very difficult to make that sort of call.
Yeah, it's a good question. We're going to find out in just a little bit. Before we do that, though, I want to set up a giveaway, Pankaj, because I love nothing more than giving stuff away. Maybe begging for it after I decide to give it away, and I've realized I made a huge mistake. But still, the process of the giveaway, always exciting. Got a couple boxes of the hottest set in all the land, high seas right now. We're going to give away one per top 4 matchup. So we'll give you some instructions on how exactly to get your hands on these boxes of high seas. Of course, in every box of high seas, there is a treasure pack. And Pankaj, I've realized my misstep. When I sat down and was positive and optimistic about my treasure pack chances, and I said, this is the moment, everything's going to be all right, I hit a conqueror.
Okay, so you need some positivity in your life.
I came in a little cranky the other times. I was like, oh, my luck has been bad, blah, blah, blah. I'm done with that. This is all positivity, and I'm going to go ahead and open up this here treasure pack, and I know there's nothing but good stuff inside.
It's Vegas, baby.
Yeah, and honestly, Vegas has been pretty kind to me. You saw a bit of a rough patch from me yesterday, Pankaj, but things cleaned up after you left. Everything was fine.
Also, I'm the source of your bad luck. Okay, so I should leave the booth, is what you're saying. All right, you take it from here. You've got the good quarterfinals.
I'll also say, Mansant was at the blackjack table with me for a little while, and I do mean a little while, because I've never seen someone cleaned out faster than that person. But yeah, we had to bounce back, just like we're about to bounce back on this reveal here. Oh.
Mutiny on the Swift. That's a brilliant bounce back, Brian.
Is it?
Mutinies do let you bounce back in the limited format if you think about it.
Okay.
They're meant to be played when you are behind on gold, so your positivity did come to fruition in some form.
I'm going to stay positive, Pankaj. And maybe it takes a trend of positivity, and when we come back for our semifinals, I'll give it one more shot, because that's what all my positivity is building up to. Also very positive, Andrew Cook's demeanor. This is a person who has been on a hot streak as of late, of course, coming off a Pro Tour top 8. Let's hear from the man himself as he sets up for this quarterfinal matchup.
All right, y'all. I am here with someone decked out in the championship whites. Andrew Cook, U.S. Nationals top 8 competitor. Andrew, how you feeling, man?
Really good. It's incredible to be here again, I guess. And I'm just, as always, trying to keep humble, keep focusing on just the next game, not thinking too far ahead.
100%. Well, we look back, Pro Tour London, your first big top 8. I remember chatting with you then. You're like, oh my God, like first big top 8. Like, what does this mean? And now we look ahead. You've joined a big team. You've topped another huge event, the next one possible. Starting to feel like you might have some consistency in your blood there.
We'll see. I certainly hope to keep doing so. You know, especially if Prism continues being the pick, there is a lot of variance there. So, you know, I try to temper expectations a little bit, but I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep bringing it out, and thank you guys so much I've heard a lot of well wishes over the weekends and from a lot of different people, so thank you guys so much.
Hell yeah. Well, tell me a little bit about the deck, about the run. How did we get here?
Yeah, so the deck is quite similar to the Pro Tour London version with just a few changes. With Aurora and Enigma moving out of the meta, I felt that one of the big tech pieces for them, that all you got, was not really the right move anymore. And we got a couple new cards from High Seas that were coming in that have been doing a lot of interesting things. Of course, the big talk has been the new Herald, which
a lot of people weren't sure there would ever be new Heralds, given the just the naming conventions and all that.
Yeah.
So that's been a really interesting card to play around with. But also the new Fable has found its way into the deck. We are True Blue 3 Fable deck now.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Well, what role is Tropaldani playing in the deck? Why you need the gold?
So it's used in the Aura matchups for card filtering, and also just once the Vestige of Soul is online, it is pretty much always resource positive, which the cost curve at that point, the deck is constructed around a 2 cost curve, but the auras hit an extra breakpoint, like the 4 cost auras, for example. So just getting that extra resource sometimes can be a huge deal between getting 2 auras down and not.
Gotcha. So look ahead, top 8, first match here. You're facing down a new. How you feel about the matchup? How you feel about your chances moving forward?
New matchup is pretty good. I played the same person yesterday in the Swiss and managed to win with that one. Of course, she also has some new tech coming out for the Prism matchup. I think it was primarily probably for the Gravies, but this Midas Touch card. So, yeah, previously they had no way to get at an Angel behind an Arclight or like a Spectre or something. Now they do. It's a one-of. We'll see if it comes up at the right moments, but I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that one especially.
Well, dude, you're one of the great success stories. You top a big event. You join a big team. Card Guys has a big profile. Talk just a little bit about what it's meant to join that team, get some help with the guys, and what it's felt like moving forward.
Sure. It's just a lot of extra support with them. More people to test with, of course, more people to help out, getting to and from events. Don't mind saying I've already booked the trip to Singapore with some of the Card Guys, so that's looking forward to that already. But yeah, just all that. But I haven't moved away from my roots in Georgia as well.
Yeah.
I still test and work with all the same people from then. So
Awesome.
Huge shout outs to all the Georgia people as well.
Well, congratulations to you, Andrew. Happy for you. Good luck in the match. We'll let you get ready. Let's get back to the booth.
Shout outs to Andrew Cook, starting to become a fixture in our feature match area and looking to become a fixture. It's Bird Cabrera, and Bird, of course, on a tear with Scurv over those limited rounds, but showing real mastery of new. I believe only a single CC loss, that aforementioned loss to Andrew Cook. So looking for a little bit of redemption here is Bird.
What a fantastic limited story for Bird, to be honest. Would have thought coming up to Nationals, both drafts, getting to get a hands on Scurv and doing really well in a limited portion of it.
You know what, though, Pankaj? I do want to make clear, you could just say, oh, Bird got lucky, hit Scurv both times. That's not what happened here. Bird actually unpacked and understood a strategy, understood how to read potential signals in the box, and set herself up to stay open. She pivoted into Scurv in Pack 3. I revealed that we had this happen occasionally internally in Taipei, and people kind of scoffed at me like I was telling tales. No, Bird very much found that strategy and executed on it 2 times, drafted in such a way that she had that flexibility. So big props to her for figuring out the limited format very quickly.
In the second draft in particular, it was quite a bit of a risk as well, Brian. She gave up quite a few Gravy Bones cards that she had picked up, recognizing that this is still the higher EV line for her, and it paid off.
Yeah, I want to hear a bit more from Bird as she assesses her chances headed into this quarterfinals matchup with Andrew Cook.
What's up, everybody? I am here with U.S. Nationals top 8 competitor, Bird Cabrera. Bird, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. How you feeling?
Very good. I'm glad my efforts paid off.
Yeah? Tell me a little bit about the tournament. Tell me a little bit about your run. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling as we look forward to top 8.
So I started off playing 5-0 in CC, and the matchups were pretty good. Some new is a decently flat hero, so I wasn't too worried no matter what matchup I got.
Tomorrow morning's battle.
And I ended up going 5-0. And I went into the draft, and that's where things got really interesting. I had heard Not So Fast and the Scurv actually are always in the same box. And I got Not So Fast in my first pack. And I let it wheel to test if there were any pack 1 pick 1 Scurvs. And
that's so cool.
It rolled all the way back to me, and I started drafting for Scurv with a little bit of gravy just in case. So I had a playable deck either way. And pack 3, pick 2, Scurv.
Wow, that's so cool. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Let it wheel around the table. Make sure no one just got it in that very first pack.
Yep.
But it paid off for you very nicely. 2-1. You Scurved again. 2-1 with that draft as well. So you move into the CC records. You need to go what? So let's see. You got 2 losses. You need to go what? Just 2-2 in those rounds to make it in?
3-1.
3-1. And you did just that. Talk to me about those final couple of games. And
It
what
was-
went well, and then what went wrong?
Very stressful. I played against Tao Tao my first game on Mario. That was a very skill-intensive game. Those matchups tend to go very long, and we ended up being able to finish on time, but it was a pretty close game.
Yeah. Played a Prism.
After that, it was Prism.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Ended up losing. Got looped. Well, kind of looped, but it happens.
Does happen, even to the best of us.
Yeah.
But you managed to sneak it in at the end there, taking down Alex
I did.
4 on Azalea. That's a matchup that can explode, but you were able to tame the
Very
lightning,
much.
make it into the top 8, and now you look ahead, quarterfinals, playing the very same Prism from Swiss.
Yep.
How's that feeling? Is there anything you feel like you can change, or you feel like you played the matchup a lot? Just gotta see how it plays out.
See how it plays out. It's a little weird. It was my 1 CC loss. It's my top 8 game, but I'm very excited to play against him. He was a nice opponent, and I'm glad we get to play an untimed game. That matchup is very intense and requires a lot of thought that normally 55 minutes can't give.
Yeah, well, that's another, you bring up a really good point. Untimed matches allow for a lot of different potential, even strategies, win conditions. You can really do a lot more when you're not in that 55-minute time constraint. Now, I do just want to hear a little bit about your journey in Flesh and Blood. Like, we were talking a little before this. I've seen your name on standings from like Battle Hardens and Callings for years now, and I've always been like, oh, Bert Cabrera, I don't know who that is. Now I do. You're a U.S. top 8 competitor. Talk to me just a little bit about how you got here and how you're feeling.
I went to my first ever Friday Night Magic, and I ended up sitting at a random table, and it was Flesh and Blood, and there was a level 2 judge named Jimmy Boy who taught me the game the very next day on he has all the blitz decks of all the different heroes that came out at the time, and I really liked Dromai, and he gave me a Marvel Azalea right then and there, and I've been playing the game ever since.
That's incredible. And now look at you, top 8 competitor. You've made it. This is a huge finish. Anybody you want to thank that helped you get here?
Yep. Thank you, Dave Cordero, for letting me borrow your entire new deck and collection.
Nice.
The one stipulation for playing the deck was if I got interviewed, I'd have to say thank you.
Okay. You did it.
And thank you to my local new players, Evan and Mike Segor, for teaching me how to play the deck. And nice job, Team Super Buddy.
Let's go. Well, congratulations again. Happy
Thank you.
for you. We'll see you in your game in just a second, and we'll see you back at the booth.
Shout outs to Bird, also making her name known with her first big finish. I love seeing this happen for players. You put in the work, you go on the journey. We all start from those humble beginnings. Somebody hands you a blitz deck. You hope it's not Levia versus Prism like it was for me, but it sounds like Bird had a much smoother on-ramp into the game and has found the highest level of success here at US Nationals.
I love those little references to the highlights about the Fab community. The fact that the deck that she's playing right now is fully borrowed. The fact that her beginnings in the game started with a gift of a Marvel Azalea. It just speaks about a sort of welcoming community the Flesh and Blood space has.
So many stories of that, and if you're here watching this broadcast and you haven't gotten involved yet, what are you waiting for? Head down to your local game store. I promise you, Flesh and Blood players will take care of you. Make sure you have that smooth on-ramp. And then they will murder you in the feature match area for the highest stakes possible. Andrew Cook is ready, seated down there, and we're ready to kick off this quarterfinals matchup. There you see the man himself. It is Andrew Cook. Went 7-2 in those CC rounds on Prism. Strong draft performance as well, going 5-1. Repping the card, guys, playing out of Gigabyte's Tabletop Cafe and coming off the top 8 finish at Pro Tour London.
Not the smoothest CC run for Andrew Cook here at US Nationals, but I want to call out the variability in the draft, Brian. Gravy Bones and Puffin, two very, very different decks. Andrew Cook flexing his shop, saying he's comfortable on both these different heroes, very different archetypes as well.
I want to check in on that deck list. As Andrew mentioned, very similar to his approach back at Pro Tour London. What stands out to you here, Pankaj?
Well, what he brought up in the interview, Brian, the riches of Tropaldani over here making his way into Prism. Who would have thought the Fable from High Seas that cares about gold would make it into the Prism list? But of course, it is a yellow, so you could see why Prism already likes that, wants to pitch the yellows. And also, as he pointed out, on the Vestige of Soul turns, it ends up always being resource positive. You pitch a yellow to the gold, you get 3 resources. Even if you draw another yellow, you just went up 1 resource.
What do you think about the setup and game plan against New here? What exactly is Andrew trying to accomplish?
He's trying to do, in a sense, the classic Prism thing of you send big heralds at your opponent. And one thing to point out is the Angelic Wraths. And this is referencing Bird's list a little bit, but Bird doesn't have any 7 power poppers, which means Angelic Wraths are always live. He can use those cards to impunity. He doesn't need to gamble, oh, if they have a 7 power popper here, it stops my Angelic Wrath. He can always rely on this extremely powerful card to get the Herald on hits in, set up the Figments, and set up the endgame board state that we saw him do so effectively yesterday.
Yeah, no 7 power poppers is such a dose of freedom delivered to Andrew Cook. But how about we get a dose of Bird as she gets ready to play her first ever big-time quarterfinal. There you see the Scurv Master, 2 2-1s on Scurv, and 8-1 on New, a near-dominant performance. Representing Team Nice, Super Team Buddy, and Metrics United, playing out of Dragon's Lair Austin. And there you see some good, solid finishes from Bird. And like Sam and I have both said to her, I've seen your name around. You've always been just outside of this kind of contender range. Top 32 Pro Tour Amsterdam, top 64 Pro Tour Los Angeles. That kind of consistent finishing at Pro Tours, it shows that you have the potential to ascend to something like a top 8 at Nationals.
Absolutely solid is exactly what comes to mind looking at his record as well, Brian. X1 in CC and an X2 in draft total. Just solid all around, making it a top 8 at World Tour Las Vegas.
How about we check out this deck list from Bird? And I know, Pankaj, this is a hero in New that you loved from the beginning. You were in the mix with this hero. You were part of the teams developing this hero, evolving this hero. You know this deck list inside and out. What stands out to you about Bird's approach?
So first thing that's relevant to this matchup, we brought it up already, no 7 power poppers here. Also want to point out, Bird has a very, very interesting take on the defense reactions that she wants. There are no Sink Belows in this deck, Brian, but there are Fate Foreseens and Shelter from the Storms.
What do you make of that switch away? I feel like I almost never see that configuration.
So Shelter from the Storm potentially a tech for Syndra, which was the second most represented deck in this US Nationals. And Fate Foreseen opting in New can oftentimes actually be about equivalent in value as sinking away a card, both because of Ponder tokens from Codex of Frailty and because of the random silver generation that you get in this deck. Knowing what the top card of your deck is on your opponent's turn helps you plan out your turn that much effectively. Also, we can't miss talking about Midas Touch. Came out in the interview from Andrew Cook. That is a card he'll be looking out for. That is a card that Bird will be looking to potentially set up and save herself from an Archangel of Erudition behind an Arclight Sentinel.
We'll be paying close attention to that card, tracking it through the pitch, trying to spot when it winds up in Arsenal. But it sounds like we are ready to play our third quarterfinal matchup. Let's head on down to our feature match area, and there you see our players on the left. It is Andrew Cook taking on none other than Bird Cabrera, Prism versus New.
Andrew Cook, of course, the highest seed here. Have to imagine he's gonna want to go first, though there definitely is an argument to go second as well. So yes, looks like he has chosen to go second, opting instead to have the tempo. And when you're against a deck that doesn't have 7 power poppers, you can probably more reliably just say, I'm going to start with the tempo and start forcing cards from you.
Bird flexing a little bit with her Dagger Suite, showing off that gold foil.
Looking at Bird's hand over here, a very strong hand to begin with. Surgical Extraction with a pump behind it, or even an activation of Mask of Recurring Nightmares off the back of something like Grain that tips a scale as well. Is she going to attack on turn 0, though? Of course, it is a bit of a risk attacking the Light Illusionist on turn 0, because if you use your action point and they play a Spectra card, you might suddenly find yourself behind before the game even begins.
Just going to go ahead and pass as Bird, and Andrew going to take a similar line here, just play out a Passing Mirage and pass. Slow start for both players, but kind of going as you might expect. A lot of establishing going on. Over on Andrew's side, it looks like we have picked up our first Arc-Light Sentinel as well as a Genesis here, double Angelic Wrath.
Do you know what else we've picked up, Brian? Oh, what we haven't, rather? Blocking cards.
That is very true.
No card in that hand blocks. And Bird does have a Surgical Extraction as well as a CNC. On hits abound for her, but have to point out she does want to get rid of the Passing Mirage as well. So you can expect the Hiss to maybe come into play here to give go again, and then afterwards maybe send a dagger into the Passing Mirage.
Fine spot to be in. Here is Surgical Extraction, and this can potentially get in the mix here, but Andrew's going to want to use up that blue resource before he has to give it up to Surgical Extraction, I expect.
I didn't catch what Andrew Cook's arsenal is. Was that a Soul Shield by any chance? I feel like I might have caught a glimpse. Hope I'm not just making that up. But for now, though, Bird's going to ask Andrew Cook to respond right now, to interact right now with the activation of the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Soul Shield would be very interesting here. Andrew's going to think for a moment.
Could also just play ALS right now to dodge the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, potentially. Empty your whole hand for the ALS, and then you definitely protect your Passing Mirage. Not the best use of ALS, but currently he's facing down the on-hit of Surgical and the Mask of Recurring Nightmares on the stack right now.
You're going to want to get as much value out of this hand as possible early on.
And this is where top Prism players really flex their skills. This hero is strong, but sometimes gets really clunky hands like this. Hands of multiple figments even are very, very possible. How these Prism players navigate out of this, especially across a long tournament like US Nationals, is what determines whether they can make top 8 or not.
Andrew's definitely playing something. Look, it's going to be the Genesis. Wants to keep the Arc-Light Sentinel around for the future. And there is the Soul Shield from Arsenal, as you mentioned, Pankaj. So a good response to a no-block hand here from Andrew Cook. And Bird's going to be on cleanup duty from this point forward. Assume the Genesis is going to have to be cleared.
And this is one of the strengths of the instant speed auras. Andrew gets to empty his entire hand, and Nu wants to attack the hand. That was Mask of Recurring Nightmares on the stack that effectively just got fizzled. That was a card Bird effectively just discarded, lit on fire, if you will, and didn't get any value from it. Didn't end up playing out the Hiss either, so both these Spectras will stay on the board. However, Andrew Cook, emptying his hand, wouldn't get to make use of the Genesis, but still double Spectra, not what an Assassin hero wants to see.
Okay, and Andrew Cook navigates that first turn very cleanly. Now in Bird's seat, going to want some way to get go again here, not just spend the entire turn clearing that Genesis, hopefully. This is where things can really get dicey for Assassins if they're not able to do multiple things.
Looking at that hand over there, she does have a blue with the levels of Enlightenment. Can be tempting to want to pitch the other blue to Beckoning Mistblade and then have a juiced up levels of Enlightenment. But when the opponent is on Phantasmal Footsteps to easily block out the Mistblade, that can be a very, very risky line to go for.
Please report your match results.
Like Bird reaching for that Art of Desire Mind here. Going to go after Andrew Cook.
So currently no disruptive on hit representative here, but is representing another activation of Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Going to be just a Nick added on to that Art of Desire, looking to push a little damage, and then Hiss comes down as well.
And this will banish top 2 cards from Andrew Cook's deck, and this is another aspect of this matchup that can actually be quite relevant. There's one Figment in particular Andrew Cook cannot afford to lose from his deck, and that is the Figment of Erudition, the one that flips into Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. These random banishes off the top, Brian, can sometimes lead to that critical Figment being banished off the top, and that can just change the entire texture of this game.
This offer expires once
We'll see what comes off the top of the deck here for Andrew. Just a Herald, a couple of Heralds.
That is a blue, though, so Out of Desire Mind will draw Bird a card, and she does have an action point thanks to the Slither token, and will also gain a life. Looks like she drew up the Venomous Bite from that hand.
Beckoning Mistblade is going to be used to go ahead and clear out that Genesis. And now we move to Arsenal. Andrew Cook at 23. This is the way Prism lives her life. Immediately put under life total pressure. Just on the back of a measly blue, pumped up a couple times by Nu.
Arsenal decision here for Bird. Has the Popper in hand, but the opponent has a Passing Mirage on the field already. Still decides to go ahead and Arsenal to react, keep the Popper in hand in case Andrew Cook does a doubled Herald turn.
Makes sense to me. Herald of Ravage is going to kick things off here. for Andrew. And we know how important it is to go ahead and deny that soul.
That pitch card for Andrew is extremely relevant. Now he knows that Figment of Erudition is at the bottom of his deck until he shuffles, which means he doesn't need to worry about any random banishes off the top, which is one of the ways he can lose this game out of nowhere.
Has time to work with, does Andrew, before that card comes back around. And I think Bird just noted that. You see a little grimace on her face as she sees the Figment.
Not great that's in hand, but it's fine that it's going to be on the bottom.
Exactly right, Andrew. You've bought yourself some safety. Bird with a subtle nod as she acknowledges things just got a little bit harder just by virtue of that card entering the pitch zone.
And you have to imagine Andrew Cook seeing the Art of Desire with the Justin Nick as well. Knew he was safe, knew that Figment was safe because it was sitting comfortably in his hand.
Bird has a nice hand here in terms of offering some damage, getting wide. But you are incentivized to defend because of these Figments. But I will say the fact that the Erudition is in the pitch zone means if you're going to go ahead and let a Herald hit, this is a good time to do so.
So it won't be a Figment of Erudition for Andrew Cook over here. Still gets his Figment of Choice. Could be a Figment of Protection. Very, very strong against the Assassin class because they do want to try and get the on-hits of the daggers through. And that Figment comes into the field with a Spectral Shield itself. And that is going to be the pick for Andrew Cook. Also need to remember, Vestige of Soul is online because a card has entered his soul.
Yeah, I think particularly reasonable to go Protection given that Bird has just kept a full grip here.
Triumph for 7.
And here's the punish for holding the Pauper. The first Herald didn't have Phantasm thanks to Passing Mirage, and the second one is Pauper-proof completely because Bird's deck doesn't have a single 7-power Pauper.
Yeah, those 6-power Paupers can feel so bad sometimes against Prism. It really is 7, that's the magic number, but you still have to execute your game plan. How much are you actually willing to give over to this Prism matchup? Prism, a reasonable portion of the field, but certainly not an overwhelming portion of the field. And in fact, this whole field is so open. Even things like Midas Touch, you know, I can joke and say, oh, every deck's about to add 3 Midas Touch. It's not that easy, Ponkage. Even if Gravy is very good, what percentage of the field is it going to be? Can you actually justify that level of sideboard investment?
It is a strange dynamic where it's not that represented, but when you play across a Prism at an event of this level, you know they are good. And so while you might not need those pieces that often, when you do need them, you kind of really need them because the opponent is going to be very, very well practiced and very, very good on that hero. Once again, Bird deciding whether she wants to just let this Herald on hit go through. Figment of Erudition won't be a legal to target because it's in the pitch zone. But also, holding a CNC when your opponent's off an arsenal doesn't feel very good either.
And Bird is just going to take one more time. So damage is flying fast and furious in the early turns of this game. Bird using her life total as a resource here, knows you have to get after the Prism before they get set up. But the problem is when you let Heralds hit, they get set up.
So Andrew also has 2 floating over here. Have to wonder whether he wants to activate Prism on this end step, get an extra Ward 4. If you see Bird holding a full 5-card grip, maybe want to protect himself a little bit, get Ward 4 and an Angel, maybe finds a Figment that he doesn't mind throwing away. Ward 4 in there with the Ward 1, a Spectral Shield as well. Figment of Judgment seems to be the call over here.
When it enters, I'm going to turn the blue Herald in my Vanish Zone face down.
Yep, one of the least relevant effects to be sure. So I think you're exactly right, Ponkage. This could just be viewed as a disposable Figment here.
And between a shield and a Ward 4, he is quite insulated against daggers, against many, many things that Nu wants to try and throw at him.
I will also send you to activate Prism and flip the Judgment.
So a little bit extra Ward rolled up here in addition to that Spectral Shield, making things harder on Bird. Again, I feel like I see a slight grimace on her face, but look, this is just how this matchup is going to go. She knows there's going to be a lot of just slow grinding and posturing. You have to put in the work to beat Prism, especially in the hands of a skilled player like Andrew Cook.
Pain in the backside in the hand for Bird Cabrera. A card that can be very, very strong in this matchup against Illusionists, against board state classes. You do want as much go again as you can fit. And Pain in the Backside offers another on-hit as well, which you can use the Mystic Assassin attack reactions on, and we know that Bird has a Venomous Bite in her arsenal. So you can play the Venomous Bite on the Pain in the Backside, which will go over the ward value that Andrew Cook has right now, force through a Mistblade on-hit as well to power up the levels of Enlightenment that she's currently holding. So she is quite set up to have a pretty strong turn here if Andrew Cook decides not to block the Pain in the Backside.
Here is that Pain in the Backside now deployed. Action passes back over to Andrew Cook. We'll take a look at the hand here. 3 no blocks once again.
2 no blocks and 1 2 block.
1 2 block, yep.
Effectively doesn't block as well.
So options feel a little thin defensively again for Andrew Cook, but mercifully has the ward built up this go around.
I've loved Pain in the Backside in New, just because of the flexibility it gives you with the Assassin Reacts. You can play something like a Hiss on it and just hold on to the Slither for, say, a follow-up CNC, and then play something else after that as well, maybe something like a Codex. Looks like there was no attack reaction played on the Pain in the Backside, so the Angel just eats that up. But Cabrera choosing to hold on to the Venomous Bite in Arsenal for the Surgical Extraction instead.
Makes sense. This is the on-hit you probably want to get full value out of here. Andrew evaded it carefully the previous time Surgical Extraction came up.
One of the
this time.
One of the intricacies in this matchup is that when the Prism has a Figment on the board and Soul, that is yet another defense reaction they just have on the board. So Venomous Bite coming in for 4. If Andrew Cook blocks the first round of Surgical Extraction somehow, he can still dodge the on-hit by just flipping the Figment of Protection. However, Figment of Protection, unlike the Figment of Judgment, a little less disposable. You really want to try and get an army of Spectral Shields, and that just insulates you from all the daggers.
Andrew Cook again put to a tough decision right away. Only 3 turns in. But so much to think about for both of these players each go around. Here is the lone 3 block being deployed, and the Venomous Bite comes over the top for Bird Cabrera. So we're going to push that all the way up to 8.
He blocked 4 exactly with the 3 block and the Spectral Shield. Is he going to flip over the Figment of Protection right now to just save himself from a Venomous Bite going up?
No. Correspondent playing Merciful Retribution.
Clears out the hand here, brings in the Merciful Retribution.
And that'll be it. I'm taking 4 after the Spectral Shield. 19.
Once again, Andrew Cook finding the line that just lets him empty his hand and dodge the hand disruption.
Surgical Extraction hit this time, so we will get a banish.
1 Arcane thanks to a Spectral Shield as well, going Bird Cabrera's way. And she has no Arcane Barrier once again. It's one of the win conditions that Andrew Cook is able to set up. But have to point out, Bird Cabrera has been taking the tempo from Andrew to some extent because he keeps emptying his hand, but is falling behind on board state. Those are 2 scary Spectra auras to just leave on the board.
Bird has to be able to generate go again to be able to effectively offer offense and clean up these Spectras. Enlightened Strike, a good way to do so. Double Trouble also in the mix here, plenty of resources.
And I believe Command and Conquer is what hit the arsenal on Bird Cabrera's side. Quite a few powerful generics she's working with right now, E-Strike, CNC.
Expecting 5 go again to be the mode here. Double Trouble bottomed. Back over to Andrew Cook. Soul Shield at the ready for defenses this go around should he need it. Herald of Erudition also making its first appearance, and another backup copy of Pierced Reality. Excuse me, the first copy of Pierced Reality.
Herald of Erudition, wild as a Passing Mirage on the board. However, Bird does have equipment to cover up that 5, and no backup of an Angelic Wrath currently in Andrew Cook's hand.
It's like the Footstep's going to get in the mix here. That tells me we're trying to probably use these other 2 resources as well.
Probably just a Soul Shield over here, which could be a bit of a tell for Bird Cabrera as well. When you see the Prism leave 2 floating and put Footsteps on the field, you can fully expect a Soul Shield back up. It could be a Prism flip as well, but quite often can be a Soul Shield, and we know she's holding on to a Command and Conquer in Arsenal. You have to wonder whether maybe she wants to deploy that and punish Andrew Cook for setting up a Soul Shield.
Yeah, I think Bird just wants to go ahead and clarify some Phantasmal Footsteps interaction there, asked to step away from the table and get some information from one of our judges, as you should do when you're in that scenario. How do you feel about how these early turns have gone, Pankaj?
I think Bird has the tempo. She is set up to potentially win if she can keep this disruption train going. However, meanwhile, Andrew Cook is setting up a board state. If Bird has a bit of a stumble turn, which Nu can do, we could see Andrew just run away with this game.
Yeah, I think Andrew's done a nice job of dodging that disruption so far. It sounds like our players are back and ready in the feature match area, so we will head back down and we'll figure out what's going on with these Phantasmal Footsteps. And I think what Bird was checking is, can I actually go ahead and react on this, pop these Phantasmal Footsteps potentially? So we're going to go up to 6 on that Enlightened Strike.
Which will blow up the Phantasmal Footsteps.
How big of a win is this, Pankaj?
It is so interesting because firstly, she hadn't blocked with a Rousing Wave
Yeah.
yet. And a Rousing Wave, typically a key component to turn on something like a Bonds of Agony. So the fact that she just lost that without being able to block with it as well can be a bit of a tough loss. But also on Andrew Cook's side, no Footsteps means that if Bird can clear this Passing Mirage, and at some points when she has a 6 power poppers like a CNC, it can just completely stuff Andrew Cook's turn. It just gives him less flexibility in planning out his turns.
Andrew is saying very unfortunate. So I don't think he wanted things to go that way. And look, it was on board. It was face up and obvious that Bird could do that, but maybe didn't think she would take the gamble.
I think he's actually saying that with regards to his CNC. We spoke about his play, Brian.
Yeah, fair enough.
He sort of made it clear that he was holding a Soul Shield by putting the Footsteps on the block, on the combat chain to block with, leaving up 2 floating.
Yeah.
And Bird notices that and says, okay, here's a CNC. I'm going to punish that Soul Shield that you're holding. Very, very just excellent play by Bird Cabrera. Andrew Cook deciding if he wants to use the 2 floating to flip up the Figment on Bird Cabrera's end step. With the combination of those 2 plays, Brian, blowing up the Footsteps and using the CNC to potentially force Andrew Cook to do a flip before he wants to, I think Bird Cabrera has taken the lead over here. And of course, Andrew Cook is all the way down to 8.
Do you think the way these turns have broken have changed Bird's posture at all? Is there a world where she can start to ignore some of this board state and really try and get Andrew Cook dead?
I think she can start, maybe the Spectra you can ignore a little bit, but these Angels, Brian,
Sure, they assert themselves in the game.
They are extra life that Andrew Cook has to work with. He has effectively 12 life right now, and especially Aegis, Archangel Protection, makes more Spectral Shields, makes more virtual life.
Over on Andrew's side, we are looking at 2 powerful Heralds here.
And Bird Cabrera used her Rousing Wave, so currently, unless she has a defense reaction, might find it a little bit difficult to block out the Dominate on Herald of Erudition.
Send Erudition.
She does, in fact, have a Shelter in hand here. So clean block available to Bird. Couldn't do it any quicker.
You got this turn. Unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah, Andrew realized there was a good window there, but Bird did draw the Shelter.
Is vulnerable to Angelic Wrath, but at this point, we know he doesn't have it. Is he going to swing Aegis to make a couple of shields? Looks like it will be, but is going down to 0 soul as he does that. Very, very important resource for Andrew Cook. But Spectral Shields as well against a deck that has these pesky little daggers that have pretty debilitating on hits as well. He's still set up fairly defensively, but on the back foot.
A lot of value from this Aegis here. 4 on the offensive side, 6 offered on the defensive side with 2 Spectral Shields and some ward. Bird looking to kick things off here, perhaps with the Art of Desire Mind. Once again, has just a Nick in hand to pair with that card. We saw that in the early turns of this game. And we're back on Andrew Cook's side, and I see a couple of Arclight Sentinels picked up. 5 block value in this hand in total. And no blocks on this Art of Desire, and it's time for a Passover to go ahead and pick up another Chi, perhaps for the last time, Pankaj, where we see Chi actually used in a tournament. The other 2 Part the Mistveil heroes now gone. Maybe Nu looking to join them if Bird Cabrera can go ahead and finish the job here.
And she is currently on the front foot, so it very well might happen. This Art of Desire body, I believe at this point Andrew Cook has shuffled his deck since the Figment of Erudition went to the bottom. I
Yes,
think
I
so.
think that's correct. I
Which-
think the protection came after that point.
Which means he's not insulated anymore from random banishes off the top hitting that very important Figment. This is now suddenly scary once again.
Yeah, and we always knew this would come back around. Bird just checking again with the judges. You're playing for U.S. National Championship. You need to make sure you know exactly how the rules work. It sounds like we are complete now with that judge call. We can head back down to the feature match area, and the turn will continue to progress here.
Pass over target currently being chosen. This is not completely irrelevant. Remember, Figment of Rebirth is a card that Andrew Cook has access to. You could potentially knock out an important piece that he won't be able to recur. First, he has to deal with Mask of Recurring Nightmares, though once again does have the option to just dodge the hand disruption by playing out an Arclight Sentinel. But again, just feels like he's pausing the game turn to turn as his life total dwindles down.
Andrew again having to think, confronted with a difficult decision. It feels like nothing has come easy in this game so far for Andrew. It kind of never does for Prism players. You have to scratch and claw for every single inch in most matchups.
Especially when you're against a disruptive deck like New Alluring Desire. Just a Nick in Bird's hand, though, will not go over the current 6 ward. We'll need another pump. Didn't quite get a catch of what the arsenal is.
So many options on every turn for a Prism player. You can deploy a lot of your hand at instant speed. There's on-board shenanigans to deal with.
Speaking of on-board shenanigans, Halo of Illumination,
It's
not
one you
something
always have to consider.
hasn't come to play yet, but as these life totals dwindle down, you know Andrew Cook is looking for the most effective use of that extremely powerful card.
Yeah, especially as Andrew Cook has run out of soul, as you mentioned, Ponkage, and that will be meaningful going forward. If he's not able to refresh that very limited resource.
Especially when the opponent has sort of put him in a blender, just hasn't been able to find a footing in his game so far. Turn after turn, Bird has found the disruption that she needs, has kept him firmly on the back foot. Never, I think the last time we saw Herald being played was, I don't know, turn 2 or something? It's been a while.
It looks like Arclight Sentinel going to be the banish here, and now we follow up with the Just a Nick and into Venomous Bite from Bird. Fang Strike added into the mix, so the damage is now clearing that ward handily.
And a measly 1 damage attack is out of nowhere. Suddenly 10 going 4 over the ward that Andrew Cook has. Not lethal, but does promise banishing 2 cards off the top as well.
Yeah, Bird also with the possibility to refresh card in hand if she's able to get lucky on that Art of Desire banish, set up an arsenal. Could also banish a key piece from Andrew Cook's deck should this land, and I think it is going to. Andrew has this a little block there, but you do see the Herald of Erudition again with an Arclight Sentinel. That Herald of Erudition in this scenario looks to be well set up to succeed, Ponkage. No more disposable block on the equipment.
You have to commend Bird's player, her recognition of threat assessment, which is what you need against an illusionist. That Passing Mirage has been on the field for 3 or 4 turns at this point, has not been cleared. Bird recognizing that, hey, if I just put you in the blender and just don't let you keep a big hand, that Passing Mirage is effectively textless.
Miss here for Bird on the banish. Did not find the goods, unfortunately. And now draws back up. I'm going to check in on her hand first. Again, Art of Desire Mind, part of the equation. Looks like a Siren's Call, Fate Foreseen.
Correct.
So not a lot of disruption in that hand except that Siren's Call, but of course Siren's Call against Prism can definitely whiff.
I wonder if this Erudition can just win the Tunic here from Bird.
Only 17 blues to speak of in the Prism list. In the entire 80, you don't know if you even brought all of them in. Sometimes the blue heralds can be quite scary. New can steal them and send them at you.
So we've seen some. We don't know if the full suite is there.
Which makes Siren's Call a little bit less reliable, especially when you're off Tunic as well. However, currently in Andrew Cook, he's debating. Passing Mirage on the field means that Herald of Erudition will not have Phantasm. However, sort of caught in a hard place right now. I believe that's his last Arclight Sentinel. It's going to be a key piece for the big Prism combo turn where you set up the Archangel of Erudition and then back it up with an Arclight Sentinel. You can't just pitch it away right now. At the same time, if you pitch a blue for the Herald of Erudition, then it doesn't have Go Again, and how threatening is that on-hit then?
Great point, Ponkage. And Andrew Cook is forced to debate all of this. So much to consider on a turn-to-turn basis for Andrew.
The fact that that's a third Arclight Sentinel makes this an incredibly tough choice for Andrew Cook.
You assume that's what he's counting for when he goes ahead and checks Graveyard and Banish?
And we heard Bird say it too. Those 2 ALSs in Andrew Cook's Banish already.
Yeah, so she's going to see that third one head to the bottom, and that's a lot of information, Punkage, that you could use to your benefit. And now Andrew Cook is going to go ahead and reach for that Halo of Illumination. Is it time for that one get-out-of-jail-free card? It looks like the answer is yes. Halo going to do its thing.
This is a bit of a desperation play, Brian. Prism is praying to Solana to give her some solace as she activates his Halo.
I think Andrew did pick up a Herald on the draw, if I saw correctly, which seems like a big deal.
A blue in the pitch, though, so the Herald will not have Go Again if he goes ahead and deploys it. What is the figment of choice for Andrew Cook over here? Also, just 1 card in Soul, which means that you won't be able to find a Figment, flip it, and also get the added effect on the Angel on the other half of the Figment. You need 2 Soul to do that play. Andrew Cook, with his back against the wall, has decided to go for the Halo play. Not the sort of Halo play that he wants.
Yeah, you know, this can also often just turn the game in and of itself. I think this is more about doing something, keeping some mode of survival together. Figment of Rebirth here. Going to go ahead and get a rebuy of a yellow action card.
And he already knows that Passover has been used, so no fizzling of that happening here.
Yeah, totally safe. Herald of Erudition does go on top of the deck.
Activate Prism.
Prism activated. Flipping the Angel, gating effectively 4 more life. Can attack with the Angel, give it Go Again by putting Merciful in the pit zone, but that's 1 floating thanks to Vestige of Soul, but no Soul remaining for this Prism.
Bird knows that that Herald of Erudition has gone to the top of the deck. She does have a Fate Foreseen, could be an opportunity to go ahead and set that up in Arsenal to try and protect against that Erudition. We'll see what she wants to do about this attack from the Avalon. As we mentioned, no Soul left at this moment.
An Arclight Sentinel going to go to Andrew Cook's Arsenal at the end of this turn. It's a very important card in this matchup, and that is his last copy. He's holding on to it, needs to try and find the opportune time. Normally, you want to pair that with the Halo, but he had to make that Halo desperation play. That ALS needs to come out at some other time. He's hoping that Bird whiffs a little bit on disruption and that he can find a footing in this game because he's running out of life to work with.
Bird has pulled that Fate Foreseen to the front. Wants to just get a clean block, perhaps, on this Angel. Really thinking about this block.
So the Siren's Call makes it awkward because of the random draw. You don't want to commit to Arseling a D-React and also commit to playing Siren's Call on your turn because they can make your Arsenal, you might end up IPing. So that could potentially be why she was thinking about it, but I think ultimately is what you said, Brian. She knows Herald of Erudition is on the top of Andrew Cook's deck. So potentially just looking to Arsenal a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, and just going with the E-Strike line, going to offer 7 damage and set up the Arsenal here. Over on Andrew's side, we'll try and get a look at the defensive options. Finally, with some 3 blocks in hand for the first time, it feels like.
2 blues as well, which gives him a very nice resource curve where you get to send Herald of Erudition and then also just play an ALS regardless of how Bird decides to deal with it. 7, though, with the Ward 4 on the table right now, would put him to 1 if he declares no blocks. Good news for him, he has already seen Grain that tips the scale. And Arousing Wave is off the field as well, so this E-Strike is 7. And that's it. So he knows it's not going to be lethal. Of course, Undertow Stilettos could come into play, but then...
Stilettos plus Dagger.
Take 3, go to 1.
And
to 1 as a call.
Andrew just takes here and falls to 1 life. Everything is lethal. Yeah, and Andrew, look, this is a Prism game plan through and through. I cannot tell you how many games I've seen Prism win at 1 life, maybe more than any other hero, and at 1 life in these kind of deficits, 1 to 19, and this is often how it goes. Arclight Sentinel buys the time needed to go ahead and reset. Can it do it once more here for Andrew Cook?
And a backup of Pierced Reality as well. Now that is a very scary Spectra setup. Pierced Reality and Passing Mirage. Will these top 4 cards of Andrew Cook's deck let him leverage those Spectra pieces?
And Bird going to go ahead and play Rising Sun, Setting Moon, looking to refresh the hand a little bit.
That's another Herald of Erudition. That'll come in for 7. No Phantasm Go again. With an Angelic Wrath backing it up as well. We know Bird has a D-React in Arsenal.
That Angelic Wrath could pose some problems, though, for Bird. And there's not going to be much to offer on this turd package, as it often does. Arclight Sentinel fully stealing the tempo. The last one in the deck, we believe.
I love this play from Bird. When you're under Arclight Sentinel, you know you're just going to be sending 1 attack at it. Try and make the best use of the rest of your hand. She plays the Rising Sun, not transcending, just getting a little bit of filtering, using a whole card just to filter a little bit. What was a call from Bird Cabrera? That's a little bit of efficiencies you need to try and gain to come out ahead, to make top 8 of US Nationals. On Andrew Cook's side, because of Merciful Retribution, because the Spectra was left there this entire game, the Arclight Sentinel goes to Soul. He has 1 soul to work with. No Figments yet, though. Let's see if the Herald of Erudition has something to say about that.
Yeah, coming in for 7. We know Bird with the reaction in Arsenal. But Andrew Cook maybe with more to offer from the hand. There is the Fate Foreseen.
And you had to wonder, was Bird going to play around Angelic Wrath by giving up some of the equipment? Opponents at 1, do you need the mask and tuning it? She opted not to play around Angelic Wrath. It's going to come in. Going to be a bit of a blowout.
And Erudition gets the job done. It's going to head to Soul. It's going to get a Figment, and it's going to pick up 2 cards for Andrew Cook. And what can he put together with the rest of this turn?
And he has 2 soul thanks to the Merciful Retribution. Could go for the Figment of Erudition. Looks like that is going to be the play. I have to point out, though, he's holding on to Great Library of Solana. That card, not really great at this point in the game. You want that early in the game, the first few turns, not on turn 8.
Thankfully, many more cards to work with for Andrew Cook here. Still has the Angel Go again on offer from that Luminaris Angel's Glow. So this turn not anywhere near over yet, Pankaj. Still a lot more to do for Andrew. Prism is now activated. That's going to go ahead and flip that Figment as we see Soraya go ahead and enter the arena. And she can't wait to rumble. Gets in the mix, picks up 2 more cards for Andrew Cook.
And suddenly Andrew Cook is right back in the game. Remember, Soraya is also representing Ward 4. It looks like he's at 1. He's actually a functional 5. And there's more to come. The turn is not done. He has sent 14 damage this turn and still has 4 cards remaining. That is the strength of Prism when she has a bit of soul, when you give her the full grip.
Now the offense may slow down on this turn, but there's no way that the Spectras do. Cards are pitched here to go ahead and deploy the Genesis. And there is the library as well.
So managed to use that hand fully effectively. Also pointing out when the Ponder token pops, it does deal 1 arcane damage thanks to Merciful Retribution. Will have an effective 6-card hand, but have to point out he went ahead and pitched that Soul Shield. Could be a very effective defensive piece should he need it, depending on Bird Cabrera's offensive output on this turn. However, just 3 cards remaining. What can she do to Andrew Cook's 6?
This feels like the whole ball game, Pankaj. That turn is what we were waiting for the entire time from Andrew Cook. He is fully set up at this point. Can't have much better stuff as a Prism. But it's at 1.
With Ward 4.
With Ward 4. Virtual 5. Pain in the backside to kick things off here.
Representing potential attack reactions, and he has no Figments and no Soul, so unless he has defense reactions of his own, might not be able to play around the potential of attack reactions. He needs to think about that as he decides these blocks. Unless he picked up another Soul Shield.
At the 5 cards of Andrew's hand. Does quickly defend here, just for 3.
Keeping himself safe from Venomous Bite. Because now if Bird has Venomous Bite, Soraya would soak it up.
Time for a dagger. It's going to be the Beckoning Mistblade. And the last card in hand for Bird Cabrera is Codex of Frailty. Turn is not over yet.
Tunic up, 1 floating, will be able to find a CNC as well. And this Mistblade is threatening the Archangel of Erudition. Vestige of Soul could come into play here. Beckoning Mistblade does not have piercing. So you have to wonder if that equipment does come out to block this. Bird might regret sending that dagger instead of a Spider's Bite, which does have piercing.
Yeah, feels like a Spider's Bite play clearly, Punkage. I don't see the downside potentially in Spider's Bite here.
Because you aren't threatening the on-hit ever because Soraya exists to soak it up anyway.
Ultimately doesn't matter, does just get a card here from Andrew. And now last card in hand is the Codex. Have to assume this is coming out here.
Just love the body language from Andrew right now. Stone cold, staring across the table. What are you going to do about this? So Bird Cabrera has options over here. You could instead go for Tunic Dagger and then Codex as 0 cost instead of Codex for CNC.
I think I like it, Punkage. Isn't it just about being awkward against this ward?
I believe that's exactly what she's thinking about.
Has potential to win you 3 cards as opposed to the 2 that CNC represents. It really depends on the block values in Andrew's hands.
So I don't believe we have seen a Leave No Witnesses, have we? She's not resolved one. I don't know if she's blocked with one. Because if that's not available and you're just getting a 3 power?
I do remember seeing one at a point in this game. I don't remember what happened with it. I think it may have been defended with, but I can't say that with 100% certainty.
So that's exactly, if there's a Leave No Witnesses, that's what she's thinking about. Do you want to send 1 into 4 or just send a 6?
Bird says this is weird. As these games often are against Prism, they're just sort of unlike anything else in Flesh and Blood.
None of this is good.
She doesn't like any of her options, but it is going to be the dagger here.
And now you have to wonder, does Andrew Cook regret not blocking a Vestige of Soul on the non-piercing dagger? No Codex? Oh, no, closing the chain to Codex. Okay, it wasn't ending turn. Closing the chain to Codex. Was there a Leave No Witnesses?
We do have
there
Leave
was.
No Witnesses, yep.
Soraya, though, clean ward 4 to cover that up. And that would be an sad angel to lose, but he is set up with Genesis, Merciful, Passing Mirage, Pierce Reality as well. Game is not over.
Was that a win for Bird, or is it just kind of like holding ground, trying not to get buried?
It's holding on, but she's at 10 right now with Passing Mirage and Pierce Reality. These heralds will be massive. And remember, there is a Spectral Shield as well, thanks to the Genesis, so those daggers now suddenly look a lot less scary.
Does have a Fate Foreseen for a little bit of extra block value in hand.
But I don't think Andrew Cook found a yellow. I believe he's holding on Pierce Reality and a Blue Herald, so won't be able to threaten Go again.
And we don't know Arsenal, correct, Pondage?
I don't think so. That was a random ponder from
draw off the ponder,
I believe. Oh no, okay, he's a yellow herald, but the herald is yellow, so you can't give that Go again by pitching a blue. But it is a herald of protection, though, that is very, very relevant. The on-hit of getting an extra Spectral Shield can be the difference between life and death.
I wonder if we're dealing with equipment again. Is that something that we want to bring into play in conjunction with that Fate Foreseen? Try and deny that little bit of defense.
Because that will be a massive herald thanks to Pierce Reality. Cost curve on that herald, though, if it goes to Soul, Andrew won't be able to use the floating to flip the Figment, at least on this turn. Can do it on Bird's turn. If he managed to get the Figment, if the on-hit goes through.
Protection for 8.
Is going to fire off that Herald of Protection. Will take some combination of multiple cards here to get out from under this for Bird, or she could roll the dice a little bit, play a big hand. There we see the equipment reached for.
No go again on this Herald. No Phantasm either, though. Does have to care about his on-hit for multiple reasons. No Figment currently on Andrew Cook's side. You want to deny him that resource as well as the on-hit of the Spectral Shield.
Bird did not love that defense. Found something that put her off her original plan. Wants to go back and consider it one more time.
And we can see what's making things awkward. It's that Sacred Art, Brian. That card can be... It's a very resource-intensive card. You need to keep a big hand to make full use of it.
Yeah, but Bird does ultimately want to full defend here. Reveals a CNC on the top of the deck. Unfortunately, time for poppers has been never in this game. Just complete protection all game long for Andrew on the back of that passing Mirage. Literally his first turn, that's all he did. And it's been present the entire time. Subtle ripple effects throughout this entire game.
And we commended Bird for recognizing that she just had to go face, leave the Spectres on the field, but that is what sometimes can happen. A Prism player sometimes gets to sculpt these end states that punish you for leaving the broad state around. Frailty pops, dealing 1 Arcane thanks for Merciful Retribution. What can Bird Cabrera do with 3 cards? Bonds of Agony in hand. Could potentially go for a buff play. I believe her arsenal was also the Random Ponder from the Codex of Frailty. Was it an attack reaction? Because she does have 2 on the board in the form of Undertow Stilettos.
Shout out to all 4,000 viewers joining us for this intense quarterfinal match. It's only going to escalate from here, folks. You do not want to go anywhere. Stick with us for the rest of this incredible top 8. Beckoning Mistblade kicks things off here from Bird. 1 resource floating, 1 go again.
No piercing on this. And no way to pump this attack, but Siren's Call is a possible attack reaction to be played on daggers. Andrew Cook has already seen 1 copy of it, I believe. It was blocked with.
Of course, we're at the open decklist stage of the tournament, so Andrew knows what he could be vulnerable to. Taking a look at Andrew's hand. Figment in hand, but 2 block, 3 block, 3 block. Decent defensive values at the ready.
Also has Vestige of Soul to try and cover pesky, non-piercing 1 attacks. However, when you have a Genesis on the field, that Vestige of Soul represents a lot of effective resources. Potentially that's why he didn't want to give it up on the previous turn. So I have to point out, again, hasn't been able to... He didn't make use of Library of Solana on the previous turn. Won't be able to with this hand either. Just 1 yellow in that hand.
A passing Mirage is going to get in on the defense. 6 defense left for Andrew Cook, as well as a Spectral Shield. And now it's time for Bonds of Agony.
We have
1
seen
resource floating.
Which can pay for Undertow Stilettos. So the question is, did Bird Cabrera find a 0-cost reaction off the Random Ponder on the previous turn, of which there is 1 Just a Nick left, and any Transcend card? Because that represents Mask of Recurring Nightmares, which is an additional reaction. So Andrew Cook can do the math here. If it's a Mask of Recurring Nightmares to turn on his Bonds of Agony, this Bonds of Agony is coming in for 4, and he'll need to banish a card from hand for Mask. If it is a Just a Nick, then his Bonds of Agony is for 9. So unlike many other new turns where the damage can be extremely variable, this is either 4 or 9.
Andrew truly in the tank here. Checks again. What am I working with? What resources are left?
It could also be a complete bluff, and it's Undertow Stilettos into a Codex or into a Leave No Witnesses or something else.
Yeah, there's a lot of branching paths available to Bird here.
Bonds of Agony, true to its name.
2 cards. Opponent. 2 cards won here. And it is the Undertow Stilettos.
Is it a 3rd reaction, or is it just an attack?
Slither. Giving go again, and Bird into the tank. Reaches for the card, and it's the Codex.
these get banished.
We will now sidestep. No resources here, so we suspect Leave No Witnesses will be the play.
And I believe Andrew Cook is holding a no block.
I think it's a Figment.
It's a Figment.
I think it's a Figment.
So unless he has Soul Shield in his arsenal, no Figment on the board to speak of. Can't flip Prism to get Ward 4 out of nowhere.
Here is the attack for 4. Andrew Cook looks at that card, which we believe to be a Figment. Is there help in the arsenal here? And Bird Cabrera takes it down! What a game!
What an incredible finish. She was on the front foot, in the middle over there. Looked like she was falling behind a little bit, as Prism can often do to their opponents. But in the end, with that amazing sidestep Bonds of Agony into Codex of Frailty, baited 5-6 block from Andrew Cook on a Bonds of Agony that was coming in for 1.
You know what's messed up, Punkage? The thought I had in that moment, as a caster, it's our job to make things seem exciting, to make them hype. Do you know how easy my job is? Like, it feels like I should be accused of being disingenuous for how hyped I am for all these games, for how good I tell you these games are. I'm not lying at all. We've just had nothing but banger games. That's 3 games in a row for us, Punkage, where every single one has just been like, oh my God, time and time again.
Absolutely amazing games. And that's just the first 3 games of today. Still tons more flesh and blood to come today.
Yeah, including none other than Majin Bay. Why don't we take a look at our bracket? We will remind you exactly where we stand right now. And I got to keep the narrative alive, Punkage. Azalea in the top of the bracket, New in the bottom of the bracket. Both heroes, should they win this tournament, will move to LL. But there is a single quarterfinals match left, and it's a big one. It's Majin Bay, the storyteller extraordinaire himself, taking on Randy Davis, and Majin likes his odds into Florian's, but is it time for yet another upset? I feel like the newcomers in this top 8 have been redefining what we can expect as this tournament moves on, and I think I'm not willing to go ahead and count Randy Davis out yet. We've learned so much about the talent of these players, the quality of these players, and we're learning a lot about the metagame too and what is possible. I also want to learn about the events we have coming up because I am hungry for more, Punkage. I am ready to cast more. You know, I said I needed to take a break from casting. I'm spending way too much time traveling. But if you asked me to go to World Tour Bologna right now, I'd probably go. Yeah, put me on a plane. Why not?
It's so hard to pass, especially when there's these amazing event packages that you can pick up offering amazing blinged out high seas majestics.
Yeah, Bologna, the next event on our calendar, but it does not stop there. We will, of course, head to Auckland, as I keep telling you time and time again, my home city. We will party down there in Auckland, and we will play some incredible games of both WTR Limited and Classic Constructed.
And don't forget the Arcane Rising First Edition Battle Hardened as well. Moving on, we have Kansas City the weekend after that, August 15th to 17th. This one is Classic Constructed.
Yeah, Classic Constructed in Kansas City. I'm talking to a lot of folks who are talking about playing that for the first time in a while, and including Sam O'Byrne, who's looking forward to getting in the mix. So if you want to go ahead and beat up on the 3 floating crew, you're going to want to be there in Kansas City. And then we will head to Copenhagen for yet another CC event. And Mansant says he's going to Copenhagen to go ahead and battle. So if you want free wins against Levia, that's the spot to go ahead and take them.
Fable event package for that one looks really cool as well. Return Fire playmat. I'm not sure if we've seen that one yet.
Yeah, a whole diverse array of playmats just to complement our diverse array of heroes in this top 8. And we have one more quarterfinals match for you. It is Majin Bay taking on Randy Davis right after this break. Do not go anywhere.
Man, what a
The new Gem Pack is in stores this month, featuring alternate art for iconic cards, exclusive treatments, and exciting reprints. Gem Pack Season 2 has something for everyone. Find them now at your Armory events. 3 quarterfinals down, and that means just 1 to go before we have our 2 semi-finals matches ready to go. Sam O'Byrne and Ellie Bird going to bring you all of the action here from a little bit of an Earth Hero matchup. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it's all shaken up, because we've had multiple great games today, including that absolute masterclass from both of our players in the last round. But Ellie, it's your friend Bird, a couple of birds just chatting about the words.
Sure.
How did, I mean, so you talk about Bird and how incredible she has been throughout her run. That was a pretty amazing match in that last round.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of skepticism actually from some people I talked to in the room yesterday when I was saying, you know, this player has this matchup on lock. She knows how to navigate it, and people think it's very Prism favored, but she beat 2 or 3 in her Swiss rounds yesterday. But the one loss to Prism she did put up yesterday was Andrew Cook. So she kind of like sat down, you know, read the book. She figured out what to do about it and studied, and then ran it back in the top 8 and dismantled Andrew the same way that she dismantled the previous light illusionists she saw in Swiss, which was, I mean, that's so sick to lose the matchup in Swiss, meet them in top 8, and go, actually, I've got this one down.
Yeah. 100%. Now, as you look down, we wait to find out her opponent, and it's going to be between a couple of different Earth heroes, Majin Bay, of course, of World Tour Weekly fame, and perhaps a couple other things, and Randy Davis, the newcomer with the Marlin draft heard round the world. Rapid fire Randy Davis, just doing so much work throughout the tournament. Let's go ahead. We were able to check in with him earlier today, wanted to just get a sense of how he was feeling, of his expectations and experiences here at the World Tour in Las Vegas. Let's check in with Randy before his match.
All right, y'all. I am here with Randy Davis, U.S. National Championship top 8 competitor. What is up, my dog? How we feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Not happy about my first round pairing, but I'm feeling good on the weekend. It's really good.
For sure. Well, talk to me a little bit about the run, about the deck. Talk to me about your journey to get here.
Yeah, so the run, we did great CC all the way through. Day 1, obviously, we went 5-0. Drafted well, 2-1, not too bad. Playing the most boring Florian list you can find on the internet. It does the same thing every game, and it was consistent. You know,
consistent, man. Consistent value.
Yeah, it does what it does. Day 2 came out hot with a really good draft. It was better than I thought it was. 3-0'd that pod, and then just kind of hung in there, just trying to scrape to the top 8, and we won the winning in, and there we are.
Let's go, dude. Scrape through. I'm calling this guy Return Fire Randy.
That's right, Return Fire.
That was one of my favorite moments on coverage yet.
Yep.
Against Majin Bay, he was like, I'm taking 3 cards, and you said, I may not be scared, but not so fast. Wah, 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 11. So sick. So looking ahead to the top 8, say it's not your favorite matchup.
No.
Not your favorite matchup, but you want to tell the people at home maybe a little bit about how you're thinking about approaching it?
Yeah, so we have the open deck list, right? So it gives me a little bit of an idea on how to look into it. Majin's on a very not spell-heavy version. I would call it like Bull Dance, right? Like it is just like 3 for 7s all day long, good Earth cards. Because of that, I actually looked at the deck list and added up the complete amount of damage he can do, and then I looked at my deck list and how much I can block. So I'm gonna kind of just try to fatigue him. It's gonna look really weird, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna catch on immediately because he's Majin Bay. And we're gonna see how that goes with Reaping Blade. I'm just gonna try to stay under his life total so that he can't just like hit me for 60 out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah, Reaping Blade could change some things.
And
for sure.
see how that goes.
Yeah.
You know, it'll either work or I'll just go down in flames and it'll be all right.
Hell yeah. Well, it's your first big top 8. I'm sure you're feeling incredible. Talk to me. Anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out before we let you get over to the game?
Yeah, so I got a couple locals, Nini and Ian, they got me into the game, and I've learned pretty much everything from them. So they're crushing it. And then, of course, Hayden, the 3 floating team. You know, I've been talking to him with some Florian stuff.
Come on, baby.
That's where we're at.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm happy for you, Randy.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. Congratulations. Good luck in the match, and we'll see you back in the booth.
All right, sounds good.
Been super cool watching members of the community cook on that Florian list, and Randy Davis taking it to the promised land here at the U.S. National Championships. Just what a guy. Honestly, such a vibe. He's just having such a good time. He said he started right around Part the Mistvale and has just been learning. Started with Kano, actually from watching the Majin Bay video, which Flesh and Blood hero is right for you. Started with Kano and now has moved on to Florian and is just doing so well throughout the weekend. Someone who I'm so excited to see more from as we look forward. But I think it's time to just get down into the arena. Let's go ahead and check in with our players, check in with their profiles, and learn a little bit more about our quarterfinalists. Over there, Majin Bay. Ellie, you know Majin pretty well.
I
Talk
sure
to
do.
me about a little bit about the Team Stroopwafel.
That is Yuki's team. I'm not going to claim any part of it because one of the ways I met Yuki was her asking me to test with Team Stroopwafel. Pretty eclectic mix of folks. Actually not very many of us in U.S. Nationals, most of us in other countries, but Caleb, our sole representative here this weekend, doing pretty well. 7-2 in CC on Verdance, 3-0 on Marwin, and then a 2-1 graft on Dravy, showing his chops on how to navigate multiple different heroes in draft. He was definitely asking for a lot of notes. He hit up Yuki at like 3 a.m. like, how do I draft this set? And clearly worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, a bunch of top finishes there, but this is the first one beyond a calling for Majin. We heard yesterday how excited he was. Let's check out the Verdance deck that took him to a 7-2 record. And it's going to be a little different than the one we saw brought by Mr. Lucas Oswald. What are some things that you're noticing, Ellie?
Well, the first thing that I notice is not only 3 healing potions, but also a Ponamu amulet, a functional 4th copy of healing potion from the new set, capable of setting up a massive combo with Rampant Growth that helps him get over some of these slower decks. And oh, this is such a classic Icelander thing to describe, but I think Icelander decks that didn't play Frost Hex had a very hard time having a combo kill against some of these Durdlier decks, and this is the exact same thing here. It represents inevitability against grindy mid-range decks that want to slow the game down and beat you on a numbers axis.
Yeah, I can see 3 copies of the Rampant Growth Life. Of course, the major way that the combo is enacted. 1 Arcane Compliance, perhaps for the mirror, but of course the Scours might come into play as well with those rune chants on the other side of the field. But I want to see more about the man, Return Fire Randy Davis. Let's go ahead and check out a little bit more about the newcomer to the scene there. You see the team, lovingly we refer to the people in our community, Team Floating, repping the boys from the Cord. You see the LGS there, Savannah Lions Gaming. Of course, he had a top 8 at his first Battle Hardened, he said. The Battle Hardened Atlanta just this year in 2025. He is completely a newcomer to the Flesh and Blood competitive scene, but just like some others in our tournament, just kicking ass, taking names, and such a lovely dude. Thrilled for him, and I think we're going to be seeing much more of Randy as we move forward the World Tour this year and beyond. Let's check out his deck, because this is where things start to get really interesting in this matchup. And the main card we have to talk about, Ellie, is Reaping Blade. You heard him in his interview say he literally calculated the damage that Majin was going to be able to present. We heard all throughout the Swiss, the reason that Verdance was so popular, was so effective, was because in those timed Swiss rounds, just beating up the Florians. But all of a sudden, we're in untimed, we're in top 8, and you can potentially fatigue this Verdance deck because of what Reaping Blade represents. Talk to me about it.
So, for those who don't know, Reaping Blade has a static ability on it that says if a hero has more life than another hero, they can't gain life, a pretty big wrench in Verdance's Rampant Growth combo plan where it amps X, where X is the amount of life you've gained this turn. So, like he mentioned in that interview, this card is key to his plan to get below Majin and stay there almost the whole game, never allowing him to enact some of that life gain combo strategy. In addition, his deck is pretty standard from there, but there is a notable absence. There are no copies of Channel Mount Heroic in this deck, making Fatigue basically his only option. It's almost impossible for this particular list to really push over Verdance's defenses. I mean, you have some ways to get through, like cards like Felling of the Crown that force cards out of the hand and onto the bottom of the deck. But, I mean, 3 attacks for 8 is crushing, but it's not enough to close a game on its own, especially against a hero capable of gaining so much life.
Absolutely. Well, we've heard about the game plans. We've seen the decks and the players. Let us dive into the depths beneath the high seas and return to Candlehold as Verdance and Florian square off in front of the Millennium Tree for our viewing pleasure. It's the final quarterfinals from the U.S. National Championship in 2025. We've got Majin Bay versus Randy Davis. Let's get into it.
I don't think I realized this was such a, we're kind of putting our psionic warriors against each other here, Sam, my teammate and your teammate, battling it out in top 8 of U.S. Nationals. Pretty exciting stuff. Let's get into the ring as our action figures swing at one another here.
So we need to watch throughout this game to see when and how quickly Majin figures out what Randy is trying to do. Here comes the first healing amulet and the Panamu amulet, the life resolved, and now Randy is going to just adopt a defensive posture. We heard him say it in the interview. We know his game plan. He is going to try to fatigue this Verdance deck, run him out of threats, and make it so that when he has to go for the combo, it's like nigh impossible thanks to the static text on Reaping Blade.
I just want to point out something completely unrelated to the game state. Loving the double legendary fully non-foil equipment suite on Randy's side of the table.
First rune chant created, Grasp of the Arcanite activated. And that's going to be the end of the turn for Randy. He's not even going to arsenal a card here.
I feel like that's got to be alarm bells immediately from Majin's side of the table.
Surgeon Aethertide is going to be blocked immediately by that Condemned to Slaughter. AB3 total for Randy Davis. He's got 2 in the carapace and 1 in the boots. Majin continuing the turn here. He's going to come forward. Cadaverous Tilling, no decompose, just coming in for 6.
Talk about the amount of damage his deck can do when you're not decomposing these big decomposed threats. You actually lose a fair bit of damage out of your deck if you don't decompose all of these Cadaverous Tillings. That's 6 damage straight out of the stack.
Block 4-5 postured. Might token created with the Canopy Shelter. Down to 39 goes Randy. We're going to watch these life totals theoretically. If Randy has his druthers, walk down together throughout this game until the Reaping Blade takes over at the end, as we've seen time and time again since Florian's rise to prominence and dominance in the last ProQuest season.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What does the word druthers mean? You've said it like 7 times to me this weekend, and I actually don't know the definition.
Druthers, it's just like, it's like an old-timey saying. Like, if
like
I
have your way?
Yeah, if I have my way at things.
If I had my druthers?
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome.
If I had my druthers, then if I had my druthers, I'd be in the top 8 contention for U.S. Nationals top 8. But you know what? I ain't that good. That's why I'm in the booth, just throwing down and loving every moment of it. That's going to be the block out. Randy Davis down to 39. On his turn, he's just going to Arsenal, pass over to Majin. Let's see if there's any response. That's all good. And this is partially because, remember, we talked about the difference between Lucas's deck and Majin's deck. Randy said, not a lot of Arcane, not as much Arcane, much more in that Bullander style, Bull Dance, as Randy put it. Way more attack action cards, so Randy doesn't have to worry about these Arcane spells going over the top as much. Here comes the Command and Conquer. Let's look at the hand for Randy.
No, we won't.
No, not at all. He's just going to take the 6, let that card hit the bin. On trigger, there goes the Felling of the Crown.
He's so dedicated to this plan of letting Majin chip him down that he is willing to sacrifice the most powerful card in his deck straight off the rip. I have to wonder if he was maybe stuck with some defense reactions in that hand. He sure was!
Yeah, that's going to be 3 D-reacts in the hand, all pitched into the Grasp of the Arcanite. That means those have to go down into the bottom of the deck. And we see a little bit more about perhaps why the Felling of the Crown hit the graveyard. Two rune chants now created before the Florian ability is online. Just honestly pitching into that Grasp, but those 3 D-reacts, that could do nothing else. Randy now has those 3 D-reacts on the bottom of the deck. Majin just established that healing potion past. I think he might be already starting to worry and wonder about the game plan Randy Davis is trying to enact. We're going to be just watching these pitch stacks, folks, all game long. Fruits of the Forest, gain 2 life, up to 35 goes Florian.
Definitely a really interesting balance here of wanting his opponent to chip him down so that it's harder for him to enact his life gain combo. But if he lets him chip him down a little too much, a little too quickly, he might just die to Verdance's copies of Plow Under and Felling of the Crown. So having to kind of rubber band his life total back a little bit and engage in some amount of life gain is still pretty important. There's definitely a really interesting balance to be struck. And speaking of striking a little bit of balance, Majin led with Surgent Aethertide to maybe bait some cards out of Randy's hand, and then, smelling that he was still down to just sit there and defend, established a third healing potion effect on the board.
All right, Randy, what's going to be the call? Pitch into the blade. Here comes 2 and 3. Has to make some offensive actions here. Start to bring the life totals down. Close the game out once Majin is out of threats, but you can see the pitch stacking begin. Pulsing Aether and Felling of the Crown head to the bottom alongside that Swarming Gloom Veil. Randy's looking for action points at the end of the game, and Majin's looking for arcane damage and power. Cadaverous Tilling, let's see if the Decompose is online. Just all 3 immediately into the Banished. 8 damage on the chain.
I believe that is a 2 Earth Decompose, given the Command and Conquer in his graveyard, fulfilling the action requirement for this Decompose. Let's see what Randy's working with here. Looking to block with an Autumn's Touch, has a Plow Under, a Fruits of the Forest, and a Cadaverous Tilling in hand here.
Ooh, and actually going to block with both of the reds. Block for a total of 5. Taking 3 down to 30 goes Randy.
I believe he should be going to 32. He gained 2 life off the Fruits of the Forest, and life totals just didn't get updated.
I didn't see the Fruits of the Forest, so yep, down to 2 after all is said and
2?
done. 32.
Holy!
And just like that, it's the biggest Cadaverous Tilling you've ever seen. An attack for 35. No, it's going to be the
6
Reaping
pummels
Blade.
in the pocket.
Reaping Blade plus the Rune Chant. No ability yet, so this one's just 1 and 3. D-Reacts used in 2 different ways. 1 in the pitch, 1 on the chain. There's another Earth card for the graveyard for Majin. Turn passes back over to Randy.
So something I want to point out is that Majin just pitched a Sink Below after seeing Randy pitch a Swarming Gloom Veil. He is setting himself up to have the defensive tools he needs to shut down the Go Again Randy is trying to muster at the end of his deck.
Pitching away, red Cadaverous Tilling alongside that Swarming Gloom Veil and a red Bramble Spark into the Grasp of the Arknight, and then just pass it on over. Pass is fine from Majin. What's Majin going to do here? He's got the Aether Arc, got the Rampant Growth Life. We're going to send that to the bottom immediately, and you have to imagine the other 2 are going to be joining as soon as possible. There goes the Arcane Seeds Life for Randy. 2 different meld cards in the pitch as the Aether Arc is going to power up something. Also, yeah, I mean, as Randy points out, immediately it's turn 5, and all of the Healing Potion and Amulet effects are available. Here comes the Pulsing Aether.
I get to like cycle through my deck.
Bit of an awkward situation for Majin here because he hasn't been being attacked. It's a little tough for him to get all the Earth cards into the graveyard that he would like to. Being forced to send across this Pulsing Aether Life rather than the Felling of the Crown in his hand because he just didn't have the fuel in the yard for it yet. There's now 3 cards in the graveyard at all.
Randy's just passing the turn back.
Speaking of Felling of the Crown, both players are holding one right now.
And you can see there's the second copy of Rampant Growth Life in as many turns, which means they're going to be back-to-back at the bottom of the pitch stack. Once we get there, Majin will be able to utilize maybe that Plume of Evergrowth to grab the 3rd if he resolves it early, or just keep all 3 in the hand. The question is, what will life totals be once we get back to pitch stack? What will Randy have been able to do, taking damage and dealing damage, to turn off the Verdance's ability to even gain the life and get the effect from her devastating combo? It's so cool to see players enact completely different strategies in a top 8 scenario when it's untimed, the deck lists are opened, and you take a matchup like this one for Florian that is pretty cursed, as we've heard some of our players say throughout the weekend, and even Randy say, it's not the matchup I'm excited to see, and he's thinking, as you said, the only way to get through this one is to block, is to preserve life. Rootbound Kerberos is going to come out here, do a little bit of decomposing to block for 3, it looks like. There's the Earth.
There is a classic saying about this, Sam. Sometimes the only way to win is not to play. Plow Under, I believe, for no value outside of just decomposing. I don't think Randy had an arsenal on that turn.
Let's see with the turn here from Randy. Reaping Blade.
Pitching a red.
Yeah, E-Strike to the bottom. And there's the
Another
third
rampant growth next to the other
growth.
two.
Look at that, all the way to the bottom. They go 1, 2, 3, and subsequent turns. Majin Bey is perfectly set up for that turn when he gets there. And maybe we don't know what the card he put to the bottom with the E-Strike is, but it might very nicely go alongside all 3 rampant growths.
Yeah, there's a Felling of the Crown and a Plow under next to those 2 rampant growths at the bottom of his deck. I believe the order of the bottom 5 or 6 cards of his deck right now is rampant growth, Felling, Plow, and then the 3rd rampant growth.
CNC comes in now for Sig.
This is where I'd get real suspicious, except I saw your list and there aren't pummels in it.
As you heard Majin say, he's worried about the CNC normally, but because of open deck list, doesn't have to worry about the pummel. You heard him the turn just like a moment ago say that was unexpected. I'm not going to lie to you, unexpected. I'm not sure if he was talking about the E-Strike hitting or the way that this game is going.
I'm sorry.
It's also just a little bit of a mixed signal situation. If what you can't, it's difficult to sniff out that your opponent's game plan is to go as low as possible and then just tank up and make it hard for you to get anything through. And I think if you haven't caught on to exactly that, I think it's easy to tell when your opponent wants to fatigue you, right? That's obvious off the rip. When they're blocking as much as possible, pitching into grasp, passing through, sure, they want to fatigue me. What's harder to catch on to is the Reaping Blade component of this strategy, Sam. So him just snapping off no blocks, I'll take 7 down to 21 is like the first turn of the game, but in a different way, setting off alarm bells for Majin.
Arsenal end pass for Randy. Florian continuing to put down roots and try to outlast the Verdance on the other side of the table. Majin Bey, a master of this class and of this deck. Battle-hardened champion with the Verdance deck. There goes a Heartbeat of Candlehold to the bottom as the Cadaverous Tilling is going to decompose again.
Heartbeat of Candlehold, pretty much the ideal possible card for when you want to rampant growth combo off. With 1 other blue, it curves out perfectly with your Surgent Aethertide activation, as well as being 3 more life gain. And once you're online, 3 Verdance pings, a veritable 1 for 6 go again at blue.
Randy passes the turn back, down to 21. Needs to try to get some damage across on Majin. Surgeon Aethertide now once again just comes in. There goes the blue to the pitch. Energy Potion now. We've talked about Kano being the merchant hero, but Verdance has clearly gone to the bazaar as they traveled throughout the lands of Arya, picking up some potions of her own.
Perhaps an unknown part of the wizard design identity is just carrying around a whole bunch of potions, which is pretty fitting to me. Grasp Reaping, good old Greeping play here.
Down to 34 goes Majin. Keeping the 5 cards.
Seems like he's starting to suspect that he is going to need to take some damage to close this game.
I'll always stop you if I have something. Okay, that's fair. 5 go.
I believe he just tucked a second E-Strike to this E-Strike.
5 go again. Randy's got to think about it. But this physical damage, remember, much easier to block than tall arcane spells. And this is why Randy considered the plan that he was making. Because of the propensity for this Verdance deck that Majin Bey is playing to throw physical attacks in lieu of arcane effects that can get over the arcane barrier that Randy has presented. And that's the thing. Randy has a weapon, and Majin does not. The end of this game comes down to no true threats left in the deck, even for either players. The Reaping Blade will be the difference maker in more ways than one. Fruit to the Forest.
Bit of that Pankaj tech on display here. He talked about working on this deck with Majin, and they said that their favorite part of this deck was the red fruits. Just a really, really sweet and flexible card that not only helps out your Prism matchup a fair bit by being another 7-power popper, but is also such an incredibly powerful modal card once your hero power is online, in that it can convert for 3 by discarding it, gaining 1 life, and pinging your opponent for 1 while functionally having go again by being an instant, or just be a 2-card attack for 7. Pretty solid rate.
Also, 3 damage down, Randy to 18.
On the topic of this red Fruits of the Forest, this card replaces something in particular. Randy is taking this strategy because this red Fruits of the Forest replaces red Evergreen, a very real cost in your deck. It makes you more fatigable. Evergreen will infinitely loop itself as long as it's played from the arsenal, which has kind of given rise to Randy sniffing out this strategy to begin with.
Very true. That is the way to break through fatigue. You just continuously play the Evergreen from arsenal. But again, these open deck lists in top 8, Randy looked through it. He calculated the damage. He said, I think I can outlive and outlast you. And then my Reaping Blade will be what carries me forward. Once again, it's just an arsenal pass for Randy.
Another heartbeat to the bottom of the deck.
How is Majin going to be able to string together the combo?
I've tricked you. Got him. 5.
Majin here calling out the potential trickery as finally we have some tall arcane in the form of this pulsing Aether Life. Not even worth resolving the life. It can't trigger. Randy can AB 3.
Taken 2, I believe.
I did. So that comes in for 5?
So he takes 1 from Surgeon. And Surgeon increases the damage the next arcane damaging an action card you play would deal by the amount of damage it deals, which is very key to this Healing Potion Rampant Growth amp combo. But here, it's just adding 1 extra damage to this Pulsing Ether. Just a nice, clean 2-card 7 if you can gain the life.
Grasp of the Arknight activated. Everbloom Life on both sides of the table in the pitch zone on both of these turns. And he does need to decompose a little more to start making this grasp infinitely more impressive. Here comes the Reaping Blade.
Down 20 life is maybe where I would start to get a little bit concerned about one player's chances of viably winning this game. But what we at home know is that this is Randy's comfort zone. This is his game plan. He wants to take these licks and progress the game state in a way where he is always a little bit behind. Emeritus Scolding, blue to the bottom of the deck, one of the most ideal Stormstrider's targets available for Verdance.
There goes the CNC to the bottom in the pitch zone. Here comes the CNC on the combat chain. Are there defense reactions for Randy in the hand? Is he going to be able to block this out? It's a Seeds of Tomorrow, a Canopy Shelter, and the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Seeds of Tomorrow, another really important card in this matchup, because if you can Plume for it, once that card's already in your graveyard, you can activate Plume to pick it up and prevent 5 points of arcane damage, giving you a little bit more insulation from large arcane combos. There is as well 1 copy of Arcane Compliance in Randy Davis's deck, but we have seen Majin play around that card impressively well already this tournament, where he just put all the amp on a Verdance ping trigger, making it impossible for Arcane Compliance to target it, as it's not an action card source of Arcane. So might be a little bit less relevant of a win condition than Mr. Davis thinks it is.
And Randy Davis once again just passes the turn over. Surgeon Aethertide comes through for 1. AB with the Channel to Millennium Tree. How is Majin going to find the damage is the question on everybody's mind. Fruits of the Forest, it's a nice 7 power attack, but it's blocked out by a nice 7 points of defense. Rootbound Carapace and the Autumn's Touch. All 3 Earth cards to the Banish Zone.
Another solid set of 4 cards at the bottom of his deck. He has blue Fruits, Ether Arc, a red Fruits, and an Emeritus Scolding. This might not just go to 2nd cycle, but maybe 3rd, Sam.
Almost for sure.
And in exactly that vein, 2 cards intentionally overpitching to the Surgeon Aethertide, red Rootbound Carapace, and a blue Autumn's Touch. Not only is he sculpting a powerful arcane finisher at the bottom of his deck, he is also sculpting some defensive tools to deal with what Randy is trying to set up. And speaking of setting up, Majin has established Ring of Roses, an incredibly powerful Verdant specialization from the Hunted.
Sink below going to go ahead, carry over the Reaping Blade. Block out that attack. Majin happy to get the D-React out of the hand, as it's not going to be doing much in this game. Surgeon Aethertide once again comes through for 1.
This ring's pretty textless.
Unfortunately for the Ring of Roses here, the 1 life gained isn't going to be possible thanks to the Reaping Blade. Haunting Rendition here, just going to go ahead and make the Rune Chant being discarded to prevent the 1 arcane damage. Make the 2 Rune Chants as it looks as though Florian is online.
What's sick art on Haunting Rendition?
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Iswardi Therianto killing it yet again.
My goat. Blue Fruits of the Forest now on the combat chain. 5 more damage and 1 floating prevention from the Haunting Rendition. And 1 more on the chain just as a blocking card. So those 2 effects are going to work nicely in tandem to block out that Blue Fruits.
Reaping Blade swung, pitching a red. More gas at the bottom of both players' decks here. There might be too many reds at the bottom of Randy's deck.
Oh, yeah. Randy's pitched red after red after red. He is going to draw some hands that even if Majin isn't able to amp, he's still going to be able to present some arcane, and we'll have to see if Randy is able to prevent it when those turns come around. Majin probably watching those reds carefully to try to figure out if he can determine when Randy would draw a hand of 3 to 4 reds and perhaps have counterpitched an arcane spell to get through.
Another red Autumn's Touch next to the first. Let's see what Majin's follow-up is to the Surge in Aethertide. Is he just going to pitch into it and pass? Let's take a look at Majin's graveyard with Mr. Davis here.
Shelter from the Storm just utilized on that last Reaping Blade. Majin still at 31. Majin's going to pass as well. Randy Davis down to 14 to Majin's 31. But that is so far from the story here. And here's a truce. Once again, continuing the defensive game plan and posturing from Randy.
Truce is perhaps the funniest possible card you could resolve in this matchup, given that its symmetrical life gain is actually shut down by Reaping Blade, and it is just a blue that's going to gain Randy 3 life. Unless, of course, Majin can suddenly deal himself 18 points of damage on this turn.
Let's see what Majin wants to follow up with. Another blue just into the Command and Conquer, just to break the truce.
Would rather give his opponent a card to block with than 3 life.
Probably wants to just start cycling through, setting up for whatever combo he's working towards. As we look at all those potions stoppered up, filled with their healing elixirs, but nowhere to go with the power as the Reaping Blade pulled from the spine from, I believe it was one of the members of the Monastery with Viscerai, someone along those lines, Arc Knight. That lore story was crazy. Became the Reaping Blade, and it is because of that horrible essence that in which it was created that it stops all life gain.
I learned something today.
Yeah, it's a sick story.
Good old Reaping play, Grasp Reaping, 1 card 5. 2 Rune Chants and 3 damage on offer. Majin seems pretty happy to get to block, honestly.
Yeah, he's now he's continuing to get these D-reacts out of his hand on the Reaping Blade. He needs to get them out of the deck to set up whatever stack he wants.
1.
1 from the Surging Aethertide once again.
1.
And now 4 more from the Pulsing Aether, just trying to get a little bit of damage over. Randy here, likely going down to 13.
No.
Oh, has to AB2 with a bunch of reds, so taking
sure.
2.
Down to 12. Just moving to end, card in arsenal and card in hand. What is he cooking here?
Defense. He's cooking defense.
He's holding on to his Seeds of Tomorrow, waiting for Majin to try and combo off.
There's a Rampant Growth life. Does that mean we are nearly back or fully? Yeah, we are in the second cycle.
This is the stack. I believe the next card on top of his deck right here is going to be another Rampant Growth, followed by Heartbeat of Candlehold, I believe an Enlightened Strike, an unknown card, a Heartbeat of Candlehold, and then a hand containing blue Emeritus Scolding, red Fruits of the Forest, Ether Arc, and a blue Fruits of the Forest. But before any of that, we're going to rattle off the first felling of the crown. If you'd believe it, turn 16, the very first time a tree has been chopped down in this Earth Mirror.
I think perhaps it was the Seeds of the Tomorrow going to the bottom of the deck here, in which case Randy has the seeds ready for both of those Rampant Growths that he can see on the bottom of Majin Bey's deck as soon as the pitch heads to that zone. Both players here pitch stacking, counter pitch stacking. Randy Davis taking a little bit of damage.
Let's see Majin's next hand of the stack as he draws it up. There's a plow under tucked by the E-Strike, not another Enlightened Strike.
So yeah, we talked about third cycle. I mean, we may talk about the fourth as we continue in this game. Majin Bey continuing to try to set up those 3 rampants all together. But will he be able to gain the life necessary to make the effects even count? He's got so much more life on Randy. He has to get down below Randy, and with Randy down to 12, as Randy's taken enough damage, actually looks like down to 10, correctly resolving here. Randy Davis is only, giving him a total of potentially like 9 life to gain with where Randy is at the moment.
9 is plenty, more or less. It depends how low he ends up going. Majin giving him the opportunity to take a little bit more damage here as well with this plow under. Carefully setting up a heartbeat with those rampant growths at the bottom of the deck. So just to recap everyone at home, through these 2 kind of insane turns that we've had back-to-back here, turns 16 and 17, Majin has set up at the bottom of his deck a devastating combo hand of rampant growth times 3 and a heartbeat of Candlehold.
Those cards all work really nicely together when they work, but at the moment, Reaping Blade is stopping those effects in their tracks as Randy continues to enact the game plan he told us in the interview. Looks to force this game into a position where it's nigh unwinnable for Majin Bey. Doesn't even arsenal the card, doesn't want to have to play it, doesn't want to have to utilize it in that way.
He could not arsenal that card. It was Seeds of Tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't want to put that one in there.
You don't want to put that one in there because it costs your arsenal to play, so it is stuck until you have another way to get your arsenal out. Perhaps another copy of Seeds of Tomorrow.
Majin Bey here continuing, passing it on over. Here comes the 2 Rune Chants and the Reaping Blade for 3. Majin has to start to take some of this damage to be able to do any arcane effect.
Yeah, tough thing about that, though, is that it's hard for him to both take damage and get cards out of his hand at this stage of the game.
You can get back to me on it. We have time.
Looks like, yeah, Majin beginning to ask exactly how these type of procedures go down. If we reach a point of maybe like a stalemate or when game actions are not, preferable by either side. And there are some rules for the situation. There are plenty, in fact, but they do actually differ between Swiss and top 8. Majin here, though, just going to continue. Here comes the Surge and Aethertide. AB1, Autumn's Touch, just getting more threats out of the deck, trying to set up what will work. 5 damage on the combat chain. We know what Randy is trying to do. We know what Majin wants to do. So you know this deck, you've tested with Majin. Are there any keys to success? Does he have a reprieve from this lock? Or is this just something that might be a foregone conclusion depending on how the game goes?
So, the reprieve from this lock is a little silly. The way Majin needs to win this game, if he has sniffed out the way that Randy wants to win this game, is he also needs to stop playing the game. He needs to just start passing and letting Randy hit him and deal him damage, because otherwise we're going to reach just a full stalemate.
Yeah, when neither player is able to take a game action that they believe advances their game plan. That is when that state could be reached, but here comes 5 Go again. Randy doesn't want to take too much damage. Doesn't want to fall to a point where an Arcane Damage Bell could get over the top, as we see the Arcane Seed's life hit the pitch stack for Randy. Way to get some instant speed life gain to potentially utilize with the Reaping Blade. 1 point of life gain at an inopportune time could once again stuff the ability for Majin Bey to gain any life. Here's going to be the Decompose with the Rootbound Carapace. Let's see how many Earth cards we've got. There's the action. There's the Carapace in the graveyard.
cast the expected card here, says Majin Bey, following up this E-Strike with a Felling of the Crown. Both players are already online, so taking the most efficient decomposes that they possibly can, choosing to remove minimum only 2 Earth cards from their graveyard with each decompose to keep a little bit of extra fuel for the fires of the Felling.
Felling of the Crown here crashes in for 8.
It's a good turn to have a double D-react, though, that's for sure. Sure. 5.
Dan Collins to the stage, please. Dan Collins to the stage.
Hold on before you draw. Yep.
Before the draw with at 5 life. Let's see what's drawn up. Nothing for Majin to do. He had a little bit of a window there with the Metacarpus nodes, but it wasn't enough. Didn't find the arcane spell, and this is what Randy was talking about. He said, I don't think he has enough arcane, even with Stormstriders, even with me at 5, to actually close the game out.
Sending across just Surgent Aethertide into Autumn's Touch for 5. Those physical threats are getting incredibly thin in Majin's deck here.
And now Randy Davis is at 5. The right combination of cards drawn up for Majin could potentially be a Stormstriders plus Metacarpus nodes angle.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Let's see this hand.
Okay. Yeah, I'll walk away. That's fine.
Alrighty, so it looks like Majin is going to go ahead and check in. We're hearing from production, it is a little bit about exactly what happens in these kind of end-of-game procedures. And, you know, Ellie, we were talking about it after I was able to interview Randy. I was like, oh, we should check in a little bit about these procedures. Walk the people at home through just precisely what happens in these type of scenarios.
Deep breath before starting on this one. All right. Let's break this down top to bottom. What do you do when you reach a game state in which neither player wishes to progress the game state by virtue of attacking the other? So, it is not profitable for either player in this scenario to attack the other. And there's been a bit of a policy change on this. Actually, fun fact for everybody at home, the reason policy changed on full stalemate situations was because of the Living Legend format. These Count Your Blessings Olden Mirrors in LL were capable of not only gaining a whole crap ton of life and going to time over and over and over, but they were capable of infinitely blocking out each other's hammers. So a change to procedure was needed because what used to happen is that if you reached a true stalemate where neither player could profitably take any game actions, you would start the game over. But in that scenario, you would just sit there and play Flesh and Blood forever and ever and ever until one of you eventually keeled over.
And it's start the game over, and from what I understand, it's then on actually just first life loss.
No.
Oh, really?
That's what it is now.
Yeah, that's what it, okay, but that's what it used to be, right?
No, that's what it is now.
Ignore me, continue
That's
on.
what it is now. It used to be you would just start over, play another game of Flesh and Blood.
Yes,
You would just play a fresh game of Flesh and Blood, both Swiss and top 8. Now, in untimed rounds, what you do when a stalemate is reached is the first procedure that happens is you check both players' life totals, and the player with higher life totals win. This is a problem because if we reach a stalemate, Randy Davis has functionally conceded this game from square one by Reaping Blade, forcing him to a lower life total to create this stalemate. And if both players have the same life total, what you do is you start a new game where first blood drawn wins the game, but the problem with that is that yet again, Randy Davis would have functionally conceded this game from square one as he would just die immediately to Stormstriders.
Yeah, as we head back down to the feature match table, we're actually hearing that it does, the players are discussing, they're talking with the judges, it seems as though that was somewhat unclear to Randy, and he was expecting the old way of going about things, where you would be able to go to that new game and its first life total. And so Randy here all of a sudden is having to change his game plan after conferring with the judges, understanding precisely what the newer procedures are. Randy is figuring out a new path to victory, because what he thought was possible, where he just goes ahead and forces the stalemate, forces it to be where that first blood is drawn, and he feels really confident about getting that first bit of damage through, that is not going to be prevalent nor possible anymore. Randy needs to make it into a place where he actually runs Majin just fully out of the threats. He cannot use the old stalemate rules. He's got to find a new way to win.
Can you believe? Let's talk about this, right? Let's put some respect on Randy Davis's name here. He is new to Flesh and Blood. He has been playing this game for about a year, and he had the ingenuity to sit down and say, in this best of one game, my out to win this bad matchup is to freaking take him to game 2. Are you kidding? Are you joking?
Look here, AB3 on the rune chance. And then I think maybe the no blocks on the Reaping Blade, as both players now fully aware of the procedures. And now we get to see Randy Davis in real time figure it out on the fly, identify a new game plan, a new strategy, as Majin Bey is going to try to continue to push the life totals in a place where he can actually do something alongside this Reaping Blade and all those healing effects on the board.
I believe what Majin is going to want to do in this scenario is just take a bunch of damage, and I think he is on his third, maybe 3.5 cycle of his deck. That is a Blue Emeritus Scolding we saw him pitch a while back, along with the Scour and those Warmonger's Diplomacies that are actually proving to be a little bit uncomfortable in his deck and hand right now. We actually saw him pass through and not Arsenal because one was stuck in his hand.
Reaping Blade here just coming in for 3. Majin taking this one too. He's going down to 16. He needs to get lower than Randy before the Reaping Blade is turned off. And the Surging Aether Tide comes forward again. And if Randy gets too low, that's when the Storm Striders can just kill him on his own turn. So that's the problem. Randy is trying to block what he can, but keep himself at a low enough life total for the Reaping Blade to be the thing that wins this game. I'm not sure if it's going to work out for him, but he's identified it as his only real option.
Not quite back to the rampant growths. We're going to keep checking in with Majin's hands as he draws them back up to see when that combo comes up. Another salvo of 5 damage. Majin, interestingly enough, Arcane Barriering the Rune Chance to get some cards out of his hand, but he does have to take damage to reach a game state where he can actually win. And the awkward cards in the deck are starting to pile up. It's getting harder and harder for him to send damage Randy's way while filtering through his deck. If he activates Surging Aether Tide, that's only 1 card out of hand. And when he's stuck with cards like Warmonger's Diplomacy and Aether Arc, they're just bricks. He can't do anything with them, really.
Randy back up to 10, facing down the Surging Aether Tide. Here comes the Plow Under to pitch into it. You have to wonder if all of the red attacks that Randy put together, if he's able to counter pitch the rampant growths, catch Majin on a turn when he has too many of them in his hand, and then try to come in with enough go again to put Majin in an awkward position.
I believe he has just drawn 2 of the Rampant Growths, meaning the top 2 cards of his deck right now are a Rampant Growth Life and a Heartbeat of Candlehold. We are there. This is the moment. He has gotten to the combo in his deck a 3rd time in a row here, Sam.
Plow Under pitches to the 2 Rune Chants. Reaping Blade comes in, takes Majin to 13. All of a sudden, now that they're aware of precisely how the end-of-game procedures work, we're seeing a little more damage taken by both of our players. Majin Bey just once again filtering through. Surging Aether Tide comes forward for 1. Can Randy Davis identify a new strategy?
Let's see this card off the top. I believe it is. Oh, it was a Heartbeat. Is the 3rd Rampant in Arsenal right now?
It might be, not sure. 2 cards that block, 2 cards that don't, and a Reaping Blade making everything more complicated for our Wizard Master on the left side of your screen. All the way down to 13, 34 minutes and 55 seconds, basically 35 minutes elapsed so far in our 4th and final quarterfinal match here from the U.S. National Championship, live from Las Vegas. It's going to be the Reaping Blade and the Grasp of the Arknight. Potentially, Randy going to go ahead and put that card back. Carefully thinking this one through.
Good old Greeping. Condemned to slaughter, forcing him to sacrifice an aura if he were to sacrifice something into it. But instead, I think he's just playing it out for +1 and passing.
Just playing the card out to get it out of the arsenal and filter away the CNC and pass away the turn. Majin, you can see him really give this a think as he assesses the game state and assesses the board. Heartbeat of Candlehold and Felling of the Crown. Does he want to tuck away?
That is an Emeritus Scolding in his arsenal. That is likely his Storm Strider's target. Judge informing them of the way stalemates are resolved right now. Saying that players do have to play the game and progress the game state.
Going to be an overpitch into the Surging Aether Tide. Get those 2 cards out of the hand. And Randy here going to go ahead and AB with the Erase Face.
Let's see the next 2 cards in the deck.
And there it is.
And an Everbloom Life. Not only another source of life gain, but a blue to power the turn. Randy needs to find a way to disrupt this hand while, if he's going to send damage Majin's way, he needs to try to kill him, but he also needs to disrupt him. Otherwise, he's doomed.
And Randy enacted his first game plan perfectly. He's got the reds in his hand this turn. He's going to go ahead and make the 2 rune chants and pass. But the game plan had to change. He was ready to force the stalemate, but then the life total differences would have not worked out in his favor after the policy change.
Whole bunch of reds in this cycle.
But a number of blues here. Surgeon Aethertide coming forth, getting rid of the Everbloom Life, pitching into the Autumn's Touch.
Another red back into the deck.
And Randy, this is so tricky. If he puts Majin too low, then he gives Majin the opportunity on his own turn to utilize all those rampant growths. 3 rampant growth.
There's the heartbeat.
There's the heartbeat, the perfect hand alongside the energy potion. But let's see now, Randy has to take a game action. He has to progress the game. A stalemate in this situation would give the game to Majin Bay with him at the higher life total.
Trying to set himself up to deal enough damage to force cards out of Majin's hand, playing Everbloom Life to get a card back. Gaining 1, giving Majin a little bit more breathing room and life to gain, because otherwise Everbloom can't target anything.
Grabbing the Arcane Seeds, a lot of damage, just arsenal that final card. Take the game action, pitch away the rampant growth. Now I wonder if Randy Davis is really going to start thinking about that rampant growth, about where it is in the deck, start looking at Majin's stack.
I was fully under the impression that Majin was just going to hold the cards in his hand here and just hold them and take as much damage as he could until he could go off. What is he thinking, putting that on the bottom of his deck? What is his plan?
He has certainly got one. He is working through all the different combinations. The master of the wizard class, a battle-hardened champion with this deck. How can he find a way to victory? This is such an exciting match. Thank you to all of you watching and joining us from home. Remember, we're on to the semifinals after this. We're giving away a couple of boxes of high C's. You're not going to want to miss it. Let's first determine who is going to be our final semifinalist.
Yeah, Sam, 4,200 people watching at home. One of the most watched Fab streams ever here at the 2025 U.S. National Championships at World Tour Las Vegas. Thank you so much to everyone supporting these great games played by great players in the Flesh and Blood.
Oh, look at this. Everbloom Life going to go grab the other Everbloom Life. And there's a little bit of a recursive loop that Randy is able to put together. Randy should now be up to 12, right? Yeah, should have had to gain the life for that to happen.
This is an infinite life gain loop. It's just very, very slow.
But also Reaping Blade changes that math too.
Majin holding on to 2 rampant growths now, a Scour and a Heartbeat of Candlehold. That Scour can be devastating.
Yeah, this game is just fascinating. What a beautiful example of when Flesh and Blood has have to play on a completely unique axis. We play in timed rounds in Swiss. 95% of the games we get to cover, but then once you get to top 8, you get to see true masters and true players work through something new. We get to open deck lists, we get to untime rounds, and we get to 4 rune chants created from an Arcane Seeds, up to 6 rune chants.
This may be the turn Randy was setting up for. He's recognized that his out is to deal as much damage as possible. Oh no! He has the Swarming Gloomveil in hand. I thought for sure he was going to try and push, but I think he's just opened himself up to a massive Scour blowout.
Scour would be huge here. Does Majin have it in the hand? Yes, he does. Does he want to pitch into it and deal with all of those rune chants? This could be a huge, huge turning point in this game. What did Majin do? Did Majin just pass the turn? Can't tell if we're on Randy's turn or not. Plume of Evergrowth has to be looked at on both sides of the board here. Can just grab any card from the graveyard as long as it meets the criteria. And both of these Earth heroes have access to it.
Yeah, it lets you turn a blue in your hand into an instant, an Earth instant or action card from your graveyard. A little bit of a Tales of Aria deep cut. This was mostly only ever played in Limited until the second wave of Earth Heroes was printed.
And immediately, the Plume of Evergrowth going to be activated here. A red and a yellow.
It's like, all right.
He's getting the felling. He's got to disrupt the combo if he wants to win this game, and he's setting himself up to send lethal damage through while doing so.
And then try to put Majin on a position where the damage that Randy puts forward is enough to stop the Stormstriders.
This is 14 damage.
But now that Randy has grabbed the felling and passed, setting himself up, now does Majin go for the Scour and blow out those rune chants?
He also has a Bramble Spark in hand to make this turn even more massive, along with a Swarming Gloom Veil.
Wow, this would be massive, but Majin can turn it into so much less of an effective and powerful turn with the Scour that he has in his hand.
I think if he Scours here, it's just so backbreaking.
Randy has just been taking enough game actions saying, listen, I know you don't want to do anything either. I'll take the game actions, but I'll sculpt up my perfect turn with the Bramble Spark, with these rune chants. He's done it. You can see Randy give a little glance to the camera. I don't think he knows how this game is going to end either.
An Emeritus Scolding for 2 on Majin's turn.
Fascinating, and Randy's going to take it down to 10 he goes.
I believe Majin is clearing out his arsenal to insulate one of those rampant growths from a felling of the crown.
Here we go, Randy Davis. He's put the hand together. He's got the cards. He's got the buffer. He's got the rune chants. Will it be enough to give him the win?
What is his arsenal? I believe it's a Trot Along?
One of those games where your heart just starts to pound as you get to the end of this thing.
I can't believe this.
One of the more fascinating games of Flesh and Blood I've ever had the pleasure of watching as both players try to enact completely unique game plans and play styles.
This may be one of the first times I have ever seen Majin Bey, the master of the wizard class, stumped by a Florian opponent. He doesn't look like he knows how to beat this.
He's trying to figure it out just like we are, just like Randy is. Onus is on Randy here. Do you go for it at this moment with the rune chants, with the felling, with the Bramble Spark?
He doesn't look too happy about it. He's passing back again.
Fascinating, doesn't go for it. And now the fruits of the forest able to come through for 7. Block for 3.
7. 9.
We did things.
I think Majin said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a match.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Randy just passes over. Majin says that's okay. Pass back to Randy. Now we're back to the stalemate. Randy has to take some game actions here. He's down with less life.
Everbloom Life gonna gain 1 and put a 0 cost
to 11
to the bottom of his deck. Probably another Everbloom.
Decline to the life. Oh no, that was Rin Seeds. My bad. Okay, yeah. No, you're good. So both modes, 11. 11, 13.
11, 13. And move to end. Draw up. What is Majin gonna do?
Have you ever seen, homework for everybody at home, there's a particularly famous match of Flesh and Blood from, I believe, the 2022 Australian National Championships. Do you know what happened in the finals of that tournament, Sam?
Was that Hayden Dale?
That was Hayden Dale.
Yeah.
An Oldhim versus Viserai game where Oldhim did nothing but sit there and gain life, never attacking his opponent, and Viserai sat there and did nothing but make rune chants and pass, and this feels like a new age, a Rosetta-flavored recreation of that game.
And look at this, Condemned to Rune Chant going to break a Rune Chant.
To destroy Ring of Roses, the only aura that Majin Bey controls.
Take a game action.
Technically a game action.
Move the game forward. Majin passes again because now that Majin sits at higher life, it's on Randy to progress. If Randy creates the stalemate, Majin has higher life and Randy concedes the game.
All right.
Insane.
Randy says, all right, I'm trying something. Let's find out what it is.
Looks like an Enlightened Strike into felling of the crown is what his hand says to me.
With the rune chants, it's so much damage. But the rampant growths, have they come back around?
He has 1 in arsenal.
E-Strike. 5 go again.
With 5 arcane on the back end, this threatens to leave Majin at just 3. And if he doesn't block correctly here, he's going to get blown out by that felling of the crown, making it almost impossible for him to survive the massive attack that strips cards before you get the opportunity to defend.
Only one rampant growth, but most likely one in the arsenal.
Holding on to one, he needs at least 2, I imagine, to make this turn undeniable, taking all 10.
Taking all 10. Down to 3.
This is it.
And the felling.
This is the apex of this game. What is Majin tucking?
Is this the moment?
I think this is it, Sam.
Has Majin done it? Has Majin put himself in a position?
I think he has it. All he has to do is block after putting a card from hand on the bottom of the deck. Block with Emeritus Scolding and Scour. He can also shove Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, but I think he'll want to go to 1 to give himself enough room to gain life as possible, and then it's time to take a sip. He's going to drink through all of those potions rapidly with a rampant growth in arsenal and 1 in hand. All he needs is a Verdance trigger on the stack with which to respond with rampant growth.
So it looks like Randy was really looking for that go again. He was waiting for that E-strike to go as wide as possible.
Even better of a line than what I saw here, blocking with a Scour and a Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. He's covering 6, just like if he blocked with 2 cards from hand, going down to 1 and preserving a blue to pay for Plume. He has set up the triple rampant win condition, Sam.
Majin said, I don't think I'm passing this time. Going to the amulets here.
Odds
Gain
1 to
2,
10. He
up
remembers to
3.
turn this card face down.
10 out of 10, baby. 10 out of 10. He's one of the masters of our game for a reason. Verdance trigger on the stack.
Energy potion being cracked, it looks like, or just being slightly adjusted. Randy taking 1 down to 10.
Down to 10 he goes.
Gain 2 decline the Verdance trigger, not wanting to let his opponent make this any more awkward for him.
Declining all the Verdance triggers here.
Going up to 9. 8 life gained on the turn. This is it, win or lose. I believe this is going to be one of the final turns of this game of Flesh and Blood. This is the climax of this verdant virtuoso's game.
Or 9. I'm at 10. I have 9.
Goes up to 10. Now no longer can gain the life.
Not true. He can gain one
more life because they are at even life totals. Figuring out the Verdance trigger here if he wants to decline. Looks like decline the trigger.
A second rampant growth has hit the table.
Now can gain the 1 life, go to 11. Now Reaping Blade is active. Here comes the trigger.
These haven't resolved yet.
Life gain trigger, dealing 1 to Randy on the stack. Now both rampant growths are likely to resolve here.
I'll let them both resolve.
So they both resolve.
Amp 10, Amp 10, up to Amp 20.
Activating the Plume.
You're at 11. Because you took the ping. It was 10-10. I gained 1 to 11. Okay, yeah.
Yep, there we go, figuring it out. Uses the final blue in the hand, grab the final rampant growth.
He can't gain life here to produce a ping, but energy growth, energy potion has his back, utilizing the rampant growth, amping 30, coming in for 31 on the biggest surge in Aethertide you've seen in your entire life.
Gain life, play the Seeds of Tomorrow, but that's gonna do it. Majin Bey, the master of Arcane, waited, watched, wondered, and took down the game, figuring out the perfect line, the only option. And at the end of all things, we have our next and final semi-finalist, and it is the master of all things wizard, Majin Bey, taking down Randy Davis. What a game.
Inevitable, like the turning of the leaves and the changing of the seasons. That rampant growth combo defied all odds, no matter how much Randy tried to delay the coming of the summer. It came and brought him down with it with an arcane blast of 31. Numbers only dreamed of by Kano players resolving Blazing Aethers. What a game!
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. And because it was on the Aether Tide, right? Again, Arcane Compliance can't deal with that. That's on action cards, ain't on weapons, ain't on Verdance triggers. And Majin Bey once again proving why he is in a league of his own. Let's check out the bracket and check out the league that these 4 semifinalists are in as our national championship here from Vegas moves on to the semifinals. And we have got such a treat for our semifinals. Top of the bracket, Jacob Lantz on Azalea versus Jacob Shaker. Not only is it a battle of the Jacobs, we have Azalea, who of course with the win goes on to the finals where she could hit Living Legend in a single game. Then we look to the bottom of your screen where you see Bird Cabrera on New versus Majin Bey, who just took down one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. Again, New for win in a matchup that I think Bird is not too bummed to see, would put us potentially in a position where Azalea versus New square off in the finals for not only the title of national champion, but to actually ascend to Living Legend. And in the mix of all that, we've got a Gravy Bones and we've got Majin Bey on Verdance on the run of his life. This is such a great tournament, as we've got something else pretty great. For the highest viewed stream that we've ever had here on the Fab TCG YouTube channel, we have got some boxes to give away as a thank you for all of you hanging out here at home watching just this masterclass. Virtuosos on all sides of the table. We're going to give those away over the next couple rounds before the finals, and then we have got the finals of the national championship after that. We're just going to take a quick break. Brian and Pankaj are getting back in here. Don't go anywhere.
Lost treasure has been sighted on the horizon. Every booster box of High Seas comes with a treasure pack featuring special golden treatments, cold foils, and lost treasures from James White's personal collection. You can hunt lost treasure at your LGS with an order of High Seas. X marks the spot. Semifinals time, Punkage, and what a matchup we have for you. I mean, nothing but banger games all day, and all the credit in the world to Majin. I gotta shout out Randy Davis, though. Played so beautifully, adopted his plan on the fly. I think that's a guy who has all the potential in the world. If you can come up with that high-level Florian plan in the moment like that and shift gears and was so close to taking down Majin, the world's your oyster. Very impressive stuff from Randy.
I also want to talk about his mental fortitude, to be frank. We've been talking about this in the top 8 in particular. The attitude that you need, the resilience that you need in the top 8 in the face of some unknown suddenly coming your way. Randy showed it all, even post-game. We had a chat with him. He's real chill, not frazzled at all, absolutely has the makings to be a Nationals winner at some point.
Shout out to you, Randy. And let's shout out the rest of our bracket now as we go ahead and take a look at how we got to this semifinals match. In our first match of the day, Punkage, you and I saw Jacob Lantz once again, by the skin of his teeth, take down Lucas Oswald, the 8th seed, starting the Cinderella run.
On Azalea, no less. Remember, once again, we're going to keep reminding people, primed to LL at this event at World Tour Las Vegas. This could be the last time we see a dominated red in the ledger for quite a while.
In Jacob Shaker's match, he dismantled a Florian, was on the arena field so early, often go again in spades, no trouble at all, dispensing the Earth Rune Blade.
Cruising his way to victory on the release weekend of this hero definitely made the Florian walk the plank.
And that brings us to the semifinals. We are now on. I can't wait to see this one play out, Punkage, because there's still so much for us to learn about Gravy Bones. I think Azalea has a puncher's chance in this matchup, as she does in every matchup, but deck construction, I think, leans things maybe a little bit in Azalea's favor. There just isn't a lot of way to contend with these massive dominated arrows, and the disruption really isn't there either in spades from Gravy Bones.
The disruption is just Conqueror of the High Seas, which you need a big hand for, and CNC. The rest of the disruption comes in the form of these low-health allies, which can be tricky for Azalea to deal with. She's actually a little bit better dealing with the higher health allies, because you can say play a pump and then send a Bolton Shot, or Bolton Shot Rain Raises. But when the allies have 1 or 2 health, things like the Limpets, things like the Sawbones, that's when things get tricky for Azalea. But to your point, Gravy Bones has all these no-block allies, doesn't have too many defense reactions either.
I'm going to say this too, Punkage. There almost never is a time in games we've seen against Gravy Bones where it's correct to ignore those allies. They just present too much accumulated advantage. I think the rules might change when it comes to Azalea. I really think we may see a moment where with allies out there in the arena, Jacob just has to shift and go face and hope for those dominated arrows to close things out.
Especially if some of those arrows are things like red in the ledger.
Yeah.
Sure, Gravy, you have a big board, but you only have 1 action point. You're going to attack one of them anyway.
Great point, Punkage. We'll keep a close eye on that arrow. It sounds like our players are just getting ready in the feature match area, so we'll take one more moment to remind you about a High Seas giveaway. And I know you want to get your hands on this sweet box of High Seas. I've personally blessed this box, and y'all have seen my luck throughout the weekend. It's just incredible. In fact, before I tell you how you participate in this giveaway, why don't I show you my luck one more time? Punkage, you're at the ready as well with the treasure pack.
I'll get in on this as well.
Let me show you how to do it.
Yeah,
I'll show you how to do it.
Please teach me.
Yeah, I will go ahead, and as I have all weekend, because I expect nothing but good things from my treasure pack, I'll kick things off with a gold, and then I will find a blue golden tipple. Okay.
Very playable. Actually, a very strong card. I think people might be underrating that in their Gravy Bones list. But let's see if I can do better than you, Brian.
Okay.
All right.
I've shown you now. I've shown you the secret.
Let's see whether the mentee becomes the mentor, if you will. I'm really bad at opening the pack, apparently.
They're paper packs, Punkage. What are you doing?
It's okay. Okay, all right. Gold token. Gold token on the front.
Yeah. Blue golden tipple. Well, I mean, we've got what we need for our gravy deck now. It's well put together. This is strange. That's the second time we've seen that across a caster duo.
Yeah, they're going to think we rigged it, but we really didn't.
I swear we didn't. It's just what is happening. But we're Golden Tipple rich now. A solid treasure pack opening, I would say.
Completely agree. Blue starter for Gravy as well. For those of you who want to play that hero, definitely get in the giveaway for the High Seas booster box as well.
All you have to do, leave a comment in chat. I know you wanted to do it anyway. You wanted to go ahead and tell us what you were up to watching High Seas on this beautiful weekend. No spamming. You don't have to. One comment. I promise the one comment will work. Spamming does not influence your chances. Make sure you're down there in the comments section. Our game is now ready. I want to go see the match of the Jacobs as we see who will be victorious and moving on to our finals. It's Pro Tour Top 8 competitor Jacob Shaker taking on virtual unknown Jacob Lantz, Gravy Bones versus Azalea.
I'm going to predict it right now. Jacob is winning this. That joke never gets old. We have Gravy Bones going first over here as the highest seed. Jacob Shaker has chosen to go first, which as the board state deck, very, very clear reason why he wants to do so. Wants to set up maybe an ally, maybe even two allies to immediately put Jacob Lantz on the back foot.
Yeah, that's the ideal dream state. I actually think going first matters a lot in this matchup. Just that first arrow, the closer you get Jacob into vulnerable ranges and can maybe ignore those allies, the better off your position is. And I think just taking the free roll shot at the dominated arrow on turn 1 could have been very, very big from the Azalea side. Not going to happen though. Jacob is the higher seed. Jacob Lantz is going to be the lower seed every match he plays through this top 8.
That's an excellent point as well. It's also denying the Azalea player the chance for a massive arrow that Jacob Shaker won't be able to do anything about. Want to touch something about the deck list, Brian. Jacob Shaker, despite playing a deck that loves to have a whole bunch of blues, especially blues that block 3, does not have any copies of Warmonger's Diplomacy in this deck. We saw how backbreaking that could be against Jacob Lantz. For the first time we're seeing him on coverage, doesn't need to face down that card.
Got to feel good for him. Meanwhile, we're going to kick things off on the Jacob Shaker side. Gold-baited Hook is the start here because of that Golden Tipple, which will go ahead and get a free roll on this. Of course, Jacob will look to defend here.
Golden Tipple effectively giving Jacob Shaker a free use of the Golden Hook, and out comes Call to the Grave already, so that will be a blue that will go to the yard to turn on Gravy Bones' ability. Already has one ally in the yard, gonna be the promise of a second one, thanks to Call to the Grave. And has his choice.
Coming down. Interesting ally here.
Very, very strong in this matchup in particular because of Death Dealer's effect. Death Dealer does say draw a card every time Jacob Lantz wants to load with it. Anka can effectively just deny that card draw. Jacob Lantz, there are ways for Jacob to load into Arsenal without activating Death Dealer. Cards like Take Aim come to mind. Cards like Codex of Bloodrot come to mind. Might need to be relying on some of those pieces so that he doesn't get juiced by this Anka.
Jacob took a shot at Quiver there, picked up a 4 red hand, bunch of pumps, and a Heat Seeker. Little bit awkward, and I think that Death Dealer is in fact going to have to get activated here, so now priority passes back to Jacob Shaker.
Looks like
Lets it go.
He did not have a card with Watery Grave to discard, you have to imagine, otherwise he would have just snapped that off. And now Jacob Lantz has an important decision to make. Do you just buff this Heat Seeker up to Sky High and send it to face, or do you clear one of these allies?
It already feels like a tough call, but it is Jacob Lantz going ahead and firing that Heat Seeker at the Anka. And we're going to get Heat Seeker trigger here. It does trigger on the allies. Amplifying arrow loaded up. That's a neat little interaction that Jacob Lantz can take advantage of.
And he's arsenaled right next to it, a pump as well.
Charting the high seas here is Jacob Shaker. Does get the resources, does not get the gold.
But is a blue that went to the graveyard. Gravy Bones is turned on. However, doesn't have another ally, I believe. Played both of them on turn 0. Needs a way to get another ally there if he wants to make use of the Gravy Bones ability on this turn.
Does have Command and Conquer in hand, does Jacob Shaker. Good time to have that with 2 cards loaded up in Jacob Lantz's arsenal.
And here's where a little bit of the awkwardness can sometimes come if you give Gravy a big hand. He wants to get value from his ally, the Rigor Mortis that's on the field. But he has to choose either that or the Command and Conquer. It goes back to the action point starvation that we've talked about when it comes to Gravy Bones. It's a conundrum that Gravy needs to solve.
Feels like Jacob is getting quicker, more confident as the weekend plays out. I spoke with Jacob. He's actually not crazy about his deck. He thinks there is a lot he could have done better, which sounds pretty wild given his position currently in this tournament. But he says he has virtually no sideboard for this event, just doesn't like any of his sideboard options, and is just presenting the same cards over and over. Loot the Hold coming through here. That's disruption, and it's going to be followed up by even more disruption in the form of Command and Conquer. And we talked about a light disruptive deck in the form of Gravy Bones. Sure doesn't look like it right now.
We also spoke about being action point starved. Also doesn't look that way thanks to the blue flying high that Jacob Shaker has opted to bring in his matchup and buys 3 pumps from Jacob Lantz's hand to cover up the CNC. Because remember, CNC is attacking both the Arsenal cards on Jacob Lantz's side. So
bad news there for Jacob Lantz, but does have a decent play here. Just gets to fire off that arrow, clean up the rigor mortis, and go ahead and keep an Arsenal. So not the worst outcome for Jacob. It kind of just got a reset, but a small win for Jacob Shaker, I would say.
9 life behind is Jacob Lantz as he passes over full tempo over to the Gravy Bones.
Jacob Shaker picked up a boat here. Conqueror of the high seas in this hand.
Doesn't have a second blue to go with it for now, but Golden Tipple might have something to say about that.
We'll check the draw here. Finds the blue. Means the boat is live this go around.
Blocking 3 is Jacob Lantz. The hook will not get blown up thanks to Golden Tipple, but it still was conferring the on-hit of an extra gold. So respecting the on-hit is Jacob Lantz. Little does he know there is yet another on-hit coming. We spoke about light disruption. It seems these early turns from Jacob Shaker's back-to-back disruption on his side, doing a Bravo cosplay, if you will.
Yeah, he's 3 of the CNC effects down, though. 50% of the available effects in his deck.
And looking at Jacob Lantz's hand, he doesn't have enough block. That hand blocks a total of 7, Brian, and he doesn't have equipment that blocks either unless he wants to give up the tunic. And remember, Conqueror of the High Seas, similar to Command and Conquer, will attack both Arsenal cards and will give Jacob Shaker a gold for each card destroyed to boot.
Yeah, and no blocks here. It is just going to be the card given up, but Jacob Lantz has a decent hand to come back with here.
Also, correction, Jacob Lantz only had 1 Arsenal card on that turn, thanks to the amplifying arrow that he sent to the Rigor Mortis. Still destroying a card and giving Jacob Shaker an extra gold, which he uses immediately to refill that Arsenal.
With that Tunic at the ready, though, I like Jacob's setup here. No Anka to worry about. That means Tunic is going to be able to go ahead and use this Death Dealer. Loads up an Endless Arrow, picks up an Amplifying Arrow. Not the best draw there. Was really looking for an additional pump to add to the mix here. Although it is a Codex of Blood Rot, actually. I'm sorry, I thought that was a Frailty at first glance. So not bad at all. We're going to go ahead and respin, though. Look for something fresh. It is a Release the Tension, so an additional pump available.
And Codex of Blood Rot lets him load the arrow, the amplifying arrow, from his hand into the arsenal, despite Death Dealer already being used. 3-card hand from Azalea here, still very, very strong. Coming in for a total of 10 no D-Rex from Arsenal. Also the promise of the Seek and Destroy on-hit as well. And Jacob Lantz still ends with a Ponder token.
Yeah, and Jacob Shaker didn't even think about this, just immediately took damage. That has me questioning what he's going to offer on his turn.
Is it more Arsenal disruption? Or did he even have a choice? Or was he holding a bunch of allies and just simply couldn't block? Looks like 2 allies in
Couple of
that
allies,
hand.
yeah, and 2 blocks on top of it. Look, this Gravy Bones deck does not defend well. It does have weaknesses, folks. And it seems like there is a very good chance for Jacob Lantz to, if he can get that life total down quickly enough, really produce some damage. I believe 22 non-blocks in Jacob Shaker's list. So plenty of hands like this will be seen.
And a fair number of 2 blocks as well that we're seeing already, these Golden Tipples. We pull them in our treasure packs, Brian. They do block 2, though.
Dead Threads contributes a resource here. Hook is going to be active because of the Golden Tipple, and we're loaded up on allies in the bin.
Playing Golden Tipple effectively pitchless thanks to Dead Threads. Jacob Lantz this time just takes it, recognizing he can't keep Jacob Shaker off the gold anyway. He already had 3. What is an extra piece?
You know, Pankaj, we said only the 3 D-reacts in the form of blood in the water in this deck, but there is also throw caution to the wind, another prevention effect that Jacob Shaker has access to and has found it here with this draw.
Interestingly, Jacob Lantz sporting 2 copies of Milkmire Grapnel. Interesting inclusion. You would think Azaleas have gone down on the card ever since Enigma's ascension to LL, but of course, Prism still exists, and Milkmire Grapnel good against that. Maybe he brought it in here as well because of the throw caution to the wind.
It's possible. There you see the throw caution to the wind.
More filtering on Jacob Shaker's side. Remember, he is under Seek and Destroy, so he wants to empty his hand if possible. Blood Rot will help with that. You can just pitch a Blood Rot before the Seek and Destroy effect to at least convert your hand a little bit if you have no other ways to do so.
Chart the High Seas does its thing, producing some more resources. No ally headed to the bin off that one. Worth noting, Jacob Shaker under Seek and Destroy this turn, so really does want to use up all the tools. Not quite sure what's in the arsenal there.
Conqueror of the High Seas.
Oh, it's a boat again, of course. Why wouldn't it be? And Jacob finding all of these boats early, and that's exactly when you want to be finding them in this matchup.
And these boats do double duty. You put so much pressure with just these attacks that your opponent cannot mount the pressure to attack your ally that you're about to resolve. Jacob Shaker is still holding 2 blues here, 3 allies that he can pick from in the graveyard right now to go ahead and resolve.
Including Anka, which we saw potentially have influence over Jacob's use of Death Dealer.
If I wanted to pitch into this, I can, right? Pitch into the Blood Rot.
Oh, checking whether he can pitch a Blood Rod before Seek and Destroy, which yes, indeed he can.
I'll break the chain.
Flying High going to be pitched to enable the last play here. It is Anka. Going to go ahead and attack with the back of that extra resource.
So no action point remaining after this Anka's attack. So Jacob Shaker wants to use the final blue in his hand to pay for the Blood Rot. Does Lantz have an arrow in arsenal to clear the Anka?
15.
You know, he has to, so that he can continue to get value from his Death Dealer.
Down to just 15 is Lantz, and that life total starting to feel precarious. Look, all the boats used up at this point. That's a bit of a win for Lantz. Blind Azalea here.
So going to go fishing, wants to find an arrow, finds a Codex of Frailty. That's a pseudo arrow, I suppose.
Solid find. Going to go ahead and check the bin here. What's the last card in hand for Lantz? Have you seen that yet?
I don't think so. Also, that Arsenal card, I believe, was the random ponder from the Codex of Blood Rot on the previous turn.
Makes sense to me. So Jacob probably going to be able to go ahead and clean up this Anka at least.
Codex of Frailty is so interesting against a Graveyard without an Arsenal. They already want to discard their Watery Grave cards anyway. Just let them discard Watery Grave card and swap it out for an attack action from their graveyard. You said
and
all
we
the
said
boats
the boats
gone.
were done. This is a good way to make sure they come back. And this may almost be worse for Jacob Lantz here when you go ahead and unlock this ship an additional time. And there it is. Conqueror comes back.
It reminds me quite a bit of what it feels like to play Codex of Frailty against an Earth hero sometimes, where they just put back a Felling in their arsenal and you're like, wait, you're not, that's illegal. I'm supposed to be the one getting the advantage from Codex of Frailty, not you.
Wait, are you saying Codex of Frailty might have a potential downside, Pankaj? That just throws out everything I know about this card.
Specifically to Earth heroes and Gravy Bones when they don't have an arsenal, sometimes, yes.
Someone in chat, chop that in some way that's in my favor. It's just Pankaj acknowledging that Codex of Frailty is a fair and balanced card.
Whoa,
You heard it here first. Everyone heard it, Pankaj.
So Conqueror of the High Seas in Arsenal does have the blues to fuel it as well. So despite the Frailty, will still be coming in at a breakpoint of 7 with Go again.
Yeah, and Rangers not known for their defensive capabilities.
Especially not with that equipment loadout.
I'll look at the top. Sure.
Compass takes a peek at the top of the deck. We'll take a peek at Jacob Shaker's hand. Plenty of blues, as is usually the case for Gravy Bones.
No blue currently has hit the bin for Shaker. So can't play any allies yet. Give no quarter, though, could potentially help fix that. Mage Master Boots, of course, still available for Shaker.
Unfortunately, no way to get a resource from the dead threads on this turn. Otherwise, you'd be able to do it all. But Jacob Shaker's going to have a think here.
Pop a gold.
It's like gold being popped. And remember, he did know what that card was thanks to Compass. Drew a blue golden tipple, I believe, and now it's going to be the Conqueror, which both players knew about. Conqueror coming in for 7, threatening almost half of the Azalea player's life total.
It's just been oops all ships this game for Shaker. Time and time again, this arsenal has been challenged. But it's worse than that. It's the damage, and it just claims the whole hand again, and Jacob just holding, treading water, but the problem is while he treads, he's losing life. The allies are doing their job.
Once again, that's the strength of Gravy Bones. You send disruptive, go again attacks by the opponent's hand and then set up some allies, meaning your opponent no longer has the offensive output to clear that ally.
I don't think I need to do that yet. Activate Hook.
So no Mage Master Boost activation here. Jacob Shaker just going for a single ally play.
Here is the Chum getting in the mix.
Chum can be very, very awkward for Azalea to deal with. Azalea, a deck that does want to provide a lot of priority windows to the opponent, playing a whole bunch of pumps. Chum can sometimes go ahead and disrupt that, where you get to activate its ability after Azalea has played a bunch of pumps already. And with just one card remaining in Jacob Lantz's hand, I don't believe he can clear out the Chum. Because Tunic is not online, so it's just Red Ledger is just 5 with Dominate. Going straight towards Gravy Bones' face.
We talked about this card being pretty effective here against Gravy Bones. One action is a hard limiter. We see Gravy take a lot of game actions, Ponkage.
Does he have a D-React in Arsenal or a prevention effect to dodge the Dominate? Looks
No,
like he's
but
going to give up dead
the
threads.
equipment. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think you kind of have to here. Otherwise, your turn is basically shut off and you lose all the advantage you've gained by keeping that Chum around. So equipment is now gone, but I think it's done its work. And I would say Shaker in a dominant position in this match, keeping Chum around for a couple turn cycles, and is going to be able to add even more allies to the mix on this turn.
And the opponent is at 11. This is a time you can just shut the door and force the opponent to just keep giving you cards the rest of the game to block your allies and eventually just overwhelm them. So giving up the death threads there, very, very apt use of that equipment from Jacob Shaker's side.
Rabble. Is everything good? Okay.
Rabble revealing Rabble here. 3 damage, headed the way of Jacob Lantz, and life total just so precarious right now. Again, it's hard to think of the big plays that Jacob Shaker has made in this game. Has certainly found a lot of boats, but there's never been those massive here's an ally, here's an ally, here's an ally type setups. It's not like Jacob is struggling to clear the allies for the most part, but it's this incidental damage that comes at you along the way that just makes things so hard to deal with.
It's basically true damage because you have to hold cards to clear the allies, otherwise they just get way too much value. Murderous Rabble and Avasti, both blues hitting the bin as well, so Gravy Bones is online.
And this is defended, but unfortunately, I don't think this is the end of the allies for Jacob Shaker.
So Chum's attack, good go again from Avasti. Kampa's going to confer go again to the first Watery Grave card played. Could still resolve a high attack damage ally, something like that Rigor Mortis, and send that as well to threaten Jacob Lantz's 8 life points remaining.
Some of it's instant, some of it's not.
Can even think about deploying multiple Rigor Mortises, perhaps, on the back of that Mage Master Boots. But it's just going to take the damage. It is Murderous Rabble once more. Maybe a little bit of a reprieve here. Reveals the yellow. Comes in for 2. Jacob Lantz falls down to 6. And what an interesting number to be at, as we expect Jacob Shaker is going to continue this turn. Has the choice of allies. It is, in fact, not the Rigor Mortis. Or it is the Rigor Mortis. It's the Marvel.
The Marvel
Rigor Mortis. Yeah, absolutely. Grab the Marvel. That makes perfect sense. And it's going to offer 6 damage. And now Jacob Lantz is out of options. Defense must be made.
Without an arsenal, there is an argument to maybe give up the New Horizon over here. But again, with just 2 cards remaining, you can only clear 1 of these allies. And Rigor Mortis will stay around to threaten Jacob Lantz a following turn. Dropping down to New Horizon is the block from him.
I want to take a look at Jacob Shaker's draw here because I think whether he finds an ally or not is very important. He finds it immediately. And this means that Chum is now online. And there were some lines available to Jacob Lantz had that Chum not been there. But there's a lot more flexibility in Jacob's game plan now.
No pumps. And Jacob Shaker did not respond to the Death Dealer, which was his last priority window, unless Jacob Lantz plays more pumps. But at this point, Jacob Lantz is free to fire the arrow wherever he wants.
Punkage, can you win this game if you take this turn to clear allies? To me, it feels like something like Red in the Ledger or bust. I don't really know how you small ball your way out of this.
Yeah, I mean, even Red in the Ledger seems quite tough because you might limit the Gravy Bones to just 1 action, but that 1 action will be Rigor Mortis coming to your face at the minimum, which is still 6 damage, and you're at 2.
Here's Blind Azalea flip. It's take aim. That's going to be deployed.
There's a priority window here.
And now Jacob thinks. Jacob Shaker wants to know, is there space to go ahead and use this Chum and mess up the plans of Lantz?
It almost feels like Lantz wants to clear the Chum anyway. So maybe you just don't activate it, because if he just leaves on the board, you're happy anyway. So he will go ahead and activate it.
Arrow is loaded up. Mercifully, a Bolton shot, so the turn can continue from this point.
And I believe he's found a Codex, so might be able to clear the Rigor Mortis as well. Codex of Inertia needs to hit an arrow off the top, a 0-cost arrow, to try and clear the Rigor Mortis if he wants to.
Shaker's going to get some information, find out what is coming off that Codex of Inertia.
Could even Gravy Bones right here in response. He does have a gold remaining to potentially change the top card if he wants to. He's not happy with that one. But then he'll be going in blind.
Is going to Gravy, something he doesn't like on the top of the deck. Hesitates.
Both players going in blind from this Codex of Inertia. Lantz doesn't know what the top card of the deck is either. At this point, the New Horizon is gone as well. Only 1 Arsenal zone for the rest of the game for Jacob Lantz in this deck that is built around New Horizon.
Is going to be a draw and discard here. Throw Caution to the Wind was the card.
Resolve Inertia. Yes.
Blind Arsenal. I think that was back alley break line. It was a very, very quick flash of the card. Also not a great card to have in Arsenal.
I'd rather have the Throw Caution to the Wind, I think. But Jacob obviously did not know that was coming off the top. Unfortunately, though, turn has ended here for Lantz.
That is funny. It's not good, but it's
So did not have a hit off the top.
I wish that was how this game would end, actually. I'll tell you after. Okay, sure.
From the Codex of Inertia for Lantz.
Tipple for 1.
Tipple for 1. No yellow to discard.
Tipple go again. 1 cost, 1 go again. Good enough for Gravy Bones.
It is a blue with go again. Is a blue starter. We've talked about this almost Mystic Hero-esque here in Gravy Bones.
Break the chain. Okay.
Still gets a block from Jacob Lantz.
Interesting. Not wanting to fall to 1 there is Lantz. Rigor Mortis going to join the Marvel Rigor Mortis out there in the arena. 2 cards defended with here.
And I think it's because Jacob Lantz just wants to clear an ally, so might as well just conserve their life. There's no point pumping your arrows if it's going to clear Rigor Mortis anyway. Although, it seems like the Arsenal was not an arrow based on the previous turn, so...
Yeah, and we are Azalea in here. It's Codex of Frailty found. Well, that's a good way to make sure Jacob has access to another boat on the next turn.
Codex of Inertia. The Inertia token on the previous turn actually biting Jacob Lantz over here. Freeing up Jacob Shaker's Arsenal means he does get to go put back another Conqueror of the High Seas if he wishes to.
It is Endless Arrow found by Lantz.
Endless Arrow at least gives him a way to block out with his hand and clear allies effectively for free.
Yeah, this makes some sense here from Jacob Shaker to just consider a golden tipple, get some of those dead allies out of hand, and this is lethal. You don't need to go huge with the boat. You can just go ahead and offer a ton of chain links here.
He also doesn't have 2 blues, so Conqueror of the High Seas wouldn't have made much sense. Looks like Endless Arrow is going to Rigor Mortis. Snapdragon Scale is used as well.
Just using everything to get 2 Rigor Mortis out of the arena. But life totals are 30 to 2, Ponkage. This is not even close yet. Not in the range of any threat headed the way of Shaker. And has plenty of tools to work with. Still in the graveyard, in the arsenal. Lots of options here for Shaker.
And as Jacob Lantz is at 2 life, the ally that Jacob Shaker has found, Limpet, going to be very, very annoying. Attacks for 2 with native go again. Solves the action point starvation issue of Gribby Bones all in itself.
Pitches blood on the water for 1. There is the Limpet discard. Golden Tipple going to refresh the card in hand, pick up a gold.
Dead Threads off the field, though normally the interaction of Limpet with Dead Threads is very, very strong, where you get to play it out for free because it costs 0, activate Dead Threads and attack with the Dead Threads resource as well. But Dead Threads off the field at this point.
An additional Limpet picked up. That could potentially be deployed from hand with the help of those Mage Master boots. Could just end this turn Limpet rich.
And Jacob Lantz will probably be very happy with that Endless Arrow in Arsenal, should that be the case. Looks like the name of the game for him is just going to be send Endless Arrow, clear a small ally, and just keep doing that. To what end, we don't fully know.
I don't think we've blued yet, if I am
we have not
correct. So that means maybe something like a double Limpet is off the table.
Give no quarter, though. Is a blue Jacob Shaker has picked up, can deploy it here as well. That will be the blue that hits the yard.
So maybe just Limpet into a larger ally that can be deployed. Off the blood on the water reduction, or excuse me, the give no quarter reduction.
This might even be the time for the Mage Master Boots activation to just shut the door. You gotta play an ally. You can play 2 allies and attack with one of them as well.
There is give no quarter. Yeah, take advantage of that full reduction. Find the biggest, nastiest member of the crew you can.
Something that dodges the Endless Arrow that you know is in Jacob Lantz's arsenal. Chum
fits
is a great choice. Force Jacob to also keep a pump to clear it. Looks like Jacob Shaker is pondering that Mage Master Boots. You see him looking at it. Still has a give no quarter 3 resource cost reduction for another ally should he choose to go for it. Looks like that's not going to be the play. He wants to save those boots. Sending 4 damage.
Card demanded here from Lantz.
Which does mean that Lantz can keep a pump and then send Endless Arrow at Chump and just ask Jacob Shaker to do it all over again. Once again, to what end? But what other
why
option?
wouldn't he do it all again, Punkage? That's what his deck does every single turn of the game. It doesn't miss. There's no fail state here. It just will continue to do this thing turn after turn. And Jacob Lantz has to find a way to advance the game state beyond this point. Just clearing can't get you anywhere.
Well, with Chum on the field, you can't just rely on going first face anyway. So it feels
Very true. Yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying if you want to go ahead and get your name in for that box drawing, you might want to do it pretty soon because things are looking very much in Jacob Shaker's favor right now. Blind Azalea here from Lantz.
Interesting. Opting, I think, to move away from the Endless Arrow plan. Of course, giving a priority window over to Jacob Shaker while he has a Chum on the board. Swift Shot coming in, does get go again thanks to its effect. Jacob Lantz considering currently priorities on him. He can send the Swift Shot to face. No, it won't get disruption. The moment he plays a pump, though, priority window over to Jacob Shaker once again.
Yeah, and it is sent at Chum. Lantz feels he has to clear that ally. Mission accomplished, arsenal set up, but everything is back to Jacob Shaker one more time. Has a call to the grave, will be setting up allies unquestionably, has a Chum in hand. Actually, the worst cards that Jacob Shaker has drawn throughout this match are those defense reactions. They're actually the bricks in his hand. If he was just doing what he wanted to do, his hands would be even more efficient. Not to say he's had any issues doing what he wants to do, but they feel like the bricks in this matchup, which is crazy to say against a hero like Azalea.
When you are ahead, all the opponent's attacks are going to your allies, which you can't defend with defense reactions anyway. But had the texture of his game been a little bit different, had he fallen a little bit behind, that's probably why those Blood in the Waters are in the list. So just hedging his bets in both directions.
I call back to Shaker going first. I really think that was a big deal in terms of the way this match would go and the allies that he was able to establish very early on.
I'll look at the top card. Sure.
Speaking of key pieces in this matchup, very curious that Jacob Lantz decided to give up the Endless Arrow that we knew he had. He went and Azalea did away, found a Swift Shot. Moved away from that game plan. I think he was thinking exactly what you were talking about, Brian. That game plan is just simply not good enough. So you have to wonder what else he has up his sleeve.
Shaker discards that blood on the water.
So no blue has hit the yard this turn yet. As we say that, plays the blue golden tipple, so now blue will have hit the yard.
And do the job.
Refreshes the gold as well, was down to 0 gold. Now he's on 1,
card.
And golden tipple is lethal.
Command and Conquer in the mix. Again, kind of one of the worst cards that Jacob could have right now. It just feels like the allies are the only thing that matters, and continuing to set them up is so good for Jacob. Command and Conquer will be fine. It's always damage, but just almost unnecessary, it feels, at this moment.
Is there a limpet?
There is, I believe. It was discarded on the last turn cycle.
So you could play a limpet, attack with it, and then go Command and Conquer anyway to just take Jacob Lantz's full hand. Looks like that is going to be the play for Jacob Shaker.
Here's the limpet. It gets in the mix. Jacob forced to defend one more time. It gets the searing shot. And now we know the last fire here from Jacob Shaker. Maybe wants to do even a little bit more on the back of that Mage Master Boots, looking for an ally to deploy here. Does he have the right cost profile?
If he had another limpet, he could have just closed the game out right here. Still going to elect to use the Mage Master Boots.
Sawbones with Gorgon.
Finds Sawbones, and just going to use the Sawbones here and keep the card in Arsenal. That makes sense. You could offer the same amount of damage. You don't care about the disruption. And now Lantz shows the hand, and Jacob Shaker on Gravy Bones moves on to our finals. Ponkage, that wasn't close.
I have to say, for a release weekend debut for this hero and deckless construction of this hero, you have to give it to Jacob Shaker. He has made this list look so impressive. We saw so many high-profile names bring Gravy Bones to this tournament. Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock. They didn't manage to do this. They didn't manage to have the sauce on day 1 of High Seas release.
Yeah, it feels like Shaker has certainly figured something out here. Is it going to be enough to go ahead and crown him U.S. National Champion? Let's take a look at our bracket as we set the stage for our last semifinal. There you see Jacob Shaker, our first finals participant on Gravy Bones. Good news, Azalea Cult. You get another week. You get to play some more tournaments. You can breathe a sigh of relief, but no relief coming for enemies of Gravy Bones' shipwrecked looter.
Good news for the Gravy Bones players. There was quite a bit of discourse happening. People were like, is this hero real? Is he even good? Jacob Shaker showing it's got the goods to make finals of U.S. Nationals.
I hesitate to bring this up, Ponkage, but I do remember before the last U.S. Nationals, a lot of people asking, what do you think about this hero, Zen? Is this hero any good? Turned out to be pretty good. Gravy Bones, hopefully not that good, Ponkage. We will see what time reveals. But before that, I would like to reveal a winner. I want to let you know who's taking this box of High Seas. Let's send it over to Ethan. He's going to pull us a winner. Drumroll, Ponkage, get with me. Not a real one, Ponkage. That doesn't play well on camera.
We're bringing the Vegas spirit out there.
And it sounds like our winner is Matthew Rodriguez. Congratulations, Matthew. There will be details in the chat for you with contact information. Ethan will go ahead and hook you up. And we will hook you up with one more game in our semifinals. We are going to take a brief break. Then we're coming back with some new versus Verdance action. Do not go anywhere.
High Seas is in stores now. Flesh and Blood's first Necromancer has made his devilish debut, and you too can be one of the first to play with the new Pirate card pool. Head to your LGS and pick up some High Seas today. A devilish debut indeed for the Necromancer, as we have got Mr. Gravy Bones himself in the finals of the U.S. National Championship. Sam O'Byrne and Ellie Bird, that last game, I mean, let's just be real, it was a bit of a stomp.
Yeah. I mean, Azalea, I think, has traditionally struggled a little bit into Illusionist. She had a bit of an iffy matchup into Enigma. She was straight up not good into Dromai. I think it's always been her Achilles heel, and though Gravy Bones is no Illusionist, he is still an ally-based, board state-based deck that's going to accrue a lot of value and punish you for not being able to effectively clear what he sets up on the board.
Yeah, as we saw played out there, but congratulations to Jacob Lantz. What a run from him with some just unbelievable games before that one. Some photo finishes there, but we look ahead to the finals coming up shortly. Before that, though, we do have our next semi-finals match to get ready for you. Let's check out the bracket as we see just how things have shaked out before we get to the semifinals, and we've got a good one for you coming up next, folks. Bird, Cabrera, New, Alluring Desire, and Majin Bay. Jacob Lantz falling means that Azalea cannot Living Legend here. But after Breyer hit Living Legend at U.S. Nationals in Vegas in 23, the question is, will Bird Cabrera be able to continue that trend? To do so, she has to take down Majin Bay.
Which is a tall order, even in a matchup that I think I talked to her a little bit before the game. She said she feels solid about the matchup. I talked to Majin a little bit before the game, and he said he feels the opposite of solid about this matchup. I think in the abstract, she definitely has the edge here, but I mean, we saw how unbelievably well Majin has navigated some pretty tough games throughout the course of this tournament. He is no slouch, no matter how unfavored the situation may be.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic game no matter what. We do have a giveaway, of course, happening as well. We've had so many people hanging out with us, watching from home. We thank you. And so to celebrate, we will be giving away this very box of High Seas at the end of this match. All you have to do is be active in chat, say something about the game. You know, you have to be present at the end of the game when this box is going to be given away to actually be selected. But, you know, talk about the game. Talk about something interesting. Maybe a little less just box, huh? I feel like I saw so much box. Maybe let's move on to like Bird or Majin or I like this game. It's just me. I like this game over and over and over again.
I like this game. I like this game. I like thumbs up emoji.
I like and like the stream while you're at it. Also, I like treasure packs. Let's just do a quick one of these. I truly don't think we can get much better than we've gotten. I don't know if you saw it yesterday. We had double tinkerings. We've had a Conqueror of the High Seas as well. Golden, here we are.
Now that he said that, this man is about to open a tunic.
Just a Swindler's Grift, but that's okay. Happy with that.
Alrighty.
Show us what you got,
I already opened it. We're just getting through this pretty quick. What's behind door number 1? Also Swindler's
Grift. What is going on?
Mine was a different color.
It was at least a different
color. Mine was a different color.
I feel, I mean, we are in Vegas. The luck is kind of crazy right now. I might have to go test this out because I feel like as a team, everybody's just hitting doubles. That means we're going to throw exactly what we want to throw. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the arena as we prepare for the next semi-finals. And this is a big one, folks. We got a Titan and we got a newcomer to the scene. Someone who has, you know, been in the tournament scene for so long, sniffing top 8s, top 32, top 64 of Pro Tours. But this is her first major finish. And a major finish it is, making it all the way to the semifinals. And that's just how our story is still beginning. We're not sure where Bird's story ends. On the other side of the table, Majin Bay, just a stalwart of this game's competitive scene. Top 8s in multiple different levels. But this is his furthest finish as of yet so far. And he wants to take down this Alluring Desire in his path. The question is, will he be able to navigate what has historically been a somewhat tricky matchup for Verdance? Why is this matchup not exactly where Majin wants to be sitting, Ellie?
So there are kind of a few problems with this matchup. A, if New happens to steal any of your key combo pieces, not only do you not get access to your key combo pieces, she can play them, and New gaining life is pretty obnoxious for basically every deck. I believe you know, she was kind of the key wielder of a now banned card, Count Your Blessings. And what is so particularly nasty about that situation is that all of Majin's combo pieces are blue cards, all of these healing potions, all of these energy potions. She can just snipe them off the top if she chooses to activate her hero ability, pitching an inner chi, definitely putting him in a tough position. And if the vice grip wasn't tight enough, any blue attack action cards he blocks with or puts in his banish zone voluntarily by decomposing will be leveraged against him as the game drags on, giving New massive amounts of value out of incredibly small hands.
New, of course, the final remaining hero from Part the Mistveil, still legal in Classic Constructed, and we may be watching the final games of New on camera in this CC format if Bird can take down Majin and then take down Jacob and Gravy Bones. But we have a whole match here to get through first, and if we've known anything about Majin through his competitive journey, he has found ways to win where others simply could not.
It's very true. We've already seen it happen today.
Players presenting their decks, a little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of a cut, as the semifinals are soon to get underway. Bird Cabrera, first major finish for her, piloting New Alluring Desire, taking on the Grand Magister of the Wizard Council, Majin Bey, someone who has been a stalwart of this game's community and of the Wizard class ever since he burst onto the scene.
First, it was Kano. I believe he also had a little bit of a stint with Acilio, having played some of those games with him, and he's settled pretty hard on Verdance, not to mention how fantastic he was of an Icelander pilot. Actually, little known fact about him, Icelander is his favorite wizard of all time, not Mr. Fire Smirk Man.
I'm with you there, Majin. Big fan of Icelander. We miss you every day. Let's check out the equipment loadout. We have got 2 pieces of the new Widow Claw equipment with the AB and the Spell Void, and of course the Arcane Barrier. And we do see the Ring of Roses heading to the combat chain here. Looks as though Majin might not want to actually make that the first action, but Bird has now seen it. And you could see her head go thrown back. She would not happy to see that card be resolved right away.
I think that card showing up as soon as possible is basically like, I mean, that's the ideal opener for Verdance in this matchup. When Verdance struggles with a matchup, Ring of Roses is the out. You want to find it, I mean, ideally turn 0, but as quickly as possible to tack on some extra value and on your arcane heavy turns and help you fight through a little bit of a numerical advantage or disadvantage.
Bird there, you saw the eyebrows go up. She was not happy to see that one.
Not happy to see this hand, I imagine. Siren's Call, Command and Conquer, Surgical Extraction, and Bonds of Memory. She can do a little bit of dagger swinging, but I think this hand is a little bit far from ideal.
Surgical Extraction into the Beckoning Mistblade, keeping the Arcane Lantern around and leaving the Spider's Bite behind. We know this could go into that Bonds of Memory. Majin Bey calling out the pitch from Bird.
Let's take a look at this hand. We see a blue Fruits of the Forest, a red Rootbound Carapace, and a Plow Under. Bunch of earth action here along with that Ether Arc.
Fruits getting in front of the Beckoning Mistblade. Perhaps Majin thinking, you're pitching away. Surgical Extraction. What else could you come at me with? It is going to be the Bonds of Memory, and that block proving to be prudent. Looks though we might be fishing with that Siren's Call on the turn with that one floating. Majin has to think about all the various options that can appear with one floating resource.
It seems like he might block with his blue specifically to play around Siren's Call on this turn cycle.
Majin's played against a lot of blue. Here comes the Siren's Call. Yellow and a red. No hits for Bird.
This is what we're talking about, right? With Majin being such a skilled player with such an impressive pedigree. He knows his outs and how he's supposed to navigate some of these nastier matchups. And, I mean, He's fought through so many unfavored positions, and it's just showing how experienced he is with this deck from the very first turn, calling out Siren's Call in the opener, right? Literally 0 filtering did he have.
Enlightened Strike comes in now for 7. This is going to buy a block with the Undertow Stilettos and a couple more of those blue cards, Persuasive Prognosis and the Art of Desire Mind. As the Stilettos grab that -1 defense counter, it's just going to be the CNC with the 1 floating for yet another Siren's Call that remains in Bird's hand.
Looks like there is a couple blue cards in this hand. Majin probably wants to keep one to send across that red Fruits of the Forest. And a Plow Under in Arsenal, from what I understand.
Plow Under, or it could be...
It might be the Carapace.
The Carapace, which would be a bummer for Majin, given that he is staring down that CNC.
64 or 65. I can check my sideboard if you'd like me.
No,
how many did you present?
Okay, 60.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Players comparing the size of their decks because fatigue will come up in this game if New has her way. Bird asking her opponent to put his hero and equipment actually in the boxes because it was bothering her.
Let's see how Majin wants to play through this CNC. At least 1 D-React is in the hand, and maybe another one in the arsenal. Block with the Scour.
Just taking 3, but Siren's Call is pretty obnoxious here. But he can clear this card in response. This does have an instant speed ability. He can just play this life to deny the draw.
Yeah, a nice little counterplay there. Get to play the life. Gain 1, but not be able to resolve the Everbloom, which is a nice way to play around some fatigue. And now 2 Everblooms are in the graveyard after not resolving, 1 from turn 0 and 1 to play around the Siren's Call.
Everbloom is not a card you want New getting her hands on. She can use it to recur Codex of Frailty.
And it was the Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal, so Majin has to just take that damage. He didn't want to put it in front of the CNC.
I think he's going to be discarding and arsenaling here, hoping there isn't another Command and Conquer on offer from Bird here.
3 damage on the CNC.
Looks like the first Transcend of the game is coming up. Maybe not the most ideal one of all time, with just a 0-for-1 attack action and Grain that tips the scale, which will likely be pitched into Mask of Recurring Nightmares, with a Sigil of Solace to follow it up.
No blocks is a call from Majin. He wants to see what Bird has in store. It's going to be a Grains. Pump it up to 2. Transcend here.
Banishing Sink Below to Mask. Taking 2 and banishing a card off the top. It is blue. That is brutal.
That means it's going to be a card draw and a life gained. Bird just going to have to play the Sigil. Gain a little life of her own. Up to 44 now. Place those 2 cards in the arsenal.
We are in for the long haul here. 3 turns in, and both players either near or above their starting life totals.
Bird looking at this hand, not too stoked about it. A number of grimaces, placing them down on the table.
E-Strike is a fine arsenal, but if you draw into Codex of Frailty, it can be a little bit awkward, especially if you want to do some amount of blocking or Arcane Barriering. But even more dangerous to Arsenal in New is attack reactions, but it looks like she's going to risk it for the biscuit, tucking that Hiss into the arsenal.
Here's just 6 big points of Arcane with that brand new Burn Bear spell. I'm really impressed by how effective it's been just as a chunky bit of damage beyond the effect to actually give these wizards some agency into some of these more Phantasm-heavy lists. As we see the Rampant Growth head to the bottom alongside the Emeritus Scolding, as the Waning Moon continues to put pressure on.
Waning Moon nowhere near as unfair in Verdance as it was an Icelander, dealing 3 damage on your opponent's turn, but converting 2 resources for 2 arcane damage at instant speed is nothing to sneeze at.
Bird just going to block it all out. Flip around those 2 different cards, Double Trouble and Bonds.
An interesting hand here for Caleb. No blues to speak of, and a lot of costly options.
Big E-Strike for 7 now for Bird. Didn't want to do it on the last turn. Happy to do it here. Pressure the life total on Majin. Still has the venomous, not the venomous, the
Hiss.
Hiss.
Bit of
in
an
the arsenal.
interesting thing I kind of just came upon with Bird's equipment presentation here. There is no tunic to speak of.
Yep. Which means the cost curve and the various ways you pitch through Mistblade, Tunic, CNC, Codex all become so different without the tunic in favor of a little bit more arcane barrier.
Blocking 3 with that pulsing ether life. Maybe that shelter from the storm is going to come from the arsenal to soak up some damage.
Majin giving this one a real think. Maybe we can check what's in the hand. Felling, CNC, and the Rampant Growth. Those are some awkward cards. Is going to be the shelter from the storm to just go ahead, clear up all 7 of this. And I have to imagine the CNC is going to come out pitched with that Rampant Growth. Bird now knows both of those Rampant Growths sit at the bottom of Majin's deck. She has to start to think about what happens when they come back around. We've seen already in our feature match area very recently how impressive those cards are together. 31 Arcane in the quarterfinals. What's in store for Majin Bay here?
Time to start counting his pitch stack yet again, folks at home.
Leave no witnesses now. Because of the tunic.
Or
and
lack
the lack
thereof.
Yeah, Bird has to keep a card in hand to threaten this hiss.
Let's see what is going to get pitched into that, if anything.
Ooh.
Sigil of Solace in hand. We may just see her gain 3 here and move on.
Block for 5 is good. Sigil of Solace is played. Gorgeous Sagrada Familia promo. Up to 44. Feels like it should gain 4 life instead of 3.
Healing Potion, Waning Moon, putting more blues along with those Rampant Growths on the bottom of the deck and getting a little bit closer to that combo. It may be easy to underestimate here, but getting your combo pieces on the board is precious and essential. Every single one is so difficult to protect and resolve through the Mystic Assassin's attack, reactions, and ability to mill cards off the top of your deck. Counting your blessings may no longer be allowed in Classic Constructed, but I am sure that Mr. Bay is counting his, that he has resolved even 1 combo piece in this matchup.
2 damage now that Bird has to think about. Might be that preserved tradition. Heading to the pitch zone. Got the E-Strike, got the Command and Conquer, got the Pain in the backside. Those cards can work together nicely with a bunch of action points.
I suspect this turn is just going to be 3 with the Mistblade connecting for an extra 1 should this actually connect into 7. Big ol' threat. Majin, notably up to 40 thanks to that Ring of Roses since Bird elected not to Arcane Barrier.
No blocks on the 3, take a total of 4. The Mistblade has now hit. Down to 36 goes Majin Bay.
This card is nasty and new, dude.
And now Enlightened Strike comes out for 7.
3 card 11 here. Some D-reacts to work with to cover this up cleanly. Warmonger's Diplomacy looking like the block.
Majin's already resolved a Ring of Roses and a Healing Potion. He wants to find more pieces of the puzzle. Can hear some shouts from the hall as I believe a gold foil was open nearby. Events firing all the time here from the World Tour in Las Vegas. An incredible time for everyone beyond just the World Championships. National Championships, excuse me. Calling top 8 is about to begin.
One of the best value plays you can find once Ring of Roses on board. 4 Arcane coming in alongside Waning Moon, threatening a point of life gain should anything connect. And connect it will because Bird only has AB3. And that is a source of 4.
Okay, go ahead. So 43-36.
43-36 after Bird does a good bit of A-Bing. It's just more Enlightened Strikes. It's just more 2-card 7s. You can see even Bird just kind of shaking her head a little bit. You can see she puts a hand to the sky. She's not happy with the way her deck is presenting its cards to her.
Imagine Majin is, though. This hand not only blocks pretty efficiently, but can send across some more high-value damage, keeping him in the value race until he gets down to that devastating arcane damage combo. It's so risky to try and set yourself up to go for a combo for myriad reasons against New Alluring Desire, the least of which is the fact that she is by a country freaking mile the best hero at resolving Bonds of Agony, which should it find any combo pieces in your hand, it's going to remove all of them from your deck.
You can hear Majin say, I don't want to be blocking these, but it's just the way his hands are presenting themselves. 8 damage now hits the combat chain as the Cadaverous Tilling crashes forth for that big ult point of 8 after the decomposition. Let's see just precisely what the Earth cards are that head on in there.
I suspect they are all red, Sam. Yeah, Rootbound Carapace, Pulsing Ether Life, and Fruits of the Forest, being very careful not to give New any blues for free.
It does make a ponder on hit.
It's not surge?
No. It's just
3 total there. First decomposition, those cards banished to New's ability. As now Bird, you can see, blowing some air forth.
So weird.
She looks down at her weird by her own admission hand, and we do see the first Bonds of Agony present.
This is a very important turn.
Very important turn, she says, looking to resolve one of the first Bonds of Agony along with her Sacred Art in hand, maybe looking to deal some pretty serious damage. Though Majin has been very careful to not put any blues in the banished zone that she's capable of using easily for good reason, she's going to get to no questions asked banish 2 cards from his graveyard. However, this Sacred Art might come at a bit of an awkward time. Even if you get to banish those Everblooms, they don't have all that much use because you ideally want to use them against Verdance to recur your Codex of Frailties. And Lightning Strike isn't a terrible target.
I was so curious if Bird was going to block or not because it did feel like a blue in the hand would really power up what will be a Bonds of Agony here.
And Bonds of Agony hits the table as Majin draws up a combo piece.
This would be huge if this Bonds of Agony connects and rips forth the healing potion from Majin's hand. It will also rip the healing potion from his deck unless it is safely tucked away in the arsenal. Bird has access to the stilettos and 2 hisses. She can get over by, let's see, +3, +3, +3, right? So it's 9 on 1. She can make this attack 10 in the reaction step. And she can make a Fang Strike with the
Sacred Art.
Sacred Art. Does she have enough to pay for it all? I believe she does. She's got 1 blue and the hiss. She can play the Sacred Art with the blue, make a chi, play both hisses with the chi she makes off the Sacred Art. And then the Sacred Art makes a Fang Strike to bring it up to 11. Majin has to sniff it all out here.
Hand does do some pretty solid blocking, capable of blocking 10 without necessarily jeopardizing much beyond that, but unless he sniffs out that he needs to cover 11, life is about to get pretty difficult for our Earth Wizard over there.
Look at Bird, head in hands as she thinks through this turn and the next.
Just 6 blocks, Sam.
6 block. He's got the 4 more in the hand in the Shelter from the Storm.
I think this is going to come over the top.
I think it is too, with the 1 extra damage that the Fang Strike from the Sacred Art presents.
Uh-oh.
This would be huge for Bird. Let's see if it does end up coming over the top. Bird has to be thinking of that. It's a D-React in the arsenal. I don't know what's in Majin's arsenal. It could be another D-React.
I don't
If
know.
so,
Don't
that
think we
would
got it.
stuff this Bonds of Agony.
Sacred Art, the first play here. Gonna do a lot of nasty things. Let's see what Bird decides to take out of Majin's graveyard.
Are we looking?
Not much action, thankfully.
Are we looking for action cards, not wanting to do anything with the Earth talent type?
Earth action or Earth instant.
Asking about Plume.
Interesting.
Let's see what the selections are here from Bird. If Majin has a D-React in that arsenal, it changes everything on this turn. We heard Bird say it by her own admission. This is an important turn. She maybe is actually looking towards those 2 Everblooms just to get them both out so they cannot be recurred because of that fatigue angle.
Well, so that she can play them later, Sam.
Very true. You know, keep forgetting that part
That
of New.
card is about as devastating to leave in your deck against New Alluring Desire as the Mystic Heroes leaving in Levels of Enlightenment.
Let's see now what the call is from Bird. No Tunic. It's going to be the Fang Strike. It's going to be the Hiss. Pitching away the Inner Chi. Needs to find one more reaction, and what's it going to be? Going to be one of those slithers. Can keep the Hiss around.
Another Hiss. Pushing this to 11 like you called out.
Now she makes another Slither, which she doesn't have. Which she can just play the Phantom one.
Yeah, she's saying I'll just play it. You may just want to clear all of them, or
Tough.
they can be really sketchy to Arsenal.
Let's see now, Majin. Does he have the other D-React in the arsenal?
This is 11.
This goes up to exactly 11.
I don't know if he was prepared for this.
The Shelter from the Storm blocks 4. Brings his blocks to 10.
Little nod from Majin.
Looks like Bird saying still thinking in reactions. Does she want to clear out the other Slither? Yes, she does.
So dangerous to Arsenal. If you Arsenal that card and draw into Codex, you can blow yourself out.
Very good turn for this.
Very good,
turn
Majin
for
says. That doesn't sound like a man with a D-React in the arsenal.
The one saving grace here is that because he's already resolved a healing potion, even if he loses 2 more, that Ponamu amulet will give him the opportunity to do a little bit more life gaining to set up a combo, but 4 might just not be enough.
Now the question is, does Majin just activate the Plume of Evergrowth to keep the healing potion in the deck?
He might have to, but whatever card he goes and gets, he's gonna lose every copy of. Or at least 3 if he has multiple colors.
What's fascinating is if he is going to go ahead and activate the Plume of Evergrowth, he has to keep the healing potions in the deck. He's going to go put a Fruits of the Forest back into the hand, it looks like. And then immediately discard it, gaining the 2 life to turn off this Bonds of Agony effect. He's played around it. Like Majin said, this was a very good turn for this. Keeps the healing potion in the deck, but now the Plume of Evergrowth button has been hit, is turned off, and got him no real value.
Yeah, I was also hoping that you weren't gonna.
Insults to injury, salt in the wound here. His pitch stack is ruined.
But that happens sometimes.
He had 2 rampant growths next to each other, along with a blue at the bottom of his deck.
Now, Bird here, still able and allowed to search through the deck and
Gain
just
some
take
info.
stock of exactly what she's playing against.
You can see those first few cards pitched at the bottom. Scour, Plow Under, Rampant Growth, another Rampant Growth, and a Mental Block.
I love that thing. I'll play that in any deck I can.
This Bonds of Agony has go, go, go again, again, again.
No Bonds of Agony has gone further than this Bonds of Agony on the combat chain.
If you respond to Watery Grave Trigger,
Look at that.
and can you respond to
We already appreciate.
I mean, it doesn't matter right now.
We're just listening in.
It is a trigger. Okay, so if I banished it, would it be face down and banished, or would like it not
be
flip?
a new object, so it needs to banish its place. It's because ultimately, like the trigger, pretty true.
And here the players discussing.
Potion seller.
Bird just said the potion seller.
Face up just because it pulls it from the graveyard and it's in the banish.
This is a pretty interesting question. What they're wondering here is because Watery Grave is a triggered ability, you can, at instant speed, banish it from your opponent's graveyard in response to the Watery Grave trigger. And because the Watery Grave trigger will no longer see that it is in the graveyard, it will be in the banish zone face up and playable for new. This doesn't matter because Sacred Art has already been used this game. But it is an interesting question.
So I'm gonna get a bajillion action points.
Actually only going to gain 1, Bird.
I will pass as well. You let me know if you have any.
Both players here passing over.
I imagine you won't, but I won't pick them up just yet.
Making sure Bird has no instant speed effects. She certainly does not. Turn
But
passes
that
over to Majin.
is quite a hand off the top. Persuasive Prognosis glued to Justin Nick right next to each other in the deck. The secret
right.
hero ability of every assassin.
Let's see how Bird wants to enact this turn. I had to imagine it was going to be the Beckoning Mistblade. Mental block here comes
Clutch.
out, and you can see Bird with a head up. Not happy to see that one.
Something good this game.
Majin Bey finally feeling like he had a good moment, as he has had to face down disruption after disruption. No blocks, I believe, is the call from Majin.
Don't worry. New always has it.
Just a Nick coming down and asking for just a little bit off the top.
Just a Nick then. That one first.
Just a Nick banishes blue scoldings. Really like those scolding. There's the Just a Nick. That means that the Warmonger's Diplomacy can be banished.
And you gain 3.
New here gaining 3 after all the triggers are resolved.
Interestingly, opting not to use the one floating to play out a Siren's Call, maybe not wanting to put herself in an awkward position. Majin going to send across a Plow Under and plow his own arsenal under. Oh, never mind, it's Felling of the Crown.
Felling of the Crown, pretty
My
good
bad.
here.
My bad.
Gonna go ahead and rip a card from Bird, and the Ponder that the mental block created means he's moving back with a 5-card hand of his own after this.
This is going to have Verdance's hero ability online here as well.
Hold on, let me think about this banish really quick.
Let me think about this banish, says Majin. Not wanting to put himself in an awkward position where he puts blues in the banished zone and gets blown out for it.
Felling of the Crown, so impressive. Majin able to banish away the Plume of Evergrowth and turn on the Verdance hero ability upon this decomposition's resolution.
I'm allowed to put blues on top. Am I allowed to put blues on
I
top?
don't think you can reorder. I know you can't with the graveyard.
Talking about reordering the Banish Zone versus the Graveyard here.
This was actually recently updated. The rules were updated to be a little bit more lenient towards players reordering certain zones. Fun fact.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna put all the
It's
playable
totally
blues
fine.
on top.
Yeah, looks like just going to put the playable blues on top here, as they are playable for New. As she looks through, there's a fair amount of options for her. Those 2 Everbloom Lives are looking pretty nice on a turn that New gets activated. Get some good actions on the bottom, because I don't think it targets... Does it target Earth actions? Or does it target action cards?
Everbloom Life targets any action card with cost less than
Yeah,
the
just
amount
an
of
action
life
card.
you gained this turn. It also doesn't target. It chooses upon resolution, meaning you
can't-
cannot get blown out by
Yeah.
something being banished in response.
Very true, very true.
Juice, but a lot of juice.
Yeah.
It's the best way to explain whatever the hell is happening.
I think you did more decomposing than I did almost.
Majin saying that Bird has done most of the decomposing this game, helping get that hero ability, I think, online, but maybe not, because
It
Majin has
is.
not flipped the hero over.
It is online. This Felling of the Crown is putting him at 8 Earth cards in Banish.
3, 4, 3 left.
Fascinating. If Bird goes ahead and plays out those Earth cards from the Banish Zone, they'll no longer be in there, and the hero ability will no longer be online.
Another axis on which this matchup can be a little bit miserable for our Earth Wizard.
Turn 8 here. Both players still at a very healthy life total, though Bird is staring down the Felling of the Crown.
Another bit of complication from not having Tunic in the deck here is that this Homage to Ancestors plus Levels of Enlightenment can typically be a really, really powerful play with just 2 cards if you have Tunic to pay for the levels, but she doesn't. This turn is Mistblade Pass. Maybe a little bit of reprieve for Majin.
Looks like it's a Burn Bear in the arsenal. Big old arcane spell he can throw forward.
And gain some life should it connect.
But the Siren's Call here, a classic play, asking for a card in front of the Mistblade no matter what. Mental block is just going to be
Mental block.
discarded to get out of the hand, create the Ponder.
I'm not happy about this.
Are we going to pitch 3 reds to play Burn Bear on this turn, Sam?
We very well might. We do have the Ponder. You saw Bird's face. Majin said, I'm not happy about this as the Burn Bear comes forward. Bird looks up to the sky as, let's be clear, it's been a little bit of a weird one so far in the semifinals. Both players trying to fight through some awkward draws and some awkward plays. Majin can do nothing but laugh as he looks down at the tillings and the fruits of the forest. But at least both these players, with so much on the line, still having a great time.
Sometimes Verdance is the most efficient Flesh and Blood deck you've ever seen, and sometimes 4-card 6.
Sometimes it's this. But this is part of what new does to you, puts you in bad positions. Majin's had to make a bunch of suboptimal plays to play around the disruption that Bird is threatening. Didn't want to give Bird the chance to draw a card off the Siren's Call. But luckily enough, Majin going to be able to draw once again off the Ponder and have another 5-card hand.
First Codex of the game in Bird's current hand, but a little bit of an awkward hand here. Double red. I suspect we may see a red card either pitched to Arcane Barrier on the Verdance trigger.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're not posturing like the Verdance ability is online. As the Codex is pitched into the Command and Conquer, I think that should have been a trigger if it was. Every other game, Majin has flipped around.
Just snapping off, I'll take 6, get this stupid blue Autumn's Touch out of my arsenal.
That was hilarious. Majin happily throws away the blue Autumn's Touch to the CNC, goes down to 27.
For pretty good reason here, too. His hand is capable of sending Enlightened Strike into Command and Conquer. Not only a 4-card 11, but it threatens taking Bird's arsenal away from her.
Yeah. I figured since you didn't have any resources up, and I don't think you shuffled for Chi, but I shouldn't have assumed.
Here comes the Enlightened Strike. Here the players chatting through a little bit about the decision-making process. 5 go again now. Once again, how does Bird want to play this? It's been a weird one by her own admission. But at the end of this match, we will have our last finalist competing for the title of U.S. National Champion
of 2025.
High Seas has just released. We have seen some new cards. One there in the pitch, the Everbloom Life. As the CNC comes down and threatens the arsenal of Bird. Some kind of symmetrical turns now for our players.
One of my favorite things about Everbloom is I love when cards get banned, and the reason is a card that isn't out yet, because everybody goes, well, what could possibly be so bad? And then I think collectively everybody saw Everbloom Life and was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Get Germinate out of here.
Here comes Persuasive Prognosis, once again threatening the hand of Majin Bey.
I mean, a new what doesn't? A Healing Potion yet
Another healing
again.
Potion. He's got to put a bunch of blocks into this.
I think she might be looking to use her Stilettos this turn.
No
Sigil
reactions.
of Solace in hand. She's going to gain a massive 5 life from this interaction.
Majin so pleased about this.
I believe he held back a mental block.
Yeah, had a little bit extra blocking potential. But
Thankfully, that mental block can pay for Waning Moon.
And this is huge for Majin. You saw the lengths he went through to preserve the other healing potion earlier in this game. He gets to resolve this one and pitch away the mental block into the Waning Moon. Isn't left with the block card in the hand. Bird working out her hand. Has a Codex. And a nice one at that. Just going to prevent the damage on the Waning Moon.
Doesn't want that Ring of Roses trigger to resolve.
Now I wonder here for Majin, these 2 healing potions, he doesn't have the plume. Is he setting himself up well enough to be able to have that big combo? There's another amulet in the hand. That's a 3rd piece. And this is a Leave No Witnesses that threatens nothing but the top of the deck. No blocks is the call.
Looks like it's going to be a double Transcend in reactions here, both giving this go again and getting to filter away one Chi, as the other will likely go into Mask of Recurring Nightmares, drawing an Arcane Compliance off the top. Maybe not the ideal card you want to see here.
Arcane Compliance, as we've seen earlier, has a little trouble with Verdance, given that the stacking can go onto the Verdance trigger and not an action card. Similarly into the weapon. Take
asked
4.
Caleb how he intended to win this matchup, and he said, I can't decide on a weapon. I think I just gotta try to scam her. And I think that's what he's trying to set up here. He's trying to just get a little bit lucky and try to resolve all the combo pieces. So far, going reasonably well for him. The first new activation, not getting to snipe anything off the top, but I think we're gonna see some of Verdance's blues played against her, pushing that life total lower and lower.
Both Everblooms
card is
and lives
brutal.
going to go ahead and be resolved here. And they'll actually, the second one will be able to see all of the life gain done on this turn.
Yep. Nasty.
33. He gets an action card as Nu has seduced the secrets away from Verdance. Gathering the intel and the information. What action card is she going to select?
Has to be one with cost 0 on the first one and 1 on the second one. And Light and Strike looking pretty tantalizing here with all 3 in the graveyard. Just puts a lot of extra damage back in the deck. Interesting, instead choosing Persuasive Prognosis.
Then the second Everbloom going to gain another life, allowing her to look for something with cost 1, though I'm not sure there's any action cards in the deck that cost 1. It's just
There
going to be...
is Levels of Enlightenment.
Levels of Enlightenment.
Just putting a
Absolutely
Bonds
true.
of Agony back on the bottom of the deck, putting 2 more of those nasty, nasty Just-a-Nick targets back in the deck.
As well as 2 more blues for any potential arcane damage that's coming later. Autumn's Touch is going to be the next call. No blocks. Take 5, down to 18 goes Majin Bay.
Interesting, she chose not to resolve the Codex in hand, not wanting to discard to it, instead sending across some vanilla damage, but that might be pretty fortuitous for Majin on the other side of the table. I think he's going to get to establish another combo piece, an Arsenal Felling of the Crown.
Gain
Verdance
2,
trigger.
yeah. Here comes the trigger, so I guess Majin did know he was online.
Interesting, intentionally yielding to it on a turn prior.
Mm-hmm.
Curious to see if he establishes a combo piece or rattles off this Felling.
I was at 18, right? 23 to 18.
Oh.
23-18, they're checking life totals here.
That 1 life gain off that Ring of Roses, offering a recursive ring of extra arcane damage should that Verdance trigger actually connect on this turn. 3rd combo piece hits the table.
Yeah, could have pitched into the Felling of the Crown, but he knows what he's trying to do, and it is set up the combo. There's the first Rampant Growth. Remember, though, folks, we don't have the option of that Plume of Evergrowth after having to protect the healing potion on the Bounds of Agony.
He has to find the combo naturally.
Set it up and then protect it is the name of the game. Majin down to 21. He's taking a couple licks here as the Bond Beckoning Mistblade threatens to potentially give some go again to a future attack. And there's a good one in the hand for Bird. It's that
Their
Bonds of Agony. And this one would grab a really impressive card from Majin Bay. You have to imagine. You have to
You
play
lose
it for
those
no
rampant
value,
growths,
yeah.
it is over.
Beckoning Mistblade online, which means
Bonds with go again. Never what you want to see.
Majin Bay, a little bit of a nod of the head as
yep.
he considers how he wants to utilize the cards in his hand. Now, Stonewall Gauntlet is active because the attack has power greater than its base.
Somewhat useful, capable of blocking for functional 2 here. Bird is holding on to a Venomous Bite in hand. And I believe that is the only way for her to increase the damage of this Bonds of Agony. Not that I will ever know. Yeah, looks like, so +4 there. Base power of Bonds. Functionally 4. +1 from the Mistblade. So this is for 9 threatened.
What's fascinating, if she can buy all the cards out of the hand and Majin is able to protect that Rampant Growth, Codex can snipe it away.
Yep. Well, he does have an arsenal right now.
Oh, he does have an arsenal. Never mind.
It's hard to see. Black sleeves.
Yeah, black sleeves. Does have an arsenal, so Codex can't snipe that one away. So Majin here really has to consider all of the various ways this bonds can get just a little bit bigger. To go again on this Bonds of Agony, threatening not only the 20 life total that Majin Bey currently has, but the devastating on-hit effect from the powerful Mistveil Majestic.
Yeah, that is an access we actually haven't touched on so much because this matchup is prone to going so long and to fatigue and to these new activation endgame states. But it's always possible that Majin just dies before he gets to do what he wants to do, and this card is threatening a lot of that life total. The Stonewall Gauntlet functionally blocking for 2, incredibly clutch here because it's going to save him an entire card. This Bonds of Agony's ceiling has been reduced from 9 to 7, and he has a Rootbound Carapace in hand capable of blocking 4.
Yeah, so Bird doesn't have to play out this Venomous Bite, but otherwise would lose a card to the Codex. Not going to do so. Banish away the Plow Under.
3 go again. Holding up a Venomous Bite, maybe just going to pump up this pain in the backside instead.
And look, this, because the combat chain didn't close, this pain in the backside.
-1.
So this is just going to be damage here on the Venomous Bite.
Just 7 go again. No big deal.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take 7.
Down to 13. No combo pieces lost to the banished zone, however. Silver linings.
Close chain here. Lose the Stonewall.
Here it comes. Oh, never mind.
Codex?
Sandbagging the Codex?
Wow, holding the action point in the hand. I have to wonder why she didn't want to snap it off there, as we see the felling of the crown come down and the rampant growth safely hit the pitch zone.
Another Codex in Bird's hand here. Looks like she's going to tuck it to felling and then have 3 cards left to block with. I mean, this is as good of a situation as you can find yourself in, given what's come before as Majin Bey here.
Yeah, we're getting close to pitch stack, but Majin is putting a rampant growth to the bottom, and without the pulsing, the plume of Evergrowth, like we said, has to be a little more honest.
There is no pitch stack to speak of. Sam, Majin's deck got shuffled by that first Bonds of Agony connecting.
Hearing that perhaps different card was tucked away, and it's the Arcane Compliance in the arsenal and not the Codex, which would make the sandbagging of the action point make a whole lot more sense.
I'm curious what the text on Arcane Compliance is. Does it require specifically an action card that deals arcane damage? No. Okay. I thought it had to be an action card that dealt arcane damage, and she had just bricked her arsenal forever.
No, just target action card on the stack. But like we've seen earlier in our tournament, it will not affect Verdance triggers.
Pretty powerful point of interaction for Majin Bey here. She may just be forced to clear this compliance for no value if she wants to resolve a Codex. Maybe instead just blocking 6.
Yeah, it is the compliance.
I have a really obscure question for the judges. Is that okay?
Here comes just a little bit of a judge call. We're going to go ahead and let Bird figure out just precisely, I have to imagine, how she utilizes the Arcane Compliance in conjunction with the Codex of Frailty, maybe respond to the Codex while it's on the stack, play the Arcane Compliance, get it out of the arsenal, but then it's just sitting there in the graveyard and you didn't get any value out of it whatsoever. It's going to be an interesting one. Majin Bey has lost a fair bit of life. Potentially, like you said,
it has to
just
target
die.
an action card on the
stack. So it's already
she can't just target the felling.
No, because she's already put a card to the bottom, already let the felling resolve. It's no longer on the stack. But you have to imagine she could just respond to her own Codex of Frailty.
Right.
So in a moment, we'll head on back down to the arena. Looks like the judge call has been worked out. So we can see just precisely how Bird wants to continue this important semifinals match. Which hero will take on Gravy Bones in the finals of this U.S. National Championship?
Pretty painful blocking decision for Miss Cabrera here.
Here come the 2-3 blocks. Save 2 points of life. Potentially not. Pulling back the same card.
Taking
No
8
blocks on the felling of the crown. Down to 24 goes Bird.
Maybe just wanting to fire off this levels of enlightenment, maybe hoping to connect with a missed blade first to send it for 4 with go again.
But you have to wonder, wow, 2 rampant growth lives in the hand for Majin Bay.
And a scour, which is a blue, as well as a sink below to insulate him from any disruptive damage he might find coming at him this turn.
Luckily for him, there is no disruption that disrupts the hand on this turn whatsoever. Here comes the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Gear up some defense. Make the embodiment of Earth. Trigger the Barkskin. Make the embodiment. Levels of Enlightenment. 3 with go again here. Down to 10 goes Majin Bay. Codex of Frailty, response, arcane compliance. A little bit of a laugh from Majin. Close the chain. Grab what has to be.
Leave no witnesses.
Leave no witnesses.
Attempting to leave no arsenal for Majin Bay on the other side of the table, but this disruptive effect may not be something he cares all that much about.
Frailty and a Ponder.
Good old Fronder and a Pailty.
Sink below, going to take care of the Leave No Witnesses. This was considered a bad matchup for Verdance. It's feeling like Majin is maybe in a pretty good position.
With what he has on the board, I don't actually think this is enough right now. At least not for a one-shot kill. He has 6 life gain, 3 points of arcane damage from the various Verdance triggers.
He's
Bird
going for
may
something.
Not realize it, but arcane barriering these Verdance triggers is instrumental because the life gain from the Ring of Roses is going to stack up.
Yeah, and that's why it was a snap AB3, it looks like, from Bird.
With double rampant growth, he'll be amping 8 twice.
That's a lot of damage, Ellie. Looks like he just has to go for it after finding the both of them in the hand.
You can't just sit on it, but he even says, oh my god, it's so bad. I don't think it's quite enough, Sam.
Majin Bay is upset about something here.
That doesn't seem undoable, does it?
Majin Bay here saying...
I wanted to respond to the last ping, but
Majin wants to respond to the last ping. He's saying, I just didn't do it. He said, you could hear him kind of say, I'm so dumb.
I think, from what I understand, in situations like this, if you play something where no information has been gained and no real information has been gained, Bird already had one floating, her arcane barrier. You know, Majin didn't see any extra cards. It's pretty much a given that she's going to cover that one arcane when she's already shown intent. From what I understand, it's pretty likely that Majin does get to go, wait, I wanted to leave that Verdance trigger on the stack since nothing else has been played and they haven't moved too far past it.
Yeah, you have to imagine the judges have been in this situation plenty of times, have seen exactly these types of scenarios play out time and time again. We're going to let the players have a moment to discuss with the judges. I think it sounds like we're ready to head back to the feature match area. And from what we're hearing, the Verdance trigger is going to be allowed to return to the stack for Majin to respond to.
By doing this.
2 rampant growths played, 1 life trigger coming across for 1.
Are you letting the extra Verdance ping resolve?
It is resolving, yeah. This one is resolving. Yes.
8 total life gain. This will be amp 8 times 2. But that's only 16. This deck really wants to one-shot the opponent.
For 17.
Yes.
2 different sources of the rampant growths here. This now comes in for 17.
Interestingly, not putting this on a waning moon. I suspect he wants to follow this 17 damage blast with the felling of the crown sitting in his arsenal, Sam.
Now that would be a huge follow-up.
I was so curious. I was like, does the Verdance, maybe threatening that Verdance ping is important. You can try to push through that Ring of Roses trigger and increase how much you're amping by, but it makes so much sense that he doesn't want to commit this Scour in his hand to paying for a Waning Moon, when instead he can fire off a Felling of the Crown, maybe capable of closing the game immediately.
17 plus 8 total is 25.
Also, one more point of arcane damage will be threatened because this attack, or this spell, will connect and trigger Ring of Roses.
Bird Cabrera, though, does have options. Widow Claw equipment and 2-block on the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Little bit of extra value on the board there.
And is going to still be left with a card in hand. She only can AB. Well, let's see. Well, will she be left with the card in hand?
Not if she ABs here, Sam. Taking 14 down to 10. Majin's gonna gain 1 to 19 and send across another arcane ping, likely putting her down to 9. This is tough.
And now, does Bird want to AB here? If she doesn't, she will get no value out of that inner chi, unless she just pitches it to New.
Bit of a tough call here for both players. Bird's not in a fantastic spot after this Felling of the Crown
Not at
resolves,
all.
but it will only come in for 7 small graces because of that Codex being played last turn and giving Majin a frailty. But Verdance has such a tough time closing in these post-combo situations against decks like New that are capable of blocking so effectively, easily, and efficiently. He's gonna have to play fair here unless his one out to closing this game from here is Storm Striders. And speaking of, Bird rips Blue Emeritus Scolding off the top, possibly dashing his hopes from a complete random top deck of closing this game.
And that would have been in Majin Bay's next hand after Bird takes this huge hit for 7 and falls down to 2. But the instant speed ability of New taking care of that attack, and there's no spell. That's the card that would have been in Majin Bay's hand. And in response to the Felling of the Crown, the Chi pitched into the New hero ability, and that is an oft-overlooked line of text. Banish the top card if it is blue. Bird should be down to 2 here.
Her random banishes from the top took all 3 Scoldings out of Majin's
was
deck this
massive. I mean, that literally just is the game if that card was on top. It would have been a total of 7 points of damage. She has the Spell Void too, but with being down to 2, Bird there, just a massive, massive rip off the top of the deck with the New hero ability. Cannot be overstated.
Could not ask for more in that scenario.
And the question is now for Bird, can she find, how many Sigil of Solaces has she resolved? I think 2. I think there's 1 still kicking around if she has a 3rd in the deck. And that's a way to insulate herself from some potential Storm Striders.
Plow under, hitting the combat chain here, going to take Bird's arsenal away and crack in for 6, a now lethal amount of damage. Bird does not get the space she got earlier in this game at 2, and she doesn't get as much card selection here as she would like. She's forced to hold on to 2 Chi in this hand.
Oh, the other question is, how many Burn Bears have we seen from Majin Bay? All the Burn Bears sounds like they are gone. Yeah, you can see 1 being banished. He's blocked with a fair amount of pulsings earlier in this game. There might be 1 pulsing Aether left, and if so, that would be a way to get over the top.
Gotta imagine those Everblooms and Healing Potions are looking like pretty attractive banishes with this pass over, since she can gain a little bit of life here.
Some persuasive prognoses and bonds of memory, also ways for Bird to gain life with new banishing action cards from her attacks with stealth.
She's counting Burn Bears here.
This game is so close. It is on an absolute razor's edge.
It may look like Majin has a massive lead here, but his deck is incredibly thin. Choosing a target for Preserve Tradition. I mean, what do you think it's going to be, Sam?
Oh, gosh. Look, E-Strike.
Oh, my bad. I figured it'd be Codex.
No, going to be Enlightened Strike.
Maybe not.
Pick something different.
Maybe it is Codex.
Do I though? I don't think so. 7 pitching
Nope, it's E-Strike.
It
My
is
bad.
E-Strike.
My bad.
Fair to say, she's been pitching them. Both players here so close to a finals berth. Oh my God, the Emeritus off the top to keep Bird alive in this game.
Not much to work with here.
All right, and now Bird able to play blue cards from Majin's Banished, and there's a whole host of options. She's just going to play the healing potion here. Bird just grabbing that healing potion for a future turn. Wants to insulate herself from some big spell. That's the question here. And this is part of the, texture that Randy Davis was talking about, that Majin Bey's deck is not filled with some of the same spell density as some of these other Verdants that have done well throughout this tournament. And we're seeing some of that potentially come back to bite Majin here as he looks to actually close out this game.
Interesting, she chose to just resolve a healing potion and pass back. Rather than cracking in for any damage at Majin's life, maybe she's decided that fatigue is the angle here.
Could she have played the Scour targeting the Ring of Roses? Is it Aura tokens only?
Yes, she could have.
So hard.
She absolutely could have.
Interesting.
I'm so sad. It was so.
Here we are in the second semifinal game of this national championship, and it has been a banger. Thank you to all of you hanging out with us in the chat, watching from home wherever you are, be it phone, computer, television, or Kindle. I don't know. Thank you for joining us. We, of course, at the end of this game are giving away a booster box of High Seas. Just be active in the chat. Be around when we call the winner, and you will have a chance to win yourself a box of the set that is the foundation for this classic constructed format. We got a Gravy Bones in the finals, folks. You're going to need your High Seas boxes to build that impressive-looking hero.
Curious how Majin chooses to move forward in this near-fatigue state. If he doesn't send across enough damage, he's just going to get run out of cards. He's counting his deck. He has 8 cards left in his deck. That's only 2 more hands. What does he have that can close this game from here?
My jaw just kind of dropped, Ellie. I didn't realize how thin the deck had gotten. That Banish Zone is huge. The Graveyard is huge. That really does make sense, and it's just going to be the Healing Potion and maybe the Waning Moon.
I believe he does have another Rampant left in the deck. That might be what he's playing towards.
We're at this part of the game.
Bird says, we're at this part of the game. What that part is, I hope she knows, because I don't really.
What'd you say? My stack's so bad.
Majin Bey once again repeating his phrase, maligning the quality of his deck. A deck that he took to a near sterling record in Classic Constructed and is now carrying him to this semifinals match. There's an Aether Arc. That's a way to get a little bit of Arcane through, but it's going to depend on how Bird plays this next hand.
Going up to 4 here. Activating new. Banishing a mental block off the top. Getting Majin ever closer to full fatigue here.
You can see a little bit of a smile. Bird thinking that maybe she's found a way around this one. A lot went right for her here. Getting the right cards off the top to the hero ability, the right cards off the top to just a Nick. And these are the kind of combinations it might have taken.
Unbelievable seeing that blue Emeritus Scolding banished off the top.
That was just beyond. One of those moments in TCGs that are so unique.
I think Majin's going to be sending across some large physical attack on this turn.
A large physical attack, potentially taking a bunch of cards out of Bird's hand, and then giving him that window. What Arcane is left for Majin Bey?
I think he might only have Rampant Growth and maybe a Pulsing Ether.
Yeah, that's the question is, I feel like I saw a lot of those pulsing Aethers be blocked with early in this game.
If she's just going to try to commit to this life gain past the turn strategy, establishing these healing potions, Majin might be able to get into an advantaged position by sending across some large attacks.
Bird there did not want to arsenal either of those 2-3 blocks. She wanted to keep all 3 blocks in the hand. Majin here going to gain a life, trigger the Verdance.
She is more or less obligated to cover this, and since this has go again, I imagine we're going to see this followed up by the Cadaverous tilling in his hand, cracking across for twice Bird's present life total, and on top of that, he's holding on to a Fruits of the Forest to use should he find that rampant growth in the next hand, Sam. He still has a plan despite 6 cards left in his deck, despite his back against the wall. Life totals immaterial in this game. The master of the wizard class is here, doing his absolute best to impress not only the whole nation, but 5,000 viewers at home. This is 2 of the best players in the entire United States of America duking it out at the highest level.
Majin Bey doing everything he can to scratch and claw and form a win from where there should not be one. In a matchup that many have considered to be dangerous and not Verdance favored, he has done very well to get Bird down to such a precarious life total. And is this the moment where the Cadaverous tilling rips all the cards out of the hand?
She has to block with at least 2.
And she's just going to give the
lining
whole
up all 3.
hand. She's
This
going to give the
might be
whole
it.
hand. She has the Mask of Recurring Nightmares as well.
The problem with blocking with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares is that you give up your win condition as new, especially when your opponent is at 20 life like this. If you get rid of your mask, you will almost certainly run out of ways to quickly and efficiently run them out of cards. As your deck gets more and more dense with inner chi, you can find yourself in a pretty precarious position should you no longer have the mask to rip cards, and your opponent can finish you off with their last couple threats because your hand just doesn't block anymore.
Head in hands for Bird Cabrera, thinking through all the possible options. She has had such an incredible run to get here, including the masterful game against Andrew Cook, Pro Tour London, top 8 competitor.
Thinking to herself right now, how did this slip away from me? Going down to 2.
Taking 2, can activate the healing potion on her turn.
The next 3 cards for Mr. Bay. There's that
Scour.
rampant growth, Sam.
There's the rampant growth and the scour. Healing potion on the stack to bring her all the way back up to 4 from where she just was.
He also has a defense reaction should she send anything serious across.
We can amp 4 with the healing potion and the fruits. Amp 5 with the life from rampant growth. That might be enough.
He might be considering going for it. The problem with Scour is I don't believe you can play it for 0, Sam.
Man, I wish I had that in Mirror School.
It'd be a lot better.
I don't think there's still a Pulsing Ether in the deck.
No, I don't think so. We would have seen it by now. We've been through this deck a bunch of times.
What's up?
Do you need to play a non-attack action?
I do have to play a non-attack action. I can't just cast it.
Oh, yeah.
How much life gain is on offer? We have Fruits for 2. Rampant for 1.
Will the Verdance trigger be enough with the rampant growth here?
Let's do some math. She's going to go to 4 here. She has AB3, Spell Void 2, capable of covering 5 from a single arcane spell. Majin has 2, 2, and 1 life gain available. That is 5. If she's at 4, even if he sends across Waning Moon, I don't think it's enough, Sam.
The question is, will the Spell Void have to be cashed in?
Yes.
And if
Most
so,
likely.
then she'll only have AB1 from that point forward. That might be just enough. As the Alluring Desire doing her best to run this wizard out of threats, out of the potential to actually close out the game. And then it's a Beckoning Mistblade and a Dream for Bird Cabrera, and a Dream that might just end with her in the top 8. Homage to Ancestors drawn. That's another point of life gain. That changes the math entirely. There should be a sigil left. You heard Majin just say there, this has been a weird game, but it's also certainly been a good one. As the first multiple turns of this game were odd, honestly. Just some challenging draws from both players, navigating through in the best ways they could.
I'm so glad that this game was this fascinating. Both players told me they felt like this one was going to be a blowout, and instead we are 63 minutes into this high-octane, high-tension match.
And either way, we have such a story. Either Majin Bey reaches the finals of a tournament that he was dominating for much of Swiss and finally has that true signature crowning jewel achievement to his record, or Bird Cabrera not only becomes a true new champion on the scene just by making it to the finals and punching her ticket into a small and exclusive list of heroes, and potentially can living legend new alluring desire before our very eyes in the very same hall that Charles Dunn brought Briar across those pearly gates. Majin Bey doing all the math, he's calculating, he's thinking about exactly what those last couple cards are. Bird's at 4, but actually 5 with an homage to ancestors. Pass turn
Passing
over.
the turn.
Pass is good as the head returns to hands for Bird.
I'm not going to overextend that bad, but we'll see. The chef is here, I guess. What do I do with this?
Bird once again places her head in her hands. She does not know just precisely how to pressure these final cards from Majin. He's got plenty of life to work with. He can accept any damage she presents.
What is Majin's arsenal at this point? Codex? Majin just shrugs. All right, man. Share.
Codex of Frailty.
Likely some sort of disruption to follow.
Maybe.
However, a discard is also mandatory. Cards in deck.
Yeah, no, I know that feeling.
Both players absolutely bemoaning their current state, but luckily, one of them is going to win. So one of them is going to leave this match happy and leave this match a finalist in the U.S. National Championship, an enviable position for any Flesh and Blood player. So it's not all bad, my guys. You're going to be good. Someone's going to move on.
This reminds me so much of something we had happen in our Swiss rounds on day 1, where Jeffrey Mazar on Vincent called his Puffin opponent out hard and said, "You don't have it. I pass." And forced his opponent to convert, and Majin may find himself in a pretty similar situation here.
Looking through. Yeah, those are all those pulsing aethers, long gone.
Yep.
Yeah, blocked at the very beginning of the game like we thought, and then headed to the banish zone.
This is tough stuff.
It is going to be the Codex as the call for Bird, just grabbing the CNC, threatening the arsenal, taking some cards out of the hand. There's the Ponder, there's the Frailty. Has to discard. Which is the discard here? Ooh, discarding the homage would be interesting.
Discarding the Bonds of Memory and instead pitching the homage.
Wow, that's
she
fascinating.
was not capable of transcending with it this turn, so that virtual 5 life gain has been a little bit neutralized on this turn.
Yeah, I wonder, I thought perhaps she'd want that in the arsenal as a little bit of a way to change the math on Majin. Something that he might not have been able to consider. I am surprised she's not keeping that for the arsenal.
Me too. Wonder what Majin's plan for getting Command and Conquered is here. There may just not be one. He can block with Barkskin and a non-attack action, but I don't think it covers this up.
Yeah, it's not about the life total for Majin. It's about the threats and the cards left in the deck. That is all he cares about. That's all we care about here. Bird taking stock of the situation. He's at 20 life. That is not the story of this game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Bird has a Ponder too, so that homage could have even just been played for the 1 value.
Giving up an inner chi in your deck has a very real cost. Majin taking 3 down to 17. Arsenal destroyed. Rootbound Carapace gone. That's a little bit of insulation from any further disruption lost. Let's see the Ponder. reminding players of a Newman handy acronym APUD, APUD, Arsenal Pitch Untap Draw.
Resolving the Ponder here.
Surgical Extraction into the Arsenal.
And that Homage to Ancestor heads to the bottom of the deck.
What is Majin's plan? With just 3 cards here. Passing again.
Thinking about Arsenal, maybe putting that Root Pound away.
May not Arsenal at all with this few cards in deck.
Bird here. Maybe it's just a foregone conclusion.
Arsenal
These Verdance decks, we're seeing that they're a little bit vulnerable when the right hero comes along, trying to put them completely out of threats in deck. Randy Davis was not able to do so, but perhaps Bird can. I wonder, an Energy Potion, that's not going to do it. Look, there's just 2 cards left.
The Energy Potion might do it, actually, Sam.
Mm.
That is a Waning Moon activation.
That would be so fascinating if Majin is able to take this out.
He has so few non-attack actions left in his deck. That Energy Potion represents a Waning Moon activation, a little bit of extra reach should he be able to gain some life.
And remember, Emeritus Scolding off the top is the only reason why we're even still watching. Had that card been left on the top of the deck, had there been anything else in front of it for that next turn cycle, Bird would have been blasted away.
Surgical Extraction, not what you want to see here.
Now we're seeing a little bit more of Bird's strategy and why that Homage to Ancestors hit the pitch zone, because Surgical Extraction plus the Undertow Stilettos are such a complicated situation here for Majin to think about. He does not want to lose a card from his hand here.
He was torn between arsenaling the Rootbound Carapace and the Rampant Growth Life, and when you see Surgical Extraction hit the table here, you have to wish that you arsenaled that Rampant Growth to protect it.
I know, it's crazy.
Bird saying that she has reactions now that the Rootbound Carapace has been played. The Undertow Stilettos are likely going to join the party.
Oh, there's such an interesting tree of decisions here, Sam. Had he just arsenaled the Rampant Growth rather than the Rootbound Carapace, she said no reactions. As the player with first priority and reaction step, it is possible that Majin could have just taken the Surgical Extraction with the Rampant Growth tucked safely away in his arsenal. No longer an option because of the decision he made on that turn.
Slither used. Surgical Extraction has go again. Bonds of Attraction looking to banish the top of the deck and the graveyard here.
No way to give this increased power. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree still available to Majin to block with. She's looking to threaten extra fatigue here, but this might have been a crucial misstep, letting Majin keep a couple extra cards.
Honestly, I think she might just be looking for the Bonds of Attraction trigger. She's looking to banish action cards in the top of the deck, or not even action cards. She's just looking to banish cards from the graveyard to gain even just a little more life.
With 1 armor on the board, this is a scary bluff to make. It's going to buy it. Making an embodiment of Earth. Nothing to back this up.
Fascinating. Didn't use the Blackening Mistblade whatsoever. Going to go ahead and arsenal the Codex of Frailty. Is Majin going to be able to resolve the Energy Potion, and is that going to be the difference maker?
Plow under first. Threatening some serious physical punishment here. Bird's hand is too chi here. She's more or less forced to block with the 2 blocking cards in her hand. This is an incredible window for Majin.
But what could he possibly draw up to punish? Bird thinking on end could activate new here.
She can attempt to snipe it. I don't think the top card of Majin's deck is blue right now. We saw him pitch, I believe, that Plow Under and a Cadaverous Tilling some 5 turns ago.
Bird with these 2 cheese has to be careful. She has to get them out of the hand. She doesn't want to be caught with them and just end up falling to some big physical attack out of nowhere.
Yeah, good.
Pass over to Bird's turn.
Arsenal, draw the hand
I think it was
up.
an Aether Arc. I think it was an Aether Arc on the top of the deck.
That Aether Arc might be enough, Sam.
Here's new. Look at the top card. Get rid of the energy potion. What can she do with this new ability? Play the energy
potion for more arcane barrier
that's
juice.
Fascinating.
But Majin might go for it here. He has everything he needs.
He's got the life gain. He's got the amp. He's got
has
the Aether Arc.
Bloom, a non-attack action capable of turning on Waning Moon.
Is this going to be the moment? Will the energy potion's 2 resources be enough?
Does she have any life gain in hand?
Yeah, did she draw the sigil?
Come on, pick it up.
No
There's
sigil
no
of
sigil
solace,
here.
but a lot of blues. Time to do the thing, says Majin Bay. The cards are out of deck. Gain 2. Here comes the Verdance trigger.
2 life gained, 1 arcane threatened.
Going to ping.
He is going to send 1 arcane across here.
I am going to gain another life, but you don't technically know that.
Bird going to go ahead and AB the first Verdance trigger. 2 life gained.
If he can line this up with a big physical attack like he did last time, this game is over, Sam.
This would be unbelievable for Majin Bay. Gains 2 more life.
To 21.
Another Verdance trigger on the stack.
I'm sure I'm just supposed to let this go. I just don't want to be stupid, you know? I'm like,
And Bird here, by keeping the no block in the hand.
we'll let this ping resolve.
Let the ping resolve.
Everbloom life.
Life.
Gaining another point.
Ping is
Trigger on the stack.
This I will respond to with
Rampant growth.
Gain a life from the
Verdance
life.
ping.
Another trigger. That one's just for 1, but the next trigger will come in for 7 points of arcane damage.
This is going to force the spell void, Sam. I think he has it.
So
He's
here's-
going to get to follow this arcane salvo for 7 with a cadaverous tilling for 8. I don't think New has any outs left.
Here's 7. This will buy the spell void. There's still the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Let's see if Bird tries to sniff it out and pitches away the no block.
You have 22. I had you at 24 there before you gave it. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
They're talking about making sure Majin's life total is correct. It is not going to matter. Either Majin blows New out of the water here.
With his final 2 cards, Sam.
In an untimed match in the semifinals, Majin has had all the time in the world to sculpt this final turn. He lost his Plume of Evergrowth to a Bonds of Agony. He's desperately tried to scrape something together. With all the time he's had to think, to sculpt, to polish, will it be enough? It's time to find out. Bird needs to pitch away that no block.
All that pitch stacking experience from playing years and years of various wizards that look to close games
This is
with
the moment.
devastating combos
This is the moment.
are paying off.
I mean, do anything right now. There's so many resources.
Bird needs to pitch away the no block to even have a chance. With the 2 block on the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, I think the 2/3 blocks potentially could protect her from the cadaverous tilling, which theoretically she knows about. She's probably seen it be pitched a couple times.
I think that's why she's counting Banished Zone and Graveyard here, trying to suss out what the last 2 cards in Majin's hand are doing.
Battle-hardened competitors, round 8 pairings have been sent to your Gem IDs. Please make your way to your tables.
Let's see if she can sniff it out here.
Wait. We are forgetting a key part of this, Sam. Majin is going to have 2 cards left in his deck after this cadaverous tilling, even if she survives the attack for 8. He will have any card of his choice, likely a blue, and an Aether Arc. If she goes down to 2, I think Stormstriders can close.
Because of the Everbloom's effect that we still haven't resolved.
Yep.
Put a card on the bottom.
There are layers to this endgame situation.
But maybe the energy potion is enough? Not through the Waning Moon.
Not if she has to give up Spell Void here.
AB3 Spell Void just the 1. 3 after the Spell Boy. Down to 1 goes Bird.
I don't think she has any outs anymore.
Well, now she has to pitch away that final card because of this final Verdance trigger. She has to do it. Oh no,
It's
she's
over.
using the energy
E-pot,
potion.
E-pot, E-pot.
Using the energy potion, keeps the 1 floating, keeps the 2 cards in hand. Everbloom Life resolves. Now this is so important. What card is picked by Majin Bay here? It's going to be another Everbloom Life to the bottom. Now the Cadaverous Tilling.
Coming across for 8, forcing every bit of block value Bird has available left to her. This is it. She has no insulation from the Storm Striders. With his last 2 cards, Majin is going to put Lethal on the stack with Ether Arc. What an unbelievable win condition. What a masterclass. The fist bump extended. Your winner and finalist here is Majin Bay. An unbelievable game to close in that scenario.
Majin Bay proving why the Wizards have elected him Grand Magister of the Wizard Council. Nobody does it like him. Nobody navigates the arcane arts as beautifully. And there is a reason he is our next finalist, taking his incredible run that 1 step further. What a match, Ellie.
I almost don't have words, not just because I've been losing my voice slowly over the course of this weekend, but I am completely flabbergasted by the way that game played out. I thought at so many moments there were no more ways for Majin to win that game, but he has shown us time and time and time and time and time again, not just in his career, but throughout this tournament, that he is the best Wizard player out there, and he knew every single option in his deck and every single game action to take at every single juncture to find that win.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anybody else on this planet that could have won the game in that spot. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket for nearly the final time, because at the end of this incredible 3 days of competition, we have 1 finals to go. Included in that, we have a gravy bones at the hands of Jacob Shaker, taking on Majin Bay, who has just been on an absolute tear.
I do just want to say, while back, it was said that LSS thinks that Verdance is very strong, and part the Mistveil was her biggest problem, and they got flack for that. But, I mean, clearly, right? She's on top here at the end of her voyage, vying for the U.S. National Championship. She finds the brand new Pirate Necromancer awaiting her at Journey's End.
What an incredible couple days, my friends, and we have got nothing but beauty coming up for us next in our finals match. To celebrate these great 3 days and all of you hanging out with us, we are going to give away the second and final box of High Seas to some lucky viewer and commenter at home. Here we are. Drum roll, please. We're going to pick the winner, and the winner is this person, Jake Rosenblatt. Congrats to you, my friend. There will be some info in the chat on how to claim this box of High Seas. May you pull straight fire, and may you enjoy this set just like the rest of us. Well, my friends, we have got 1 more round to go, and it is shaping up to be everything we could have possibly asked for. That's going to be it for me and Ellie in the booth. We'll let Brian and Pankaj take you through the finals right after this.
Become a champion at your local national championship. Featuring national festivals and the exclusive Looking for a Scrap promo, Nationals has something for everyone. Make sure to stay tuned to the Fab TCG YouTube channel for coverage of Canadian Nationals and UK Nationals later this month. One final round to crown our next U.S. national champion. Will it be Jacob Shaker on Gravy Bones, or will it be the head of the Wizards Council, Majin Bay, on Verdance? Ponkage, one single match to determine the champion. Talk to me about what it feels like to be in this position, to have the opportunity to ascend to almost infamous levels in the Flesh and Blood sphere.
It's both incredibly exciting and also a little bit nerve-wracking, but we've been talking about mental fortitude this entire top 8, and both these players have shown that they have what it takes to become the champion.
For Majin Bay, it has been a struggle. Basically, the entire time has to battle each step along the way, grind fest after grind fest. For Jacob Shaker, pretty easy so far. Honestly, things have gone very, very smoothly for Captain Gravy Bones. I want to set the stage one more time and remind you what we are playing for here. Of course, it is that title of U.S. National Champion, but also $10K up top. Already $4,000 locked up for both of these players. Nothing to scoff at. But if you want to take home that $10K, you got to get the W right now in order to pick up that beautiful trophy.
And this is what the trophy looks like, folks. And let's also not forget 16 World Tour points as well. Neither of these players on those leaderboards that we were looking at earlier today in the top 10 of their region. But with the sudden influx of 16 World Tour points, maybe you could see some of them creep up onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I'm expecting some shifts around that World Tour leaderboard. A lot of notable names doing well in the calling and the battle hardened right now. You can go ahead and check out those standings on fabtcg.com. Get the full story about what's going on. But Michael Hamilton striking distance in the battle hardened. Alex Kitsu in the top 8 of the calling. So many, many strong players out there. And of course, if you do crown yourself national champion, you enter a very, very exclusive club. I can call out past U.S. national champions, folks like Evan Herndon, Charles Dunn, of course, Michael Hamilton, a former U.S. national champion, some of the biggest names in our game.
Tariq Patel as well, first ever US national champion. And of course, this screen over here, a whole bunch of national champions of their respective countries. Dan Mackay from New Zealand, Imad Kashi from United Kingdom, Evan Hernan from USA, you already went over that. Jacob Trossing from Sweden and Xing Sang from Hong Kong.
An incredible group of players there, an incredible group of players. Been on display all top 8. What amazing games of Flesh and Blood that have been played. And I think all of y'all agree out there as we have continued to set viewership records for Flesh and Blood play. Appreciate every single one of you who has shown up, who has participated in the chat today. Now's the time to go get your friends. We're about to show you what the finals of a high-stakes Flesh and Blood tournament is all about. Let's remind ourselves how we got there. Here is our bracket. There you see our final 2 players. For Jacob Shaker, we mentioned the road pretty easy. Had a favorable matchup against Adrian Gebhart and his Florian deck, and then made the matchup against Azalea look real favorable. Cruised to victory in that one. Has just been chilling, waiting, while Majin Bay faces Crucible after Crucible, takes down Randy Davis in an epic slugfest, and then one-ups it to go ahead and finally overcome Bird Cabrera with the last cards in his deck, Pankaj.
The waters have not been choppy at all for our Pirate Necromancer. Smooth sailing all the way to the finals for him. However, the earthy ground has been quite thorny for our Earth Wizard hero piloted by Majin Bay, and I think this finals might play out a little bit similarly, Brian. If Majin wins, you expect it to be a tough battle for him to get there, but if Jacob wins, it could very much be very similar to the way he won his other games in the top 8, where it's just smooth sailing.
What does a Majin Bay victory look like here? Is it just treading water, defending? Because it feels like Verdance isn't going to have the tools to go ahead and clean up those allies turn after turn.
So one thing going for Majin Bay is that Jacob Shaker doesn't have a lot of AB in the list. Oh, wait, no, actually he has AB3. I'm going to correct myself there. It does have the AB, so not quite in Majin's favor on that front, but Gravy Bones can sometimes struggle to put on the pressure, and we've seen what Majin Bay can do when he's given the space. If he's given the space to set up the healing potions, it doesn't matter if you have AB3. We saw Bird with AB3 Spell Void 2, not enough to survive the massive Verdance combo. So that's what Majin will be working towards. It'll be a tough road for him to get there. Meanwhile, Jacob Shaker will be doing what he's been doing already, overwhelm the opponent with board state. Earth Wizard, not really known for a lot of action points, might not be able to clear the board very effectively.
Yeah, and on the Gravy side, I have to question if there is enough, I would say just small pieces of disruption. Like, I question this going into the Azalea matchup, but you really don't want to let Verdance just have free reign over this game all the time to set up. And it could find a state where if you're not going ahead and putting out big disruptive attacks like those boats, you can just go ahead and defend a little bit here, defend a little bit there, leak life slowly, gain some life back, and set up those potions as time goes on. And we've seen what happens if you were able to set up potions as Verdance.
And we mentioned the small health allies being quite tricky for heroes like Azalea to clear. There's an interesting interaction in this matchup where the Verdance pings can choose any target. So allies like Limpet, for example, can be cleared by a bit of life gain. If Verdance is online, you can discard Fruits of the Forest, send that one ping towards the Limpet, and clear the board that way.
Sounds like our players are settling in down in our feature match area. Let's remind ourselves one more time exactly who we're dealing with. It is, of course, the infamous Majin Bay, the best storyteller in the whole game. Man, I can't wait for this next story time. 7-2 on Verdance in the CC rounds, including 2 more Ws here in our top 8. Also, learned how to draft, Pankaj.
I love that you brought up the greatest storyteller, because remember, folks, he is our World Tour weekly host, a new weekly series that is out every Tuesday on the official Fab TCG YouTube channel.
Repping Team Stroopwafel, of course, playing out a Final Cut TCG for his LGS. And there you see those top finishes. For as infamous as Majin is, it's almost a thin resume, and it's a good one. Top 64, top 32, and a finalist finish. But still, this is a guy who absolutely shapes the narratives around Flesh and Blood and has done so mostly by refining Wizard.
Speaking of refining wizards, this is Majin Bei's deck list. We already saw it maybe 3 or 4 times in the previous game because of how many times it cycled through the pitch deck. Gonna once again go over the key pieces in this list. 4 effective copies of Healing Potion, thanks to the new amulet that also came out in the latest set, High Seas.
Also picking up in that latest set, Everbloom Life. Really, really good for prolonging the game, but it feels like Majin Bei has to get things done quickly here because he's up against Jacob Shaker. And Jacob Shaker, I would say maybe the opposite side of the spectrum from Majin Bei, someone whose results outshine his infamy in the scene. This is a former top 8 U.S. Nationals competitor. This is a former top 4 Pro Tour competitor. Back at the first Pro Tour ever in New Jersey, it was Jacob Shaker on Briar marching his way to the top 4 and a top 32 back at Worlds. So a little bit of a cooling off period there. Picked it up again when we came to U.S. Nationals last year and is on that same redemption quest we saw from Evan Herndon, coming up short once and then getting the job done the next time.
I love that you brought up Evan Herndon over here because the narratives are a little bit similar. Last year, Evan Herndon picked up the new hero from the newest set in the form of Zen and took down U.S. Nationals with the Jacob Shaker over here looking to follow that legacy.
And this list from Jacob Shaker, it's going to have something to say about how the rest of this national season plays out. This is something important, something to start learning, something to be aware of. Do I think it's insurmountable? No. Do I think people in this tournament showed up prepared for Gravy Bones? Also no, absolutely not. Gravy Bones will be shaping the metagame going forward, especially after this performance, Pankaj.
Lots of lack of Midas touches across all the deck lists that we've seen so far at US Nationals. And when you're against a deck list like Jacob Shakers, who is sporting 3 of Whaler Humperdinck, especially in a matchup like this against Verdance, you might be missing those Midas touches.
Says this is his most important ally, plays it against everyone, all the way down to Syndra. I've had it with talking about it, Pankaj. Let's be about it. Let's go down to our feature match area, and there you see on the left, it is Majin Bei on Verdance taking on Jacob Shaker on Gravy Bones. Majin will play first.
As a higher seed, he has chosen to go first, was exactly what the Earth Wizard wants for 2 reasons. You might get some incidental life gain on turn 0. If you're lucky, might even get a Ring of Roses out. That would be possibly the highest ceiling for Majin's turn 0, but also you want to deny Gravy Bones the chance to go first because you do not want him to set up allies on the first turn before you can do anything about it.
I don't know if you caught that, Pankaj. Our players fist bumped and the lightning cracked in the background behind Gravy Bones. It was the coolest thing ever. Also very, very cool. This first play from Majin Bei, just going to go ahead and run out Rampant Growth Life here, pick up a little bit of a life cushion, amping a tiny amount. And look at this, Pankaj. We have our first big shakeup of this match. No AB on the side of Jacob Shaker. Has access to it. Could have presented AB3. We talked about this, Pankaj. We spoke with Jacob Shaker. He said his deck is misbuilt. Did not use his sideboard effectively whatsoever. Maybe you're seeing some of that here. Does not care about AB into Verdance, he's decided.
And that's exactly why Majin's okay sending out this Waning Moon on turn 0. On the previous game, we saw him elect not to use a Waning Moon on turn 0 because Bird was porting the AB, didn't want to give the opponent the chances to just filter. But Jacob Shaker, despite having Nullrune boots, gloves, and robe in his list, has decided to show up with 0 AB against the Earth Wizard. He has something up his sleeve, and I cannot wait to see what it is.
Majin Bei starts at 41. Jacob Shaker already down to 36. Majin really going to want to lean on that arcane damage here in this matchup. For Jacob, let's get set up. Let's get rolling. Let's get those allies out into the arena. Dead Thread's going to be activated here. That's going to allow for a free golden tipple. And Whaler Humperdinck goes ahead and hits the graveyard.
Golden Tipple coming in for 3 with Go again, giving Jacob Shaker another card draw as well. No blue card has hit the graveyard this turn, so Gravy Bones not online yet.
No blocks from Majin here. We'll try and get a look at Jacob's hand. Has the first of the boats here. Conqueror picked up as well as a Limpet.
Also,
Portside Exchange.
Portside Exchange is a blue Go against starter. Could go ahead and use it to get the Limpet in the graveyard, create a gold as well.
And go ahead and info here.
And we'll be able to activate Gravy Bones if he chooses to do that as well. Knows what he's going to draw off the top of his deck as well, thanks to the activation of Compass.
I thought you grabbed Humperdinck. I was like, God damn.
Not quite. Yeah.
Majin not ready to see Whaler Humperdinck out there in the arena. It is just Oyston coming down. You know, Oyston's an interesting ally. Speaking to a lot of gravies over the course of this tournament, they really tend to believe that Oyston is only good if it's not ignored.
And both players realize that, yes, he has not played a blue card this turn. No blue has hit the graveyard, not allowed to play the watery grave card right now. Small, sort of, not exactly a misplay, but maybe just a missed assessment of the current state of the game from Jacob Shaker, which is, I think, abnormal for him. Based on what we've seen so far in the top 8, he has been very, very intentional, very, very clear on what he's able to do. It's the first time we've seen that happen from him.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And here we just see that Conqueror of the High Seas fired off instead. So this is just 7. I say just 7. Firstly, because Conqueror's ceiling is higher than that. It could be 8 go again. But more importantly, I think, Pankaj, no ally. And I talked about the need for Jacob Shaker to get out to an explosive start despite firing off this big ship. I would not quantify this as an explosive start. I think this turn is fairly anemic compared to what we've seen from Jacob Shaker in the past.
Especially in the semifinals game, where these big boats were typically followed up by the establishment of an ally, as you're talking about. This time, though, just 7. The Arsenal Destruction effect is online, however. That is not related to the High Tide at all. And the gold-baited hook as well. He has made a goal this turn thanks to Golden Tipple. So even if Majin blocks this out, the hook will not be destroyed. Looks like Majin is electing to just take it, recognizing that Jacob Shaker has presented AB0.
Oh no, Majin Bey completely blanks Pankaj and has the D-React in Arsenal, and he put himself in CNC mode and could just be up 4 more life right now.
Why cast it? It's not active.
Oh my god. Both are players starting off turn 0, turn 1 with slight small missteps, which are not... It seems strange. Both these players have done so well so far, and to see the start of this game start this way, it's a little... Perhaps the nerves are getting to them, Brian. Finals for both of them at US Nationals.
I don't know, Pankaj. I'm going to be honest with you. That does not feel like a small misstep. That giving up 4 damage just freely, if that doesn't make... We know how small the margins are in Flesh and Blood. However, if you're Majin Bey, it's over. It's done. You cannot fix it. Play the game as it's presented to you. Move on. And honestly, looking at his composure, it seems to be the case.
Verdance can heal back up.
All right, I take it back. He's completely devastated. Maybe he just needs a moment, but it's important that he moves past this.
I mean, you have to remember, Majin Bey had the longest rounds in this top 8 so far. His quarterfinals match went extremely long. The semifinals match, we just came off the back of it. That was over an hour long. This man has fought tooth and nail to make it to the finals of US Nationals.
It's crazy how instant Majin's reaction was to just immediately as he reached for it and put it in the bin.
It's all right. They saw me almost cheat. So.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Neither player pleased with their performance thus far.
Jacob Shaker going all the way down to 24
yeah, well,
already.
We know Gravy doesn't defend well. It could just be not much of an option for Jacob to do much defensively here. We did see, I think, another Whaler in hand. Going to go ahead and get our Gravy activation here. Freshen up the hand. There you see the Whaler hitting the bin, and there's a host of blues here, as well as another ship. I think Majin will remember exactly how that one works this time.
This time doesn't have an arsenal, so at least the on-hit of a ship, if it comes down, won't be live because there's no arsenal on the other side.
Gold activation to kick things off here. Again, the hand refreshed a bit for Jacob Shaker. Finds a limpet.
Has some disruption in this hand from the Loot the Hold as well. Conferring a discard on hit to an ally attack.
Making sure I can do numbers.
A little counting here to figure out what the hand is capable of. Are we about to see ship plus ally? Feels like that's what Jacob really needs to get rolling. It's really hard not to look at the life totals, Pankaj, and think about Majin with an 11 life lead right now, sitting at 35 to 24. If I'm having a hard time doing it, I worry about Majin Bey also not doing the same. But like I said, have to move on. Here is an Oyston coming in. It is going to get go again from this Avasti and a gold on hit. Majin happy to take the vanilla damage here. And this match moving much, much more quickly than previous matches for Majin Bey.
I think we know exactly why, Brian. He's found double rampant growth in this hand into an opponent with 0 AB. Before Jacob Shaker can know it, he might just be right into Strider's range.
Yeah, and here's Whaler Humperdinck. That's going to close out the turn here. But for Majin, with that grip, you have to be pretty happy with how this has played out.
So let's do some amp math here. He could play both halves of the Pulsing Aether Life and then play double Rampant, which would be a total of heal 3, both of them amping 3 each. So the Pulsing Aether can come in for 10. Opponent at AB0 will go all the way down to 14. That's still a little bit out of Strider's range. Remember, he does have Burn Bear, so Strider's reach in this matchup alongside Waning Moon and Burn Bear is going to be 9 total. Jacob Shaker, no access to something like Enchanted Quiver, no life gain to speak of either.
Just happy turning this into a pure race. There is one out, though, for Jacob Shaker that I want to call out. Throw Caution to the Wind. We've seen that card in Jacob's list before against Azalea. This is a way that he can go ahead and find some AB in the deck. Expect each Throw Caution to the Wind capable of preventing probably 3. You expect there's such a large number of blues in this deck. Looks like the play here is Pulsing Aether Life. Here is the response with the Rampant Growth.
Healing back up is our Earth Wizard player. Is not getting any Verdance pings off of these life triggers because Verdance isn't online. It's very early in the game.
I don't think Verdance is coming online in this. I just don't think this is going to be a long game, Punkage. I don't see how it is, given how things are set up here.
Pulsing Aether for 10.
So I will go to 14.
Yeah, and this just works. There's no question about it without the Throw Caution to the Wind in the hand. And Jacob is quickly falling into some dangerous numbers, but has the biggest ally possible out there in the form of Whaler Humperdinck. Can this hand be unlocked? Not the most resource-rich hand, but there is going to be a redraw off that Golden Tipple if Jacob wants it. Has the boat in arsenal as well.
But once again, Majin Bay is off an arsenal, so that boat would just be 8 damage, 8 go again into an opponent that's at 31. I don't think Majin cares. He's found more arcane damage as well.
Yeah, it's another Pulsing Ether and Everbloom Life.
That represents 6 arcane damage on Majin Bay's own turn. That could easily put Jacob Shaker into Strider's range, especially if Majin Bay draws a Burn Bear in the next hand. This game could be over before it barely begun, Brian.
Golden Tipple kicks things off here, as we suspected. Going to get a refresh on this draw. I want to try and take a look here. It feels like an important one. It's another blue. We're blue rich now.
And Majin Bay is just racing. He's saying, I do not care. Make me care, Jacob Shaker. Disrupt me.
This is the last time I say it, Punkage. +4 here feels crazy. It feels like Majin is so far ahead. I promise that's the last time, but man, it's so hard to ignore that fact.
What I'm finding difficult to ignore, Brian, is the fact that Jacob Shaker chose to bring AB0 into this matchup. That is such a massive risk. I think he was counting on Majin trying to set up potions, and he's saying, I'm not going to let you get to that end state. Maybe he wasn't confident in his end state's ability to beat Majin's end state, so he's saying, I'm going to try and race. And Majin's saying, fine, I'll race you back.
Yeah, I talked to so many Gravies who were comfortable in this matchup. They were very, very happy having AB just slowing Verdance down a bit and knowing those allied chips. The same way Jacob Shaker has won basically all of his games, could get the job done here against Verdance. Maybe something about deck composition here just left Jacob Shaker uncomfortable with that plan. Heavy sigh here from Jacob as he thinks about maximum output on this turn.
He needs to start threatening lethal ASAP, Brian. Because Majin Bay has been finding the arcane damage spells. Another Pulsing Aether Life. I don't think Jacob Shaker was expecting to be burned down so quickly. That on the previous turn, it was Pulsing Aether for 10 total from Majin Bay. Jacob Shaker was not expecting to be at 14 on turn 3 of the finals at US Nationals.
2 resources floating here for Jacob.
In the tank right now is Jacob Shaker. Has the resources to attack with Whaler Humperdinck, but he wants to do more with this turn. Needs to put on more pressure, perhaps even digging closer to the Throw Caution to the Wind, as you pointed out, Brian.
Did pick up another card here. It's another boat. I don't think that's what we were looking for here. Needs that compass to go ahead and give some information about the top of the deck. Wants to see if he wants to go ahead and draw yet again off the gold.
Activating compass after the gold draw. Let's see if he makes use of it. Or is just going to be understanding what his following turn is going to be.
I know exactly what you're talking about. If you count wrong, you're just screwed.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, oops.
So I'm going to play Ruby Amulet.
Ruby Amulet is the play here that does have go again on the back of the Gravy Bones ability. Uses the gold one more time, picks up another card, has double blue now, 1 resource floating.
6. Okay.
Making sure he's doing the math. I think he's going for Conqueror of the High Seas into a Whaler Humperdinck, which he'll be able to pay for thanks to Ruby Amulet.
My conditions are met. So 1, 4.
1/4 produces ship here.
And he has Ruby Amulet plus a blue and a red in hand, so that will be enough to pay for Whaler Humperdinck. He's representing 19 damage. I mean, we just spoke about this. He needs to start threatening lethal ASAP, and this is one of the ways to do it. Looks like it's going to be 8 into 11 on this turn.
Majin going to go ahead and use the Stonewall Gauntlet here. Yeah, now Majin said it. I didn't have to say it. He's the one who said it. He said wishes. He has 4 more life here. I agree. The texture of the game feels so different because there's a big follow-up coming to that ship on the back of the Amulet, the Dead Threads. We're going to gold-baited hook and slam that Whaler Humperdinck. Total of 19, nope, excuse me, we tippled as well. 22 attack on this turn from Gravy Bones.
While still leaving allies on the board, no less.
Yeah, and a card in Arsenal.
Should be good. Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, of course, Dead Threads means that he doesn't need to pitch the other boat that is about to go and hit his arsenal, so he's very well set up to have a similar turn on the following turn cycle. But Majin, of course, he has an E-Strike.
He's got to think here, though. I mean, like, now he's starting to get into that vulnerable range. If Jacob Shaker has another turn like that, he just may have to have the Stormstriders kill on the next turn cycle.
And that is the problem. He has been drawing these arcane damage spells early in the game, but you cannot rely on that in this Verdance deck. He might go for the E-Strike, go again into Pulsing Aether line, which would be very, very aggressive. But if he goes for that line and exchanges 11 life for it, and then on the following turn does not draw the Burn Bear, he could suddenly just be facing down massive, overwhelming amounts of damage.
Looks like he wants to get in on a little bit of defense here on the back of that Everbloom life. Of course, blocks for 3. Taking 8 here would drop him down to 14.
And he has an E-Strike, which does clear the Whaler Humperdinck very cleanly. 2-card clear the Humperdinck. But that would be him sort of pausing the race for a little bit, saying, I'm not attacking a life total anymore. Going to clear your allies a little bit, just buy myself some breathing room, because you can't always rely on drawing that arcane damage spell. He has 3 copies of Burn Bear and just 1 other Pulsing Aether left.
Gravy does just have 1 gold here. I think that's important to note. Take a look over on Jacob's side. Flying high for some go again, potentially.
E-Strike here. 7. What is the target?
It's looking...
So we are choosing the Whaler minigame, I see.
We are. Okay. We're choosing the I hope you have to start blocking and can't attack minigame.
I think that's...
It's looking face.
It's looking face.
Yeah.
Attacking 7 to face, but Jacob Shaker is... Well, we say out of Strider's range. Of course, Verdance can amp, and Plume of Evergrowth is still on the field. Rampant Growth is in the graveyard as well. So 9 damage ostensibly, that's just Burn Bear and Waning Moon.
I think Jacob described this state very well. If you take this damage, you are in Stormstrider's range. The problem with that not going ahead and just accepting it is that means you're giving up cards on the defense, and that makes it so hard to activate Whaler Humperdinck. You need these cards in hand, and that's why the pace of this game is so important. That early arcane damage making a world of difference here for Majin Bay.
And once again, it really comes down to the lack of Arcane Barrier from Jacob Shaker's side. Perhaps those 3 pieces of AB are just for the Kano matchup, not so much for the Verdance side.
And Jacob Shaker is ready to defend here. Just 1 damage leaking, falls to 13. Majin sets up some burn in the arsenal, but 2 cards left behind for Jacob.
Let's take a look at Majin Bay's hand over here. It has 2 blues and an arcane damage spell in arsenal. He is set up to do a big amp, potentially needs a little bit more resources and life gain, however.
Let's not forget about that plume either. Looks like we have a Gravy activation. Anka goes to the bin. That will allow Dead Threads to activate. That means we can go ahead and pitch, and Whaler Humperdinck comes in one more time for 11 with the gold-baited hook on offer again.
Felling of the Crown picked up for Majin Bay over here. Doesn't want that to be the first decompose, but he also has found a root-bound Carapace, I believe. Question is, does he have enough Earth cards to decompose a root-bound Carapace and then also decompose a Felling of the Crown on his turn?
Certainly enough for one decompose. I'm not sure about the second one, Pankaj. Majin's going to take a look himself.
And remember, the root-bound Carapace itself will be a decomposable card for the Felling of the Crown. So really, just needs 3 Earth cards in the bin right now. You can banish 2 of them to a root-bound. Root-bound goes in. You have 2 remaining for the Felling of the Crown.
Don't forget about Majin's equipment set. Still huge opportunity for that 3-piece combo to have influence over this game. Maybe Barkskin finds some extra block here. Plume of Evergrowth can produce more damage out of nowhere.
But now he has banished both Rampant Growths from his bin, which means they are no longer legal targets for Plume of Evergrowth.
Very true. Very true, Pankaj. Majin Bay falls to 9.
Does have a full damage Felling of the Crown here, though, with the Earth cards in graveyard to fuel them. Fruits of the Forest, Rootbound Carapace themselves going to be enough.
And this is pretty good, Pankaj, because this demands a card from Jacob already. And then we talked about that damage threshold. If Jacob wants to defend, Whaler starts to look very, very challenging.
How many more Earth cards do you have in yard?
Rigger, I, Tipple has a total of 5 block in this hand, Pankaj.
And needs to bottom 1 to the effect of Felling of the Crown as well. You have to imagine he's going to bottom the Watery Grave card potentially, or maybe save it on his turn for discarding it to a Gravy.
Dead Threads block also still available. So a potential 6 block could fall to 11 here. Still a safe number. But if you do this, where's your offense?
You would need to crack gold, maybe draw a blue, and then you can send the Conqueror.
Best case scenario. Yeah, Oyston could follow that up. Looking at 11. Majin at 9. Not 13, 9.
You know, I was going to bring that up, but you brought it up again, so all right.
No, it was just a random number that I chose. It's clearly not 13, Pankaj.
It's 9.
It's 9.
Okay. You can always do that. So you have 7 on command.
Jacob figuring out exactly
Yeah, you know, that's for a reason.
what Majin is presenting and the challenge he is asking him to overcome.
9 feels bad. So if I need to not take 8 here.
Another card that's missing from Jacob Shaker's list, which sometimes can be relevant here, is Sunken Treasure, actually. Turning a card face down, denying the Plume of Evergrowth, grabbing that card, but not available to him.
I mean, if I was good at this, I would have cast Syncolo on your boat.
Well, we can't be perfect.
Majin Bay bringing that up again. We don't need to bring it up anymore, Brian. I think he's going to do it for us.
Yeah, he's got us covered. Good point.
Yeah, no, I've played Gravy Bones. I know what that's like.
I'll bottom this.
Sure.
There's a card on the bottom from the Felling, and it is time for that Dead Threads to get in the mix, as well as the only 2 block cards in Jacob Shaker's hand. 2 damage leaks through. Jacob going to fall to 11 here.
Down to 11. He is playing around... Oh, he says he's playing around 9, so yeah, that is a burn bay, but it doesn't count any potential amp. But of course, Majin Bay has gotten rid of both Rampant Growths in his bin.
And Jacob Shaker falls to 11 now.
So this Eye of Ophidia can basically guarantee that he draws a blue of the gold and potentially gives him a pretty strong offensive output over here with Conqueror into Oyston, which would be 8 go again into 3 with Arsenal Disruption as well.
There is that opt. 1 card left on top. We'll go ahead and pick it up. Shockingly, it's a blue, and now it's Conqueror into Oyston.
And that is the Arcane Damage spell in Majin Bay's arsenal.
Yeah, had big plans for that one. Can Majin find a block?
You brought up Barkskin of Millennium Tree, Brian. That is available, but no non-attacks in this hand to speak of to make use of the Embodiment of Earth. Instead, it's 2 2-block attacks and 2 3-block attacks, and not many resources either.
Going to be a sticky one here for Majin. Maybe just needs to get that base defensive value on the Barkskin if you do want to preserve that arsenal. You know if you fire that card off, you're in a very good spot. You might need a little Stormstrider's luck, but the odds are in your favor.
You could just block 8 with Barskin as you're talking about, and just on your turn keep the yellow, send the pulsing.
Phase 1 of your plan worked.
Yes.
Phase 1 of your plan has worked.
I don't know how many steps are in it, is the problem.
But the first step.
First step went
going
off.
great, yeah.
Step 2 is question mark, question mark, question mark, and step 5 is profit. For who, though, we don't know yet.
Majin just reaching for 3 cards here. That makes a lot of sense. You could do this, just take the damage from Oyston and hold off and make sure you do get that value from the Barkskin and just fire off your arcane damage on this turn.
Also, none of these cards he wants to arsenal at this point. So happy to just fold them. And if you want to use a Barskin for 2 vanilla block, you can just use it on the Oyston anyway.
As a good captain does.
Here's the rest of the chain from Jacob.
So I'm going to hook and then 3.
It is just Oyston here, and Jacob willing to give up the hook if Majin wants to give the card from hand. I like that call from Jacob. It's gutsy, but it feels correct to me, and it's given Majin some pause here. It feels like he had scripted out exactly how he wanted this turn to go, but has to at least consider the possibility of giving up the hook. But Jacob made a great call, picks up the gold. We know how important it is for Gravy Bones to have gold going into the next turn cycle, but Majin has plans for these cards.
These endgame states regarding gold-baited hook are absolutely fascinating, and we're going to see more and more of that as we move towards high seas becoming a fixture of the metagame. On Majin Bay's side, he ended up blocking with the yellow because it blocks for 3, so giving up the life side of the Pulsing Aether life, which effectively would have come out to be a wash. So
this is going to bring Jacob Shaker down to 7. And you ask why the pause, Ponkage, no AB. Jacob Shaker has to at least represent throw caution to the wind. And now here's the draw from Majin, and there's no burn spell, Ponkage.
Just the Aether Arc, so has a ceiling of 4. Well, I mean, Plume of Aether Growth. No, because of Plume of Aether Growth, he can pick up Pulsing Aether. He does still have the ceiling of 7.
Yeah, okay, it's present. And now it's on Majin to suss out those throw cautions. That is the scary card. It is not in hand right now, Ponkage.
He can dig with Gravy Bones, which is an instant as well.
Knows the top card at this point. How much time does Majin believe he has? It probably depends what Jacob Shaker does here.
Absolute nail-biter of a match right now. Humperdinck has been on the field since turn 2 or 3. And this game currently in Verdance's favor despite that.
And Gravy Bones has been activated.
Priority window here. Majin Bay is thinking, does he want to respond right now? Is he making the read that Jacob is digging for that throw caution to the wind?
What's he digging for? That's the question you have to ask yourself in Majin Bay's seat. Why does he need this now? What's he looking for? Do you risk it all right here for the U.S. National Championship? Do you want to crack that Stormstriders and fire off perhaps your final arcane salvo of the match?
It would cost him Stormstriders and Plume of Evergrowth. Still in the tank is Majin Bay. A lot rests on this. Giving up both Stormstriders and Plume of Evergrowth is very, very risky. Is Jacob doing this to try and dig closer? It looks like he let it resolve.
Yeah, card has been picked up now. There is the discard. It's Oyston. Majin waiting for more information, and he has not found the card. That means that Majin, in hand, with the help of Plume of Evergrowth, can end the U.S. National Championship on this turn. He does not know what we know, Ponkage. Can he suss it out? Will he be forced into action? Everything Jacob Shaker does right now could be a tell. Majin Bay looking for any piece of information he could get. Here is a Murderous Rabble. It comes in for 2 after revealing an Anka.
It's not lethal. I bet he's thinking, who cares? He cares a little bit.
A little bit. Cares just enough to push in that bark skin of the Millennium Tree, wants to keep the life just a little bit higher, finds the embodiment of Earth here.
You might as well. The game's not going on very much longer.
And now, Jacob Shaker reaches for the blues, fires off the lethal Whaler Humperdinck. And for Majin Bay, it's down to one question. What is the last card in Jacob Shaker's hand?
We've seen bluffs like this happen all throughout this weekend, Brian. But on Majin Bay's side, thanks to the embodiment of Earth, he doesn't even need to go for the gamble.
This seems fine. Can defend for 8 here, wait for a little bit more safety, and still has a Command and Conquer to offer on the next turn.
Well, the one problem is that it gives Jacob Shaker time to find the throw caution to the wind.
Good point, Pankaj. But it could also upgrade Majin's draw. Right now, we're trying to do this with a blue. Something like a Burn Bear makes this almost academic.
Potentially even with a rampant growth behind it as well to make the Strider trees become inevitable even through a throw caution to the wind.
And Majin Bay is going to defend here. Likes the safer line, has a huge buff from that embodiment. Double positive defense value here, blocking for 8. Takes 3, falls to just 3, does Majin Bay.
And gold-baited hook hits the graveyard. The Murderous Rabble did not hit thanks to Barkskin, the Millennium Tree, blocking it out. Goes to Majin's turn. It's going to be a Command and Conquer, which will demand blocks, not only because of the on-hit, but also because of the life totals being so precarious for Jacob Shaker.
And let's check Jacob's hand. There is still no throw caution to the wind here.
And this time, no gold to help him filter to find that card. And does he even have the block value to block out this on-hit? Is he holding 5 block, Brian?
That is 5 block, 2 allies. If you're Majin, though, this card was Arsenaled last go-around. It's an ally. That's a horrible Arsenal, by the way. But Jacob needs to represent that is throw caution.
There's no way he can. The moment Majin sees 5 block, and the CNC hit going through, he'll know he's holding 2 allies.
The jig is up. The jig is up. Why would you not defend there? And that means if Majin Bay on this next cycle can go ahead and find a burn spell, we may have a new U.S. national champion. And there you see, it is the Anka. Here comes the draw from Majin.
A burn spell or just resources. Because of Plume of Evergrowth. He has access
and
to burn spell always.
He's blue rich. He can do whatever he wants on this turn. And it just lets Jacob move to Arsenal. Majin's going to wait even longer, showing patience. Thinks he has the game on his side, doesn't need to take risks. Still do not see the throw caution to the wind. And here is Felling of the Crown coming in for 8. And this presents another problem for Jacob Shaker. 2 allies in hand. 1 will be bottom. Defense value here, just 5. More damage going to leak through here.
So correction, there is one reason he would let the CNC hit. It would be if he was holding throw caution to the wind. So Majin Bay playing around that expertly, showing the discipline, showing the patience that you need as a Wizard player. No point burning a Striders if you don't have to. He is still winning this life total race slowly but surely. Jacob Shaker down to 3.
Another draw for Majin. Still, just resources. It still doesn't matter, Pankaj. Can defend this Oyston. Everything coming up. Majin right now has all the time in the world with Jacob forced down this low. Warmonger's Diplomacy defends cleanly. Turn passes back to Majin Bay. We're getting to the point where throw caution to the wind no longer matters. We can check for it. I don't know if it's going to make a difference.
It's going to save him an extra 3 life.
Here's the Plume.
That's pretty good.
We're going to reach for the Pulsing Ether. There is no AB. It has to be throw caution. Arcane damage on offer, and it's the fist bump, and Majin Bay is your U.S. national champion. Get ready for a damn good story time.
The Wizard aficionado takes Verdance home, brings her across the finish line. U.S. national champion, our World Tour weekly host, Majin Bay.
What a game. What a tournament. The complete antithesis of everything Majin Bay has gone through to get to this point just came out blasting. And Jacob Shaker said, let's race, let's do it. And now I get to say it as much as I want because this is the U.S. national champion. Huge blunder to start the game, mentally bounces back and stays focused, plays those last few turns to perfection. Sure, it was almost academic at some point, but made sure there wasn't a window to mess it up. No mistakes, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and we have a new U.S. national champion in Majin Bay.
He had so much life to spare. Lost 4 life, he didn't need to. Had 3 life at the end as well. He was life rich, if you will, which from the Earth Wizard player is exactly what you want.
Let's remind ourselves what Majin had to go through to get to this point, because man, did this guy have to earn it. There was that first match against Randy Davis. Randy Davis played beautifully, came with a brilliant plan. We talked a lot about Randy's ability to adapt on the fly, but he forced Majin to adapt on the fly as well and come up with his defense against that brilliant plan from Randy Davis. Then we moved on to the Bird Cabrera matchup, and it took every single card that Majin Bey had to go ahead and get the job done. And then we stepped to the finals against Jacob Shaker. Whaler on the board from the beginning, missteps with that sink below, does not matter, comes out blasting, and is now your U.S. national champion.
I have to point out the risks he took with this deck list, Brian. You spoke about his game against Randy Davis. Part of the reason Randy was able to do that game plan was because of the lack of evergreens in Majin Bey's list and the lack of Channel the Millennium Tree as well, just lowering the ceiling on his output. Majin Bey saying, I can outplay myself out of this. I've trusted my list. I know I have what it takes. You've done the math to know how much damage I have in my deck. Well, I have outmathed you.
Trust vindicated. Metagame flipped. This is a threat going to every single nationals around the world. I'm sure you are all so sick of hearing from Pankaj and I. You want to hear from the man himself, Majin Bey. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with an interview in just a moment.
Is that it? Oh, welcome back to World Tour Weekly. It's me, your host, Majin Bay, at a different place this time, besides my bedroom. We're at the National Championship in Las Vegas, and my face is very red because I'm really excited right now.
Why are you so excited, Majin?
I am the new national champion.
Baby! My boy's a champ, baby! We have a new U.S. national champion, folks, and it is none other than the host of World Tour Weekly, Mr. Majin Bay. I cannot wait to see which specific replay you pick for Razor Replay, because you got a lot to choose from.
I do, actually. I have to think really hard about that.
So, I mean, Majin, hats off to you, my friend. You have successfully climbed the mountaintop. We talked about it in your interview. Like, yeah, I've had a calling, top 8, but I haven't had my breakthrough performance.
Yeah.
And you broke through this tournament, and you now sit as the new 2025 U.S. National Champion. How's it feel?
It's not real yet. I'm still like, honestly, I still got the jitters from the semifinals game.
Dude.
Like, that was unreal.
Unbelievable. So, I mean, just talk to me a little bit, first off, about Verdance, about Wizard, about taking a wizard not named Kano to a higher, mountaintop, higher promised land than you were ever able to find with the hero that you're most associated with.
Yeah, so the thing with Kano is that you're like, it's really, really strong, right? But there's a couple of games that you're just going to lose because your deck doesn't want to win the game. You flip Eye of Ophidia off a Kano activation, and then you die. And I thought to myself, like, I'm doing really, really well. I'm practicing really hard at Limited. Why am I bringing a deck that loses me 2 rounds off the jump? So I switched to Verdance, which plays a much longer game, and I think allows me to express more matchup knowledge and more possible skill edge across, well, the longer games, more decisions, yada yada, and it seemed to work out. I don't know.
It seemed you kind of put that together nicely. You figured out the right tools to success. We talked about it when I was able to interview you yesterday, but I really want to kind of hone in on your journey from Kano one trick to player who has continuously put up great records in CC and then fallen short in draft and then put in the time, but then put in time and put in the work. These last 2 events, Pro Tour and now your Limited record, is damn near perfect. I really want to just give you a chance to talk about your journey there, the motivation. We talked about Brian Gottlieb saying people should simply get better at Limited.
Yeah, he did say
Damn it, you got better at Limited. Talk about what that has meant to you and how you've now used that knowledge to get here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a journey, that's for sure. I basically was tired of never performing at Tier 4 events. It was like killing my ego. I was like, okay, I think I'm a good player. How come I can't ever perform? And the answer was it was Limited and it was prep. And so I just talked to people who were better than me, right? I talked to people who knew what they were doing. I spent a lot of time with the Stroop people. I spent a lot of time working with the Metal Fab people. And I just worked really hard on it. And I hate to say that the answer for Brian was right. It's just I would simply just get good at Limited, and it worked.
You got better.
I got better at Limited.
And you got better. I mean, I want to hear also about, your journey as a content creator. Somebody, you come from other games, you had a big following in other games, you come to Flesh and Blood. There isn't as much of an option for someone who's kind of put theirself out there on YouTube to have a lot of opportunities to play Flesh and Blood and have your stream, and you still have a successful stream, you have a successful channel. Talk about what it means to now be able to come to those World Tour Weeklies, to those story times, to just these interactions with the fans out there and have this under your belt.
Oh, I mean, it's incredible, man. It's so nice to have you should listen to me. Look, I can win a tournament. You know what I mean?
Come on now.
I also my favorite thing to hear from people, because people do come up to me and they say, hey, I enjoy your content, right? And I always love that. But my favorite thing to hear is, I watched your content and now I'm playing Flesh and Blood. I wasn't playing before.
Same.
I watched,
Same.
I watched your content and you got me into the game, and now I'm here and I'm just having a blast, right? That's what I want. And so I think people who maybe know me from another game or some of my other content might hear oh, wow, Majin's doing really well in this game, and he makes this easily accessible content. Shout out World Tour Weekly. You guys should watch that if you don't. And yeah, I think that just maybe could broaden my reach, and that's really what I want. Is I just want more people to play the game. I love this game so much, man.
Dude, me too.
I just want people in.
Yeah, I love my job. I love this game. You talk about wanting to get people into the game. You talk about, your journey through this. I really believe, you are one of those true embodiments of play the game and see the world. You've traveled to all of these events, you're reaching new highs, and now you're going to be able to continue to bring that expertise. With World Tour Weekly, such a way to bring the competitive scene to the players and to the community out there in these little bite-sized, digestible ways. And a little little peek behind the curtain. LSS, we're talking about the show, we're building the show. A huge focus was having the host of World Tour Weekly be a competitive player that could put up results so that people would be like, oh yeah, I trust this guy, I want to listen to this guy. And I think we picked the right guy, huh? I think it was a good host choice.
It seems to work out well so far. Let's hope it continues to do that.
Well,
but the Play the Game, See the World thing has been awesome. Like, Osaka was my Pro Tour Osaka was my favorite trip I've ever taken in my entire life. It was so fun.
Yeah.
Just like seeing the world with like your friends.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, if you haven't played one of these like calling Pro Tour level events, like I highly recommend it. There's nothing like, I'm going to ramble a bit here. There's nothing like
the floor is yours, my friend.
Just like pooling together with a pool of like-minded, like smart individuals and just like trying to solve a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so satisfying, especially when you're at the event and you see the fruits of your labor or of the forest. Yum, yum. And I just love it more than anything, right? So like I am just really excited to keep doing it.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I've got something relatively exciting for you. I've got a little bit of a trophy here that I'll just pass on over.
Thank you. Thank you
U.S. National Champion 2025. Trophy looks good, but I think the dude holding it looks even better. Come on now, Majin. National Champion in your hands. Anybody you'd like to thank and shout out?
Yeah. I mean, shout out to everyone on the Stroopwafel team and the Metal Fab Tokens team. They helped me a ton. Eric specifically helped me a lot in Limited. I made him stand behind me and watch probably 20 total drafts. So for that, thank you very much, everybody. It was a group. It's really a group effort. It's like a team thing to get a person here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
100%.
So thank you, everybody who helped support me on the way.
Well, you all better watch World Tour Weekly this week because I think it's going to be a banger.
God, I hope so.
Well, speaking of teams that make this all possible, that is going to wrap up our show here, folks. We want to, of course, extend a huge thank you to SCG, LSS, all the judge staff, and the incredible folks over at Savage Feats, Ethan Van Sant and Nathan Dolman. And for Brian Gottlieb, Ellie Bird, and Pankaj Bajwani, this is going to be us signing off from the World Tour Las Vegas with a new U.S. National Champion by our side. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out. We've got so much coverage this month. We've got Bologna, we've got Canadian Nationals, we've got UK Nationals. There is coverage literally all month, and then we move forward to the Pro Tour. Couldn't get better. We'll see you in the chat, and we'll see you soon.